But if you want to keep being a cunt, I'm funnier than you. I'm
Yo, Remain Vegan, what's up, dude?
On today's menu, an easy delicious recipe that's perfect for weeknighting. A unique and delicious stir-fry rice bowl. If you don't have tofu on hand, a can of chickpeas will also work well. Cook evenly. Tofu. After 15 minutes, turn the heat. Man cooking complicated and has minutes. Get this fun and exciting.
smarter than you, and I'm better at being a cunt than you.
In a recent appearance on a podcast, Dr. Mike Isreatel said something that I agree with, which is that adults make decisions based on careful, rational thought and not based on emotional whims, which is what children do.
My wife and I...
Would you prefer Frank Tufano or Jason Genova? Jason Genova. Frank's an irredeemable dickhead in every sense.
make it a point to remind ourselves and each other that making decisions based on emotion is what children do. Making decisions based on calm logic is what adults do. If you want your life to unfold like a child's life would unfold, feel free to lean into the emotions. Just do what you feel like.
However, it did strike me as curious that these remarks should come from someone who sacrifices his health for vanity by carrying excessive bulk and abusing dangerous amounts of anabolic androgenic steroids. I'll argue that Mike's decision to carry excessive bulk and abuse drugs is irrational, and that if he's truly interested in being the adult he wants to be, then he should downsize and stop abusing drugs immediately. Rational people...
What would my BMI be right now? I'm probably like 210-ish. 26.2, still in the overweight category, but obviously not overweight anymore. Dude, but having a BMI of 40, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, this is a bowl of chickpeas. I've also got some sunflower seeds in here, and I put some Korean barbecue sauce on it.
Decisions based on cost-benefit analyses. In a cost-benefit analysis, you look at the advantages and disadvantages of any given course of action. If it looks like a given course of action will yield a net benefit, then you go through with it. If it looks like it won't, then you don't. I'll illustrate with an example. Let's say I wanted to eat at the most expensive restaurant in town, despite being quite poor. If I were looking at the benefits alone, then I'd definitely eat there. I'd enjoy a nice meal, impress people by showboating my social status and good taste, and not have to wash the dishes afterwards. However, a rational person also factors in the costs. In this case, there would be a big cost, namely the hit to my wallet. The money I'd spend at this restaurant, I could have...
Would you fight my dad? He's a 5 feet 6 inches overweight alcoholic but thinks his sheer hatred and rage against you would help him beat you.
Yeah, sure, I'll beat up your dad. Thanks for the donation, Kumar.
Saved or invested more wisely, which would make me happier in the long run. So it'd be a net cost for me to eat at this very expensive restaurant, since...
Death of Rabbit, donate $2, let me see. Nice edit. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
The benefits wouldn't outweigh the costs. Having clarified what a properly done cost-benefit analysis looks like, I'll enumerate the costs and benefits of Mike's juicing, and then argue that he shouldn't do it if he's rational, because it's clearly a net cost. It's well known that Mike Isreatel is a pharmaceutically enhanced bodybuilder. He's shared in detail the exogenous hormones and ancillaries he's currently using and has used in the past, including but not limited to test, tren, anavar, masteron, human growth hormone, and insulin.
Like right now, I'm on test, mast, var, and tren, and yeah, I'm not like feeling 100%.
The dosages of these substances are large, and they aren't for therapeutic purposes. They're for the express purpose of cultivating muscular size and success in competitive bodybuilding. Let's start with the potential benefits associated with Mike's juicing and excessive bulk. The first benefit is that Mike might be able to satisfy his bigorexia, or his desire to be, in his words, a freak, enormous, and ripped to shreds.
I want to be a freak. I want to be enormous. I want to be ripped to shreds. And I'm learning all the time more and more how to make that happen. I get better all the time.
Moving on to the second potential benefit, Mike Isreatel's drug abuse helps him with his goal of winning a pro card in the International Federation of Bodybuilding, which is an untested federation.
Another thing about pro is, to me, there's a certain magic to it, of a stamp that you have officially arrived. You're in the in-group, the cool kids club, whatever that means. If my best isn't good enough, that like, I'll just settle for being a, jiu-jitsu killer, famous millionaire, fine. But like, oh man, I want that shit.
The third potential benefit, a benefit which Mike, as far as I know, never talks about, but is unlikely not to have at least crossed his mind, is that juicing probably helps him make money. Because in making him bigger and stronger, it gives him a synthetic kind of credibility. It's a tale as old as time. If you want to get big and strong, then you go to the biggest and strongest guy in the gym to ask how to do it. After all, success leaves clues, and the big strong guy can charge whatever you're willing to pay for his secrets. This ties me into the fourth and final potential benefit, which is that maybe in Mike's view, his drug abuse is altruistic. So if juicing makes people more interested in what Mike has to say, and what he has to say is good, then maybe Mike's juicing is justifiable. That is, if Mike has to give up his health for his excellent advice to reach that many more people, then that might be a price he's willing to pay. Having outlined the potential benefits of Mike's drug abuse, I'll now outline the costs. The first and most obvious cost of Mike's amateur bodybuilding escapades is the cost to his physical health. Pharmaceutically enhanced competitive bodybuilding is a dangerous affair. Mike admits as much himself. And even when you control for the side effects with measures such as blood pressure medications, statins, and cosmetic surgeries for gynecomastia, it's still dangerous when you're taking as much as Mike is and at such a high BMI. I won't labour this point, other than to say that Mike may not be able to enjoy the riches he's currently earning for very long if he keeps up his enhanced bodybuilding nonsense. The second cost is that, when abused, anabolic androgenic steroids are neurotoxic, especially the 19-nors. That is, they literally make you dumber. And when Mike argues that natural lifters should probably train more than IFBB pro bodybuilders, he clearly needs all the help he can get. Getting off the juice would go a long way toward helping Mike with his brain gains, and might thereby prevent his audience from being misled by more bad advice.
You should probably train more than the pro bodybuilders you follow.
Steroids do reliably make you dumber, by the way.
The third cost, which to Mike's credit he's open about, is that pharmaceutical enhancement wreaks havoc on his mental health. And nothing other than simply playing clips of Mike would do this point more justice.
What do you mean by, if you don't mind me asking more in depth about like the mental side effects that you've experienced?
Yeah. Anxiety times 100. Anxiety, which is not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun to be anxious. And anxiety both leads you to not want to have anxiety anymore. And because you experience that emotion with anxiety, it multiplies itself. So you're anxious about being anxious. But the anxiety is every single second of every day. I have it when I wake up at night to go to sleep. Makes the process of taking drugs to get jacked and lean extremely unpleasant. The lack of anxiety has revealed the other predictable psychological effect for me of being on steroids, which is anger and aggression, rage. We get very, very angry, and a special kind of angry. I would call it righteous anger, kind of summed up in the emotional salience of how dare you. Like I'll read an Instagram comment and feel like, how dare you? Like I'll read a comment when I'm on Plenty of Shit, and it's as usual a highly disrespectful comment on Instagram, and I fantasize about meeting that person in real life, walking up to them in the gym way too close to their face and be like, say something, you fucking pussy. Say it, and watch them cower and just relish as they cower, and then as they cower away, hurt them physically so that everyone can see, and then eat their fucking organs. Total crazy shit. Now these are thoughts that I have like daily, sometimes multiple times a day, randomly. And all I can think about is physical confrontation. Now I feel a combination of nothing and angry frustration.
Wow.
That's it. I have trouble being grateful. I have trouble being loving. I have trouble with enjoying and giving physical intimacy.
It would seem that in the light of Mike's anxiety and roid rage, the immediate cessation of drug abuse is the obvious move in terms of raising Mike's overall quality of life. Coming off the drugs might also help Mike when it comes to the quality of his conduct when answering critics.
We're all much more fast twitch than Lyle, because we actually have the genetics to grow muscle, unlike him. And that isn't meant as an insult, because I don't like Lyle. I want him to feel ashamed of himself and to hate himself. And also in every category of human behavior, I'm tougher than you. I can train closer to failure than you. I can do it for longer. I have more willpower than you. I'm just better than you, Lyle, in almost every way you can measure, except for probably weird masturbation habits and proclivity to play video games. You started this, Lyle. You made fun of me first in a way that was in bad faith and actually tried to hurt my feelings. The only reason I'm saying this is I'm just mirroring it back to you. So anytime you want to be nice, I can be nice to you again, Lyle. But if you want to keep being a cunt, I'm funnier than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm better at being a cunt than you.
Oh, man.
The fourth and final cost is that, despite the videos Mike makes in which he outlines the harms of abusing, as he calls them, special sports supplements, every video Mike makes is, to an extent, an implicit endorsement of special sports supplements. So whether Mike intends to or not, with every video he communicates, you too can develop a big following like mine, and the riches that come along with it, if you abuse drugs and carry excessive bulk. Yes, Mike makes videos telling people not to abuse special sports supplements, but how can he expect his audience to listen when he obviously doesn't practice what he preaches? He is, after all, Dr. Mike, professor of sports science at Lehman College in the Bronx, as he reminds you in seemingly every video he makes. And for a doctoral expert in the field to juice is tantamount to an endorsement of juice. That is, by the very fact that Mike juices up as a highly educated fitness personality who claims to emphasize rational decision.
Can you rate me on a scale of 1 to 10 on appearance? I've been told by a lot of 13-year-olds that I'm a 9. I feel like I'm an 8. What do you think?
-7. Thanks for the donation, EDP445.
Decision-making, his actions imply that juicing might be a rational choice rather than a childish one. For Mike to exert a sincere positive influence on his audience, and not merely pay a kind of perfunctory lip service to the thought that drug abuse is bad to help him, sleep at night, he ought to stop his drug abuse and downsize immediately. As I outlined, the costs of Mike's juicing are serious. There's a big cost in terms of the damage to Mike's mental and physical health, his intelligence, and
You're wrong if you think a McLaren can't drift. Meet Mad Mike, who isn't just a drift legend, but also a master at turning dreams into drift machines. Famous for his iconic 4-rotor Mazda RX-7, a horrific drift machine known as Nimble. He wanted to be T3 into a single, one-of-a-kind drift car. The result, engineered specifically for the drift scene. Mad Mike took things to the next level when he stood horsepower of high-revving madness. And despite the 100 days...
That's pretty cool.
And the broader message he might convey to his audience, willingly or not, that encourages drug abuse. However, no good cost-benefit analysis focuses on just the costs, or just the benefits. So what I want to examine here is whether or not the benefits of Mike's juicing outweigh the cost. So I'll go through the benefits one by one, and explain why they don't. Let's start with the fact that juicing lets Mike satisfy his childish desire to be, in his words, a freak, enormous and ripped to shreds. If this desire matters so much to Mike that he would sacrifice his health to satisfy it, then the indicated course of action is therapy, not drug abuse and excessive caloric intake. Mike seems to have bigorexia, and he's indicated that he thinks the right way to treat it is by leaning into it until the bigorexia somehow evaporates.
So I think it's easy for someone to say before they've really maxed out their potential and really grinded it for a while and really soaked in the aura of jackedness, which is definitely a thing. It's awesome to be big.
Absolutely.
But when you soak in it for long enough, and here's a big one, appreciate what you have accomplished and take the time to really, inside your own head, compliment yourself for it. If you feel jacked long enough, I think it fixes some things deep down, maybe forever.
But as with an anorexic who tries to get smaller, Mike's trying to get bigger would likely only feed into his psychological issues rather than treat them. When anorexics want to be smaller, the right approach isn't to give in to the desire, but rather to minimize it by realizing how silly and destructive it is. And there's no good reason why Mike should be seen any differently in this regard to other body dysmorphic folks who sacrifice their health for a particular look. Second, Mike claims that he wants to win an IFBB Pro card. If he downsizes and stops abusing drugs, then he won't be able to pursue this goal, which may make him less happy in the short term. My purpose here isn't to say whether Mike will or won't achieve this goal. However, it's worth pointing out that Mike has been competing as a pharmaceutically enhanced amateur for over a decade now, and hasn't had much by way of success in competitive bodybuilding. Given that, as well as the fact that Mike is now in his early 40s, an outsider might be inclined to doubt that he'll achieve this goal. Mike seems to hold a different view. In an Instagram comment, Mike writes that his bodybuilding genetics might be as good as a staggeringly high 9.9 out of 10. Mike didn't indicate whether or not he was joking. However, given that Mike seems to have Jason Blaha-level delusions about the quality of his physique, I can only assume that he was being sincere.
Who am I compared to Mike Menzer? Well, I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menzer. That's it. Yeah. So all of a sudden, that changes the game. I'm more educated than Mike Menzer. I know more things than Mike Menzer. I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menzer. I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menzer. I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menzer.
I'm actually just as big as Ryback.
Just as an aside, Mike made this delusional remark about how his physique stacks up against Mike Mentzer's in a video about the quality of Mike Mentzer's training advice. Isreatel seems not to understand that Mentzer's appearance is irrelevant to the quality of his advice, and to say that it is just argumentum ad hominem. To my point, there are people much bigger and stronger than Mike Isreatel will ever be who train radically differently to him, such as 6-time Mr. Olympia winner Dorian Yates. Does that alone?
Nah, I've never had natto. I heard it tastes gross. I don't know if I've ever seen like cans of natto being sold in the store. I'm sure I can get it somewhere, but I don't know if I've ever seen it like in any stores I've been to.
I mean that Mike's training advice is wrong? Well, Mike's training advice is wrong, but not because there are bigger and stronger people than him who hold different views. My bigger point is that some goals, regardless of whether or not they're within reach, are silly and not worth pursuing. Mike's goal of winning an IFBB Pro card falls into this category.
According to the Pioneer, if Julius Maddox wasn't taking steroids, he would have benched 800 pounds a long time ago. We need to reach out to Julius. He's been doing it wrong the whole time. What the fuck?
Dude, the Pioneer is genuinely one of the dumbest fucking people I've ever come across. There's even some people in the comments coping for him. It's hilarious. But he's a fucking prick. I didn't know this about him, but he's basically one of those calisthenics bros who will create an infinite number of fucking standards just so that they can say they're better than somebody. So, it doesn't matter if you can bench more than me, I can do more pull-ups than you. Or, it doesn't matter that you can do more pull-ups than me, I'm better at, like, agility. I can do, like, handstands and jump further or something. It doesn't matter that, you're better at me than everything. You take steroids, so I'm actually better than you still. Like, he's one of those dipshits, and that's, like, literally every fucking video he makes. Every single fucking video. I've looked through some of his catalog. It's like this weird... His YouTube channel is literally designed to cope for, like, dealing with his own inadequacies. So he'll just talk about how, it doesn't matter if you can bench more. It doesn't matter if you're, like, stronger. It doesn't matter if you can do this or that. Because, like, I'm better at calisthenics. I'm better at agility. I have better cardio. I'm better at, like, some sport. It's just a loser. Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
And the sooner he reckons with that, the better, lest he fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy. Just because Mike's invested his time, money, health, and effort into this project doesn't mean that abandoning it wouldn't be beneficial. The short-term sting of giving it up will be more than made up for by the extra years he stands to gain with his loved ones, and I trust that Mike would be able to put a less drug-addled noggin to use to find a better goal to fall in love with. Let's talk about money, fame, and influence. It's true that Mike might be able to influence or impress more people in the fitness industry by being an obese juicehead. In turn, this probably satisfies Mike's ego and helps him make a bit more money. But what good is that fame and money if it comes at such a huge cost to Mike's mental and physical health? Further, if Mike has a conscience, then he should be able to reflect on the fact that juicing is a degenerate and superficial way to bolster his credibility in the fitness industry. In effect, Mike is making blood money, where a large constituent of his audience only listens to him and parts with money for him because he's decided to sacrifice his health for unnatural bulk. And the fact that there are other narcissistic or sociopathic people doing the same doesn't make Mike's juicing any more justified.
Fight donate chillers. Have you ever gotten in a fight?
Half the time, if you were ever in a fight with someone,
I've gotten into a few. Most of them were hockey fights when I was younger, but I've had a few serious fights when I was older, but not much.
and they start just swinging at you, if you have good defense, you stand there with your hands up and you wait. You just wait. Let them swing. Let them swing. Keep moving. You wait. You wait. How long are you gonna be able to do this? What, you got 30 seconds in you? How long you got? You just wait. You just wait. Oh, you just wanted to hit me. Well, now we're gonna
Rate this Nazi song.
Autumn is reversed. Fan of the quotidian is hers. Cool the palms of...
It sucks. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Justifiable. That's the informal fallacy known as the appeal to the bandwagon. Let's address the final potential benefit, which is that juicing might allow Mike's words to reach more people. The issue here is that, contrary to how Mike might see it, his overall presence in the fitness industry just isn't all that good, or at least not so good that it would justify juicing. It seems that for every sound thing Mike says, like that a sustained caloric deficit causes weight loss, or that you should emphasize good technique when lifting weights, he says something equally foolish, like that natural lifters in the general population should probably train more than IFBB pro bodybuilders. And no, this isn't a straw man. This is a video that Mike actually made 6 months ago, and it really is as bad as it sounds. I debunked his terrible advice in a recent video I made, linked below. For every person whom Mike might discourage from going enhanced, he might encourage another 2 to do the opposite. For every person whose results might be better for leaving more reps in reserve, there might be another 3 who made subpar progress for months or years because their idea of muscular failure was informed by one of Mike's inadequate demonstrations.
And Mike Isreatel seated like curls, 28 seconds, 0.86 seconds. I said the editing is abysmal, you can't see shit, I don't know if that's deliberate or not. 0.8 seconds, no fucking clue what happened there, 0.76 seconds, 0.75 seconds, 0.76 seconds, 0.9 seconds, and then 1 second. Yes, that says 8 trillion reps in reserve. You'll see why in just a second. You can have 8 trillion more. Fuck you.
Thanks to Lyle McDonald for sending me this clip. Here, Mike Isreatel is taking Chris Duffin through a set of seated leg curls. Mike tells him he can terminate the set, having identified visually that Chris Duffin's done enough reps. Guy gets another 7.
Control the flow. Slow, and then down back. That's it. That's good. Good. One more. Touch. One more. Last one. Touch. Yes, one more. Let's go. And that's it. Very good. Very good. Very good.
My purpose here isn't to provide an exhaustive list of all of Mike's bad advice. I just want to state that if in Mike's mind, he's doing something altruistic by roiding, so that his words can reach more people, then not only would he be wrong, he'd also be more narcissistic than I thought. It's called having a god complex, and normally I'd say that I can only speculate on such matters, but I think Mike might have said enough to let on.
Whoever you are out there listening to this, there's a very high probability that I'm much better at making fun of people than you are. As a matter of fact, I can sit face to face with you and slam dunk on your entire fucking life. It'd just be real bad news. Things I wouldn't even feel comfortable saying that are just true about you.
I'm eating chickpeas.
So I want to reach out to them and say, you've never met anyone with as much willpower as me. I don't guarantee that. Statistics are what they are, but I bet a decent chunk of change on it. And whatever it is you think you're good at in your life, I'd probably take about a year and become an authority in the field in which you think you're good. I don't know why I fucked up. If you think you know, you are presuming you know more than me about the thing I'm one of the top experts in the world in, and also the thing I'm literally involved in myself. So whatever ideas you have about how I can improve, just fuck right off.
Given that, 1, there's considerable doubt about whether or not Mike's presence in the fitness industry is a net good. 2, the fact that Mike is putting his mental and physical health at great risk. And 3, the utility that would come from Mike renouncing the abuse of special sports supplements in a way that's actually sincere, that is, by getting off them immediately and letting his audience know. It seems that the rational choice...
Is it bad if a lifter who is short on time takes all sets to failure? Doesn't really matter. Like, if you don't have much time to train, and you can't do as much volume as you'd normally be able to do, it's totally fine to take sets to failure.
For Mike would be to get off gear and downsize immediately, because as I demonstrated, Mike's drug abuse and obesity represent a net cost. But nobody says that Mike is interested in making adult decisions other than Mike. Until he downsizes, he'll continue to be seen by rational people as someone with the mentality of a child. Mike's decision to roid and carry excessive bulk is a net cost, and therefore an irrational decision. So if Mike wants to prove that he's as interested in making adult decisions as he claims, then the right move is to stop with his wannabe pro-bodybuilder LARP immediately. I'd be willing to concede that Mike has stronger motivations to roid than most, which might push him toward thinking that his decision to roid is a net benefit. But let's not confuse stronger motivations than most with strong enough motivations. If I imagine a counterfactual where Mike stayed natural and got therapy, then I see someone who may not have quite the same fame and riches, but someone who's happier, healthier, and a better role model overall.
From 1700 to 1800, the world's population grew from 600 million to 1 billion. But in just 200 years after that, that number shot up to over 5 billion people. In 1961, Mariner Eccles, former board of the Federal Reserve System, described the exponential rate of growth of the world's population as the most vitally important problem facing the world today, which may very well prove to be more explosive than the atomic or hydrogen bomb. Today, many of us are starting to wake up to the truth. One of the biggest problems facing our world is not overpopulation, it's underpopulation.
Last year, there were only 700,000 babies being born.
There will be...
There's not an issue with underpopulation. There's an issue with population collapse. There's not really any need for there to be, 7-8 billion people on the planet. There is going to be an issue if you go from like 7 or 8 billion, and then suddenly over the course of only a generation or two, like there's 2 or 3 billion less people, which is probably what's going to happen. You're just going to get massive economic slowing, and your taxes are either going to be super high, or you're just not going to have the social services that you'd normally have.
More retirees than workers, and by 2050 the entire population of China will have dropped below 650 million.
I think that the biggest problem the world will face in 20 years is population collapse.
We are at the beginning of a fundamental shift in modern human history.
How did this happen? Is this really as big of a problem as people are saying? Isn't less people on the Earth good for the Earth? And what does this mean for the future of the human species? I'm going to be trying to answer those questions to the best of my ability in this video. Let's start off with how we got here. The exponential growth of the world's population, starting around the 1950s, caused economists and
Grey Knight, don't you tell us, bro, this is a real movie, Popeye horror film.
What the hell is all this stuff for?
It's the equipment I checked out for my documentary.
Oh, is this that pirate man thing you were going on about in class?
They're, aware of the charming stories circulating about this place.
I don't believe in ghost stories.
He's not a ghost. The Sailor Man is real. He doesn't take kindly to visitors stopping on his doorstep.
If she's just doing some school project, then why won't she just pick the phone up? Oh yeah? What should I do? She said they're going to be at the old candy factory, right? Let's go down there.
Do you know why the factory closed down 20 years ago? There was a spinach contamination.
Monster!
I am what I am.
That's very, very strange. I like the idea, though. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Sociologists to panic, spawning books like The Population Bomb, written by Stanford professor Paul Ehrlich. The very first sentences in the prologue of that book give you a good idea of the general attitude of our growing population during that time. The battle to feed all of humanity is over. In the 1970s and 1980s, hundreds of millions of people will starve to death in spite of any crash programs embarked upon now. The biggest concern raised in this book was that the already existing population was not being fed adequately, and as it was growing at such a rapid pace, food production would not be able to keep up, causing worldwide famines. This heavily influenced much of the general public's view on population control. The US Agency for International Development started supporting family planning programs globally, especially in countries like India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. This included providing contraceptives and funding sterilization campaigns. One of the most famous instances of population control, China's one-child policy, which imposed financial penalties on families with more than one child, was enacted during this time as well. The overpopulation concern was also a big contributor to improving female education and employment opportunities. As fear started to grow and more laws and policies were enacted to soften the blow of these predictions, the population growth rate plummeted from a peak of just over 2% to where it is now at today, which is around 0.8%. So, how accurate did the population bomb end up being? Well, let's look at the claim of worldwide famines first. While famine has not been eliminated completely, the root of its cause has been political instability and not global food shortage. And if anything, we have a food overconsumption problem rather than underconsumption. Today, the world faces an obesity pandemic, with the amount of calories consumed per person increasing by 24% since the 70s, thus increasing the amount of humans diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And the global death rate has continued to decline substantially since then, from 13 over 1,000 in 1965 to 74 to 10 over 1,000 from 1985 to 1990. It's safe to say that his predictions were significantly far off, although his concerns about the environmental impact of a growing human race are definitely being felt on our increasingly hotter planet. Regardless, we now need to take a look at the repercussions such failed predictions will be causing in the near future, and this is where things start to get a little grim. Wait a second, how do you even...
I don't know what you mean by objective rights. I don't believe in objective morality. I'm not a moral realist.
Know that everything I've presented to you so far is the truth. Combating misinformation has been a focal point of several videos on this channel, and it's why I'm always preaching nuance and trying to make sure to cross-reference any studies and articles I show. Because blindly believing the first thing that you see on the internet is bound to keep you in a bubble composed of falsity by only one side of a given topic. Description. So the easiest way to understand where things are headed is by taking a look at the fertility rate replacement level. This is the average number of children a woman needs to have to replace herself in a population. The fertility rate replacement level is around 2.1 children per woman, so if a population stays at this rate, it will neither grow nor shrink significantly without migration. Now, check out this live map, which labels countries on whether they are above or below that fertility replacement rate. Starting right around 1970, the time when the Population Bomb book was released, almost every single country in the world slowly started to go below the replacement fertility rate. And now, Africa, some areas in Europe, and South America are the only countries that will continue to see their populations remain stable or increase. If the entire world had the fertility rate of the United States today, then in just a few hundred years, we would be reduced to a total population of just around 2 billion. That's an 8 billion person decrease from our peak, and it's possible it could only keep going down from there, leading to extinctions of entire nations. How did we get to such a low replacement rate? The influence of one book could not have caused a population collapse of this magnitude, right? Well, yeah, it's not just the book. I think there's so many more unforeseen developments.
Society is a Ponzi scheme. People breed so that, kids can work and make money for super rich assholes so they can become bigger and bigger billionaires. Like, it's fundamentally what it is. Society is just a Ponzi scheme. You having kids will not really benefit you unless you just want that lifestyle. A lot of people don't want that lifestyle. And, again, fundamentally, all these poor people having kids, all it really does is put more people in the workforce to make the world's richest billionaires more fucking money. So who's it really benefiting at the end of the day?
Developments that have happened in modern society that we need to talk about if we want to fully understand the coming population collapse. And without fully understanding this, things aren't likely to change. What this really started with, like almost all modern issues, was the heavy shift away from rural areas to urban areas. You see, when looking throughout history, rural areas almost always tend to have stable populations, whereas the areas that become urbanized see their birth rates decrease, and this is due to a few reasons. The first reason is the cultural values and traditions in rural societies. In agricultural settings, there's often a greater emphasis placed on having large families, partly
you need people to work. So you need kids to help you to work, and they're also an insurance plan.
Due to the fact that families needed to have a lot of children to help contribute to the farm or other family labor. Tight-knit communities are integral to these societies as well, and it was common for everybody to know everybody, meaning your reputation could be ruined forever if you acted out of order. Rural areas may not also provide the same sort of education and employment opportunities for women, causing them to get married and have children earlier. And of course, these areas are usually more religious and conservative, which promotes the importance of having a large family. A good example of a rural society in the present day which fits this criteria is the Amish communities in the United States. They follow
The Amish are fucking scumbags.
A strict Christian doctrine that emphasizes community and family values and have an average of 6 to 7 children per family. And it's very rare that they even have the opportunity to question their Amish values, meaning the agreeability and willingness to work together is usually much higher. Now let's contrast this with the industrial world, which is 90% urban, where most of us now reside. As the focus shifted from community-based family work to individual-based career work, the incentive for actually having children went down dramatically in many different ways. The list for why this is the case is very extensive and it's very multifaceted. We cannot reduce this down to just one modern problem, so I'm going to do my best to explain all the reasons that apply to all the countries that are dealing with a low fertility rate right now. In a large city, the concept of having neighbors is reduced to whoever you see in the hallways of your apartment buildings, which disincentivizes community and settling down. Many modern cities, but especially the US, are designed around commuting in a car, making it more difficult for people to have a third place, aka a place outside of work or your home where one can hang out, socialize, and meet new people. As the antagonist to one of the reasons rural areas have more stable population growth, employment and education opportunities are more abundant in urban areas, resulting in women no longer relying on getting married, settling down, and having kids as much or as early. Things like contraceptives and birth control have also done a decent job at reducing the amount of unintended pregnancies, though this unfortunately hasn't made much of a difference for low-income women. Young people are spending increasingly more time on their digital devices rather than the real world, and there are so many repercussions in regards to population growth associated with this. They spend more time viewing virtual images of people they are attracted to than people in real life, which also causes them to increase their standards since they are primarily being shown the very...
I do not believe in any of that. I know there are some people who anecdotally claim that, you know, they got addicted to porn and then they don't find like normal women attractive anymore. That is extraordinarily hard for me to believe that that's the experience of the average person, especially considering just how sexually motivated men are. Yeah, sure, you can find like 10 out of 10 knockout babes in porn. Most of them aren't even that attractive anyway. Like, but yeah, sure. Let's just assume you can find some like 10 out of 10 knockout babes on like porn sites and you're jerking off. You're telling me if you find a girl who's like 7 out of 10, still attractive, has like nice fucking pussy, ass and everything, like you're not going to be motivated to have sex with a person? I don't buy it.
Very best looking people on social media. And this makes them less attracted to what we were once naturally attracted to. If you've heard of the term beauty inflation, that's exactly what's going on right now. Social media and dating apps have also fueled the commodification of human beings as more people treat their...
I don't believe that. Now, obesity, because of the rates of obesity, it may be the case that there's kind of like a beauty set point, sort of, where, you know, like human beings are just kind of prone to preferring certain facial and body types. And the porn you watch is indicative of those sorts of preferences. Now, if every girl you know, or every guy you know, is obese or morbidly obese, like they're fat, if they look down at the floor, they can't see their genitals, yeah, that would be a motivator to like not get into a relationship or have any sexual activity. And if you're personally fat or overweight or obese, like that's also going to be a motivator because, you know, you have your own beauty standards. You're going to think other people think you're ugly and stuff like that. I think obesity would play a way bigger fucking role in lack of relationships compared to just porn watching. Like, that's fucking horseshit. Like, porn has existed for fucking ever, dude.
Are we heading towards nuclear holocaust? If I somehow survive and PPA have to go back to hunter-gatherism, finding a way to put a cap in my brain. Also, what's Jordan Peterson doing in the crowd?
Is Jordan Peterson in the crowd? I don't see him. I guess that guy kind of looks like Jordan Peterson. No, I don't think we're heading towards a nuclear holocaust. The likelihood of that is extraordinarily small.
Uncle, as president, what happened to him, what happened to your dad, he was the Attorney General, and what you think about how those...
Well, thanks for the donation, Jabab.
Dates like dispensable objects, leading to a stronger division between male and female values. This is reflected in how many more young men are identifying as conservative, while young women are increasingly more liberal. It's the reason why the men going their own way movement is increasing, and the 4B movement among...
The reason the men going their own way movement exists is because, again, people have gotten smart enough to figure out they don't need any relationship with any of these women. They either already have had kids or they don't need kids. They know that these very close relationships with women, like marriage, are like extraordinarily risky. Even with like civil unions where you don't even get married, but you're just living under the same house. If you break up, it's a little up in the air whether or not you get to keep your apartment if you're renting. So, like, why would you take the risk? You don't want kids. All you want is a nice, comfortable relationship where you can just benefit from the relationship. What would be the point of getting married or even just having a long-term relationship with a woman where you, like, share the same dwelling? There's just no point. You might as well just date somebody, maybe for 2-3 years, if that. Don't move in together, you know, just spend time when you're interested in spending time and want some companionship. And then when it runs its course, just find another partner. And then you also have the other benefit of being able to have more partners. Because, like, some of these people might just get bored with one partner. It just makes logical sense. People are just making decisions that logically benefit them. And yeah, the result of that is people end up having less kids.
South Korean women started. The hodgepodge...
Like, this is why it's so fucking impossible to reverse course. Everything people are doing, having less kids, it just makes logical sense. It is logical self-interest. You're literally going to have to convince people to make massive personal sacrifices and worsen their lives for the interest of just maintaining the current population. And for what reason? Oh, well, the next generation of people are going to have to pay, like, higher taxes, or they're not going to have the same social services you had. Okay? Like, I care? They're also going to have cheaper housing because there's not going to be this fucking insane, ridiculous demand in the housing market. They're less likely to fight massive international fucking wars because people aren't going to be fighting over stupid fucking resources or bits of land. Like, it's just stupid.
I've been seeing multiple videos about Big Boy from Strength Cartel, aka Jake Johns, is spiraling. I heard a whole bunch of negative shit about him. I didn't know that he was in cahoots with Rich Piana's wife and stealing money from him. Crazy shit.
I don't think he was working with Rich Piana's wife to steal money for him. The clip of Rich Piana having the fight with his wife, he was just talking about how Big Boy stole money from him. I don't think he ever implicated her being involved. She was just stealing money from him, and he said, well, when Big Boy steals money from me, it's not as big of a deal because, you know, I'm not sleeping with him, I'm not in a marriage, you know, there isn't that level of trust, but you, like, massively broke my trust and way stepped over the line. Like, I think that's what he was talking about. But yeah, Big Boy's a piece of shit. You can guarantee just about every fitness influencer is a lying, fucking manipulative piece of shit. They all are. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan.
Here's the thing about being gay. It's gay.
It is a little gay, isn't it? I don't know if sucking dick is gay, though. Destiny says it's not gay. Thanks for the donation, Gaylord.
Of cultural and moral values within urban areas also makes it difficult for two people of the same country to get to the point of agreements in their values where they consider having children and building a life together. And to be honest, as young people become increasingly more aware of these huge issues that are constantly being fed to them through the media that are making it seem like catastrophe is just moments away, kind of like this video unfortunately, but I will be getting more positive soon, they see much less of a point to actually progress and have a purpose in life, leading to a delay in maturity.
Yeah, I know Cole Hastings is an ex-vegan fucktard. He did admit that what he's doing is morally wrong, and he probably could have stayed vegan and been fine, but he just couldn't be fucked. So at least he admitted that, but yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit.
And a greater amount of young people living at home. I've heard a lot of comments from both people in real life and on the internet that go something along the lines of, why would I ever bring a child into a world with more and more instability, chaos, loneliness, hopelessness, and purposelessness? And we can't talk about this issue without mentioning the cost of living and the cost of having a child. In the past, if you got a college education, you were almost guaranteed a solid paying job and could most likely afford a house to live in with a partner, making it much easier to start a family. But now this is only reserved for a much smaller percentage.
If you're in Canada, you literally have to be like, I think within the top 10% of earners, if not higher, in order to afford a home, and you're talking about cheaper homes too. So it's just fucking retarded. And it's becoming that way in the United States. I think Canada, Australia, Hong Kong, and there might be one or two other countries where housing prices are just through the fucking roof. The US is becoming pretty bad.
Don't tell that to the SJWS, who will call you fatphobic for suggesting that granted most members of that movement are dead no due to their own morbidly obesity, so it does not even really matter.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. There was a woman who was on a podcast promoting fat acceptance who said being obese is not unhealthy. I think 2 years later, she suffered a heart attack and died. We warned them. And, yeah, they're dead now, so. I don't know why people try to cope for being fat. Like, just admit being fat is unhealthy and you don't care. Like, you know, there's people who smoke cigarettes, there's people who do crack. Like, they know it's bad for them, and they do it anyway because they want to. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to live long or be healthy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is it possible to be so gay you're straight? I would suck ladies' dick, I guess.
Maybe? I know there's people who identify as straight, but they have such horrible sex addiction that they'll actually have gay sex because, they, like, need sex so bad they'll literally have it with any partner. So I've heard of that before. And I guess it could work the opposite way around. If you're like gay identifying, but you're craving sex so bad, you'll literally have it with anybody. Thanks for the donation though, Gaylord. Like, it happens all the time in prison, right? Like, if somebody's locked up for long enough and they need sex bad enough, they'll end up having sex with dudes.
Of the population. If you look at the countries with the lowest fertility rates, the data coincides with the highest youth unemployment rates. The house price to income ratio has also grown significantly.
Yeah, it's funny. So Canada is actually worse than Australia now. Japan is rock bottom because they've been having massive population decline for a while. Yeah, like, if you need to be in the top 10% of earners just to be able to, like, qualify for a mortgage, just to qualify, why would you have kids? Like, again, people are just making logical decisions based on self-interest. Like, the population's going to decline massively. Unless you force people to have kids or create some weird conditions where having children works within logical self-interest, Earth's population is going to reduce massively.
Significantly in most developed countries, further distancing the idea of a family home from the young people's minds. With all of this being said, you'd have to wonder why this isn't being talked about more or being considered one of our biggest threats, and that's because the effects of a low fertility rate are not being felt yet due to a growing older population. Now that people are living longer than ever, it's given the illusion that things are still remaining quite stable or are even going in an upwards trend, and until we start communicating this problem more,
I don't know if there really is any, especially among men, any really strong biological drive to have kids. Because even if there were all of these economic issues and social issues and environmental issues that would make it harder to have kids, if there was that really strong biological drive to procreate, people would probably still do it anyway. I think the only biological drive that most people have is they just want to have sex. And when you look at most children are born unplanned. Most women have kids because they got knocked up. They don't plan for the pregnancy. So yeah, with all of these, when birth control exists or any contraceptive method exists, and when there's no logical self-interested reason to have kids, people aren't going to have them. The only biological drive most people have is to just have sex.
this trend is going to continue. But why does it even matter anyway? Weren't our fossil fuels dangerously close to becoming depleted? Didn't we get into the mess that we are in today because there's too many people on Earth? I mean, there's some truth to those concerns, but the consequences of our population declining at the rate it's predicted to will have serious repercussions. As less young people exist and also engage less in work, economies will start taking a hit due to a...
No more TikTok. Yes. Everyone will get old and nobody will be on TikTok anymore. I see that as a win-win.
Decreased labor force, and fewer workers means fewer people paying taxes, which might seem great in the short term, but in the long term, it can lead to cuts in public services or higher taxes for the remaining population. A young labor force is also important for the old because the young workers are responsible for supporting an increasing number of retirees through social services like...
So you won't really need those social services and safety nets if the population is low enough, because in all likelihood, it will reduce living costs. So if half the people, like we built so many homes, if the world's population were cut in half, that literally doubles the supply of housing right then and there. So imagine what it would do for housing costs if half the people in the world like just went away. It'd probably be free. Like if somebody Thanos snapped their fingers and half of people were wiped from existence, I don't even know if houses would cost anything anymore because there's such a massive abundance in the housing supply. Housing would be free. So you can just save your fucking money and you wouldn't really need to rely on a social safety net. And on top of that, like, we use automation so much now. Like, we're so productive. There doesn't need to be this huge, massive labor force. So I don't think this will really end up being a massive problem.
like healthcare and pensions. Without them, the old people will have nobody to take care of them or replace them. And while population collapse can result in less environmental strain, the downside of this is that it can lead to economic disruptions that make it harder to focus on and fund sustainability and environmental protection.
Oh no, they're not going to be able to make a new iPhone every year. How terrible.
Protection programs. I have just been ripping some depressing observations and stats at you within the past few minutes, so it's about time that I change that.
How do I personally take creatine? I just add it to like a protein shake and drink it.
With all this being said, the question remains, what can we do and what does our future look
Are you doing one long stream or two different ones? Not entirely sure yet.
like? Well, firstly, I don't think things are going to be fixed solely.
And the reason most people don't want kids is simply because most kids these days are annoying little shits anyway.
Well, yeah. I'm sure a lot of people grew up with like younger brothers and sisters or had family that had kids and they hate them. So again, it's just logical self-interest. There probably isn't a, like, I know there are women who go baby crazy, for sure. But I think most people, the only biological drive they have is to have sex. Like, that's what evolution, inbuilt in us. But as far as actually wanting to have kids, I don't think there really is, at least for most people, a strong biological drive to have kids. It's just a biological drive to have sex. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Would you ever smash someone's wife while they watch?
Go ahead and pick any chair you like, honey. Tyrone says he'll foot the bill. And he'll even buy you that video game you wanted. Road Fighter, right?
Just make sure to pick something comfortable, little man. You're gonna be sitting in it all night long.
Stop playing with me and throw that thing back. I want all of it.
Ooh, I'm not playing, baby. I swear.
Yeah, that's it. Everything. Give me everything. Damn, girl, you putting in work. I feel like I'm about to bust any minute. Pay attention, little bro. This ain't like them video games you be playing. Ah, shit.
That's a really weird video. There's actually somebody on OnlyFans that wanted me to do that. Fuck their wife in front of them. I'm not really into having sex with another dude in the room, so I don't think I'd be into that. Thanks for the donation, though, low tier cuck.
Do boomers have all the money?
Well, yeah, technically they do, because the houses they own have quintupled in fucking price, at least. Thanks for the donation, though, Fagatron.
Can you watch?
Ever wondered why Ottawa was selected as the capital of Canada? Cities like Kingston,
Because it's next to Quebec, right?
Toronto, Montreal, and Quebec City were all in the running. Yet none could clinch the title. Why? Enter Queen Victoria. She had the final say. Bytown, soon to be Ottawa, stood out for three main reasons. First, its location. Far enough from the US-Canada border, it was safe from potential threats. Second, the Rideau Canal and Ottawa River. Perfect for water transportation and moving troops in times of conflict. Lastly, it bridged the gap between Canada East and West, promoting unity. Strategic, united, and safe.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
This Cole Hastings guy used to be a reasonable person, but I found out a few months ago he decided to start eating animal products again. Exact same dumbass excuse as Cosmic Skeptic. He had a tummy ache and never even saw a doctor. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, he's a dickhead. I'm well aware. Thanks for the donation, Adam. Dodo Donatillers, can you react at 3410? He kind of says what you been talking about, and it's funny because they're both world famous.
Andy Ruiz.
Andy Ruiz.
Let's see, 3410.
What's the motivation? Just for me, it's to absorb my existence, and realize that life is a joke. I took it too serious. 100%. I don't know, not long after this, I'll die soon, and I won't exist anymore. And then I have to go to the other world. I want to see what that's like. I can't believe this energy that I have just dies and it doesn't exist. It may not live here no more, but it has to go somewhere. 100%. And that's what I'm looking forward to now. Not for a long time yet, though. Whenever it happens, but I'm just looking forward to it. Because life is great, so death has to be just as great as life. You can't think the worst day of my life, right? Is my mother or my children dying or whatever. The worst day of my life, besides that incident that could have happened to anybody, probably happened to everybody all over the world at that time, life is still beautiful. My worst day in life is still a beautiful day. If I don't internalize it and woe leaves me and my mother died or my baby died, why me? If I don't look at it from that perspective, life was always beautiful. Every day was beautiful, Life is precious, and it's beautiful just to wake up in the morning. Before I used to take it all for granted. I didn't care. I didn't care about nothing. I didn't care about family, friends, relatives, achievements. I didn't care about fuck all. I just didn't care. But now, after going to hell and back, I appreciate fresh air and a glass of water. Gratitude. Smaller things in life. Gratitude. Because when you've lost, you never know what you've really got until it's gone.
Yeah.
But I've had the opportunity to be shot down and come back, and you really find out who your friends are, who the people are really behind you, who leaves, who jumps off, and everybody just loves a winner. Nobody wants to be around a loser. Nobody wants to be around a man who's lost his mind. So you really find out who your friends are, the people who call you in distress when you're down and you're out and you don't have any more to offer to them. So I suppose I got to see that.
Yeah, I'd agree for the most part. I'm not convinced there's an afterlife. I'm pretty sure there isn't. But yeah, Mike Tyson is absolutely right. Life is a pointless joke that's played on us. And if you learn that it's a joke, you can just appreciate it for what it is. Even really hard, bad moments like, Prismo dying. That's just what life is. Life is happy, funny, amazing, tragic, sad, sorrow-filled, but none of it's good or bad. It's just, it's the perspective that you have, It's kind of like a roller coaster ride where there's ups and downs, but if you just learn to appreciate the ride, those bad moments, you can still appreciate them. Like when Prismo died, I literally saw him as a son, and it hurt like fucking crazy that he died, but I can still appreciate the moment that I had with him, and I can even appreciate the moment that he died, it's like all that love and emotion that I had for him, it just boiled up to the surface in that moment when he passed, and I can even appreciate that. So he is right about that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Greedio absolutely pets rock kids not so much.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you ever get pain or soreness in your wrists / hands / fingers / shoulder from being at your PC all day? Do you have any advice to help with this? Do you think a vertical mouse would help? Would working out help?
I don't think vertical mice do jack fucking shit. There's even vertical keyboards. I don't know if they really do jack shit, and they're super inconvenient. I do get that sometimes. Usually I don't get wrist pain, but I do get pain in like my hands and pain in like my biceps and stuff. Not really in my wrists or shoulders. Yeah, exercise helps. Stretching helps. Just making sure that you do some things where you're not just doing the same repetitive movement over and over again, and you move and stretch and get proper blood flow. That helps. And you should also just make sure you eat well too. Because, like the antioxidants and shit in food, it does help reduce that kind of pain and inflammation. But thanks for the donation, Popeyes Forearms. Appreciate it.
How would you handle your mental health situation now, if the shroom trip didn't cure your depression? It seems to me that since your shroom trip, you look down on others who have mental health problems, telling them they just have to embrace nihilism.
I don't look down on anybody with mental health problems. I'm just telling them the advice that helped me. And I don't know what you mean. How would I handle my mental health problem? Oh, now if the shroom trip didn't cure my depression. I'd probably just, I don't know, kill myself. Like, there wouldn't be any point in living. I'm well aware that life is just a pointless joke, and nothing matters, so... If I was still depressed, I'd just kill myself. Like, what's the point? Thanks for the donation, though, Andy. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Wow, that is a nice dog.
Think about touching that aspartame. I made a promise to protect you all, even if it meant from yourselves. By the way, we're hitting biceps and triceps today. It's time to make America swole again.
That wasn't very funny. Your prime minister is a bitch. Yeah, I know. Restricted video. Yeah, I'm well aware Justin Trudeau is a bitch. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
I am G, lad, that bets are in a way slowly starting to replace children in this generation.
I'm not glad about that because I'm not in support of animal breeding. If people were adopting pets, I'd be fine with it, but I'm not in support of animal breeding. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
From focusing on financial incentives. Countries such as South Korea and Japan, who have some of the lowest fertility rates, have already tried throwing money at their citizens who have kids and giving them more childcare benefits, but that hasn't done much of anything to change the fertility rate. Since the problem comes from a combination of many things, the solution is going to come from a combination of many things. The thing is,
There's no solution. There is literally no solution. The only way you could get people to have kids if you literally held them at gunpoint and forced them to have kids. Again, it's logical self-interest. There's nothing that would get people to have kids if it's not in their logical self-interest.
Really like the type of progress we've made in some areas of modern society. I would say I'm pretty pro-individualist, and I like the fact that globalization has given young people the opportunity to not be immediately indoctrinated into whatever ideology the people most closest to them have, and can question how the world works and share different beliefs with different countries and get a better, more overall view of the world without as severe of consequences. And I like that young people have less pressure to figure things out or settle down at a young age or force themselves into a relationship that they pursued merely because of social pressure. But like all of these societal advancements,
Just random vids, $9. Try this link. Yeah, I've already
Michelle
seen
Song, CBC News. Now.
Yeah, he said he's going to arrest Netanyahu. There was some like U.S. senator or something saying that if Canada arrested Netanyahu, they'd like bomb Canada or something. It's pretty funny, but Trudeau's a fucking bitch. And he supports anti-Semitism. The only reason, by the way, he's saying that he'd arrest Netanyahu is because he knows if he doesn't say that, all the crazy, radical, left-wing, anti-Semite fucktards won't vote for him in the next election. So he's pandering to all of these fucking anti-Semite Hamas supporters so that he could get more votes in the next election. He's a fucking scumbag. Hope that fucking piece of shit gets voted out of office and we just forget him and it's just a bad memory. I fucking hate that scumbag. Thanks for the donation though, Just Random Vids.
We've been seeing, there's nuance to this. There's going to be new problems that always spring up, especially when the advancements are taken to the extreme. What I hope to see is human beings achieving a properly balanced ratio of positive traditional values with modernity's positive progress. Every new era of humanity is experimental, but we're now experimenting with much more complex things at a faster rate.
Neil Martin donated $2, Rip Big Lenny.
Yeah, so I turned around, I figure I'm going to get things going a little bit, take it to the next level. So I grabbed her she had 2 high-heeled shoes on. I grabbed her leg and took one of the heels, where the bottom part is, and I shoved it up my ass. And in a minute, she got real scared and she fell off the stool onto the floor. Oh my God. And I was basically grabbing her with one hand and shoving that spike up my ass. I was bent over. And she kept saying, "You crazy, you crazy."
Well, you were crazy. Before you brought her in there, you were trying to get her to fist you.
Right. I was trying to get,
I was actually serving
I
as
wanted
your
a dry fist.
I was your Spanish translator trying to seal the deal.
Yeah, and she was telling me, "Fuck you," and this and that, but
yeah, she said, "You fuck you, you're crazy."
Yeah, the funny thing is,
actually,
but you got her to do what you want.
No. When I said he wants you to fist her, when he wants you to fist him in Spanish, he called you a big maricon.
Yeah,
grande maricon.
Thank you. I like.
Yeah, Lenny was a freak. Thanks for the donation, Neil.
Than ever, and that's bound to come with some minor hiccups. And I think we're finally reaching a point where we realize which parts of modern life are clearly bad for us when overindulging in them. That means we start setting more restrictions on things that are taking us away from building communities, like digital devices, creating more places for young people to meet and hang out, and giving them more of a reason to. It means potentially banning dating apps or somehow finding a way to change them so they aren't designed to be a dopamine-inducing slot machine, reducing the...
Oh my God. That is one of the stupidest things he could have possibly said. Dating apps for 80% of men are fucking garbage. They don't do anything. Most men have little to no success on dating apps, and most women, they're the ones who are getting the dopamine rush from using dating apps. A lot of women literally use dating apps as like a form of social media. They don't even use it to date. They just like seeing their inbox getting filled by dudes who want to go out with them, and they won't ever go out with them. They just want to see those messages.
The amount of hours needed to work weekly just to survive, increasing.
Can you name one good thing that Muslims contributed to the world?
Muslims specifically? I think Arabs developed algebra. I don't know if you could contribute any of that to Islam. Probably not. I was gonna say dates, but, that's a plant.
BTW, don't tell the pet replacement thing to both Matt Walsh or Brett Cooper. They will both get upset saying the incit on social media that people they don't even know should want kids, when in reality both of them just need to get a fucking life.
Yeah. They're stupid. I wish I could debate them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, I don't think Islam did literally any good ever for the world at any point in time. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Wages and building more housing to make it more affordable. And just reestablishing hope and faith in the future through proper education and guidance. That might not be through religion, but by creating a society which at the very least makes young people want to progress more and get to the point where they consider having children. Listen, there's no doubt I am an optimist. I'm very bullish on humanity, and I genuinely do believe that most humans want to work together and cooperate and see each other succeed when they aren't so far removed from the environment we spent our first 100,000 years in. So it's really a matter of asking the question, how do we get closer to that sort of environment again by removing everything that clearly isn't working with modernity while keeping the rest of the positive advancements we made? Humans and the universe always seem to find a way to get back to equilibrium, whether that comes in the form of a minor change or a massive transformation. Our population rapidly declining is part of the natural order of things and part of our next evolution. I've presented some ideas for how we can get to a better place, but I would love...
Nope. Humanity will go bye-bye.
All right, I'm gonna... Today I have
That's as simple as it is.
distinct pleasure of being joined by one of the brightest minds in the fitness industry, Lyle McDonald. Hi, Lyle.
Howdy, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm all the better for finally getting to talk to you. So, Lyle, you've got a formal training in exercise physiology.
Yes.
You've been writing popular and influential books since the late 90s, including The Rapid Fat, the IPF, and deadlifting a remarkable...
Yeah, we actually don't compete in IPF.
USAPL?
Nope, USPA.
Ah.
RPS, which is the... I've forgotten what it is. And also WRPF, which is another federation. USPA is associated with IPL. Like, it's kind of like their USAPL, IPF were sort of the first. And I mean, in America, there are something like 40 different federations. Oh, RPS is Revolution Powerlifting Syndicate. So USPA and IPL, which are part of the same thing. And the USAPL and IPF, it's a very silly sport in that regard.
Many federations.
Yeah, I mean, it's absurd. It's like boxing is the only other sport I can think of that's like that. That at any given point, there are half a dozen world champions.
Yeah.
And in powerlifting, it's really the same way. So yeah, but she is like, so we competed in those three federations.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, and RPS, and she's competed in and set records at the state, national, and actually at the world level in 2 different weight classes, in the 50 guys, in both the 48 and 52 kilos weight classes, 2 different masters age groups. The open, she actually competed very successfully in the open class against lifters of all ages. And so yeah, 3 federations, 2 weight classes, 2 different masters divisions, and the open. And if you go to open powerlifting, it's a good sport.
You're remarkably good at it, but you don't offer your coaching services at the moment. You're currently offering, well, not to
yes,
large
no,
number.
I do like single consultations. I don't generally take on regular coaching. That was something, going back to the whole internet thing. So just for people listening, like I was there first. I was there when it started. I got on the internet in 1993, back when it was just, nobody knew what this thing was. And my first access to the internet was the four free hours of AOL disk back in 93. And I had like an old school modem, and then the internet started. So somewhere in the early 2000s was when online coaching really started to become a thing. Because I knew a couple of the early online coaches, names nobody would remember at this point. I never really got into it. Like, I don't generally like, nutrition is one thing. Like I'll be honest, I don't find it's pretty easy. Like, I don't need to handhold people and tell them not to eat tomatoes. Like, I don't like contest prep dieting. I just find, it's interesting from a physiological standpoint, but from the day-to-day stuff, I just set someone up on a diet, tell them to adjust it, like, just go. You don't, Sumi does that. Sumi does weekly check-ins with people and adherence. And I'm not saying that's unimportant, I'm saying I don't do it.
Yeah.
And as far as the online coaching, I always found it very difficult because I am quite the technical perfectionist, and I find it very difficult to teach technique online. Because, like, okay, you can send videos, especially complicated things. Like, yeah, can I teach you how to do bicep curl? Probably. Can I teach you how to deadlift? Probably not. And I worked with people who have trained for years, and so then I see them lift in person, and I'm like, okay, your technique is trash. We're going to start over from the beginning. It's very difficult to do online. So I just kind of never got into that, and just didn't. And again, I realize everyone on the internet trains harder than any 10 trainees. I've heard that for 30 years.
Sing this. Lyrics in the description.
You gave me $14.26. Not quite $15. So if you give me an extra 74 cents, I'll do it for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Guillermo Paulo. Oh. Here we are.
And I'm okay with that.
Good on you. And you're no stranger to saying things of your own that people find contentious, rightly or wrongly.
One way to put it, sure.
Perhaps, I mean, in our private correspondences, you touched on the thought that certain recommendations that float around in the fitness industry are.
I'm not letting somebody fucking rip me off. Like, oh, well, what's 75 cents? Oh, what's $1 difference? Like, fuck you. It's $15. Shit, like, eat shit.
A bad approach, to put it mildly.
Frequently. So what we're talking about, this goes to that video that you did previously about Mike Isreatel saying that naturals need to train more than the pros, which is just.
He couches it in probably.
Right, but that's just a CYA. That's a way to still not be wrong even when you're wrong. That's called
I don't think probably is guarded enough.
No, that's just weasel language.
Probably not.
Probably not. And even then, without a whole lot of contextual nuance, those words don't mean anything. Right? Like I mentioned that to another friend I PM with constantly because he's at work at Ford over in the UK, and he's like, yeah, if you were looking at something like Dorian Yates' very low volume, where Dorian worked to the absolute limits, that statement might be correct in a very specific contextual way.
Yes.
But if you're looking at the examples you brought up, that's absolutely not true. If naturals need it, well, the other problem being that, like, what does that even mean? How the pros train? Pros train.
Some extra cash to sing the song.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Guillermo. Appreciate the donation. I will sing this for you now. Got a call from a friend. His wife had given birth and was on the mend. I went down for the week. He showed me around the house and finally to the nursery. But as I approached, I saw this look in his eye, and when I peeked inside, I knew exactly why, 'cause that's a fucking ugly baby. Its eyes are looking crazy. It's all wrinkly and wrong, and its ears are too plump. Are we sure she pushed it out and didn't find it in a swamp? 'Cause it's a fucking ugly baby. Saw my friend. He looked sad. And in my head, I was struggling to do all the crazy math. Know my friend. Know his wife. How could you put these two together and get strange alien life? My friend said, hey, it's not that bad, is it? But I took another look and said I could no longer visit, 'cause that's a fucking ugly baby. Its skin is weird and hazy. It looks like some old moldy bread that's been left out for years. Then it bared a full set of teeth at me, and I discovered a new fear, 'cause it's a fucking ugly baby. And I ran out of that house and should have found someone to call, because if we don't do something now, that thing will grow and kill us all. That's a fucking ugly baby. It must eat like an octopus. No, I don't that if that's true. But if you see it in the wild, don't let that thing get a hold of you, 'cause it's a fucking ugly baby. Such a fucking ugly baby. All right, well, that was good. Thanks for the donation, Guilherme.
Are there people that care more about plants than animals and wouldn't care about killing animals but would care about killing trees?
I'm sure you could find some crazy person like that. There's enough people on the planet that are insane and delusional enough where I can pretty much guarantee you could probably find one person like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
In all manner of different ways. Many of them I would consider suboptimal. Let's just put it that way. In the sense of, drugs cover it up. One of the other really, going back to Dan Duchesne, something that he commented on. How old are you?
25, just turned 25.
Okay, you won't know 90% of what I'm talking about then. So one year, they decided to drug test the Mr. Olympia.
Oh, no, I know about this.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure. And also there was this other bodybuilding federation, very brief, the WBB. It was by Vince McMahon. Who was
That's right.
And he wanted to bring that. And they decided to drug test. And all the pros looked terrible. And Duchesne commented, he goes, that's what really made me realize that the drugs were covering up for so many mistakes in training and nutrition. Because genuinely, if you throw enough drugs at the problem, you can make most of the dumbness with either your dieting or your training go away. When you stop growing, don't escalate your volume of training. You escalate your volume of anabolics. And that works, but is it optimal? I mean, the pros are the pros for a reason. I mean, I guess, but you've also seen the picture, when certain of these top guys like Kevin Ravone, when they go off, they just, they are hyper responders. They shrink into nothing. And the types of training that many of them do simply don't work for naturals. And there are there can be benefits for the way the pros train in terms of using higher volumes and lower relative intensities and pumping up more because, and I think you actually commented on this, when you get that strong, right, when you get to Ronnie Coleman level, when you're back squatting whatever ungodly 800 he did for that trip, you can't just do intensity because it will wear out your joints. Your connective tissue will give out. There is some logic to just letting the drugs do the work and just go in and kind of do what, a lot of those guys are very strong, but they don't have to keep pushing the intensity. Whereas with naturals, that's not the case. You can't just do high volumes with no progressive tension overload, which I've been ranting about for 30 years now, and have it get you anywhere, right? At some point, you have to add weight to the bar. Now, again, another one of Mike's lovely straw men, when I debate with me in the volume thing, it's like, well, you can't add weight every week. Well,
no one said you had to.
No one said you had to.
Yeah.
Where this idea, and again, this gets back to your original question about just the fitness industry in general, that supposedly have degrees, frequently advanced in exercise science, who seem to be unaware of basic concepts. One of which being that there's no definition of progressive overload that I've ever seen in my life that said it meant a weekly increase in anything. Ever. Progressive overload occurs over time. It doesn't have to be every workout, every week, every 2 weeks. There is no, it is, you progress when you're ready for it, when you've made the adaptation. So one of Mike's things was, you can't add weight every week, so you should add sets. Well, who says you can add sets every week? In a way, that's almost harder. Like adding reps is another thing. We'll just add reps every week. I'm like, look, one rep is worth about 2 to 3% on the bar. If you can't add 2 to 3% to the bar, you can't add a rep. And not everyone is good at adding reps, and many exercises don't lend themselves to adding reps. If something is a training stimulus, in terms of its volume and intensity now, you don't have to change anything until you adapt, and it's no longer... So anyway, where this idea came from, you can't add weight every... Well, nobody said you could. That's not a... But for some reason in this industry, that seems to have been forgotten. Kind of like the interaction between frequency, intensity, and volume. As people prattle about, this volume, and these comparisons, and these intensities, and these... It's like you're looking at these variables in total isolation. And it doesn't make any sense, right? So as an example, and then I'll actually get back to your question about the recommendations that are coming through off and on. So there's studies that look at training to failure versus training very far away from failure. So they'll take a bunch of people and they'll have them do 3 by 10 rep max in the Smith machine squat, 3 by 10 to failure, or 6 sets of 5.
Do you like Witcher 3? It's okay. What made the game kind of meh to me was just the combat system. It was very awkward and clunky, and everything felt very light and floaty. Like when you're doing an attack, it just doesn't feel like anything's hitting, So if they had a better combat system, I'd like it a lot more. And it also really fucking pissed me off that they massively downgraded the game so that it would run on the Xbox 360 and PS3. The original E3 reveal trailer, the game looked amazing because they had it running on PC, and then they downgraded the ever-loving fucking shit out of it so that it would run out on dumb, baby, stupid consoles. And then they did the exact opposite when Cyberpunk came out. They made the game look as good as possible, didn't give a fuck how well it ran on the consoles, and then all the dumb baby console players complained, and then it was great on PC.
at the same weight. And they'll find that up. The failure causes more neuromuscular fatigue, meaning less bar speed, lower vertical jump than 6 sets of 5. Well, yes, 3 work sets does tend to cause more fatigue than 6 warm-up sets. I agree with you. I would not debate that. However, well, there's a lot of howevers. And one, is this actually a valid comparison to what we're talking about? When people are talking about in bodybuilding, well, don't go to failure, but stay 2 to 3 reps in reserve within 2 to 3 reps. How is 5 reps in reserve relevant? Okay, that's number one. Number two, normally volume and intensity scale inversely, right? What hasn't been compared? They're like, oh, because what they're telling you is that 3 by 10 to failure is excessively neuromuscularly fatiguing, but 26 sets of quads twice a week is okay. Now, are you really going to try to tell me that 3 by 10 to failure or not is more fatiguing than 26 sets of squats? But it
can't be both.
Either, right, or that Brad Schoenfeld study that supposedly did 45 sets to failure 3 times a week for 8 weeks. So 3 by 10 once is too fatiguing. Well, let's see, 45 sets, hang on, 15, right, 45 times 3, that's 135 sets to failure per week times 8 weeks. That's like 1,200 sets to failure. Somehow, that study, oh yeah, completely valid. But you do 3 by 10 to failure? Okay, so that's one. Again, they just don't seem to compare 3 by 10 to failure to 10 sets of 8 at 2 reps in reserve. Like, do an actual valid comparison that's ecological to what bodybuilders are doing, because those studies are looking at athletes in a sense of you have to control neuromuscular fatigue. If you have an athlete, a performance athlete, they cannot wreck themselves on a Monday in the weight room and have to do technical training on a Tuesday or do speed work on a Wednesday. I fail to see how 3 sets of 10 to failure causing excessive neuromuscular fatigue for 48 hours is relevant when most bodybuilders train a muscle group once or twice a week. And now, for anybody listening to this, because people love to mishear me and like to lie about me.
I'm surprised Greg's LDL isn't lower considering how much cardio he does and that he seems to eat a crap ton of fiber and fairly low fats. 215 timestamp.
Lipid panel.
Did you like Far Cry 3, 4, and 5? What did you think of each game? How do you like Borderlands series? Which Borderlands game is your favorite? Lastly, do you like the Mafia games?
I've played Far Cry 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Far Cry 2 was janky as fuck. It was interesting when it came out just because of it's very different. Like, it was a new type of open world shooter. And like a lot of the environmental effects and gameplay, like you could start forest fires. That was really cool. But it was annoying as shit. So if like a lot of the missions required you to move like from one end of the map to the other, and enemies would respawn in these regular places. So it just made every mission like a fucking annoying drag. On top of that, your character had malaria. Now, malaria is a treatable disease. You can cure malaria. But throughout the entire course of the game, you needed to make sure you're stocked up on malaria medication, which was fucking retarded. So I didn't really like Far Cry 2, but, you know, it was an interesting game still, just because it was a new type of game that didn't really come out before. 3 was really good, especially for the time. That was a lot of fun. 4 had better gameplay, but the story wasn't nearly as good. 5 was a complete piece of shit. Just pure trash. Some elements of the gameplay was a little better and more streamlined, but that game was just awful. Practically non-existent story, terrible map, really stupid enemies. Like, one of the most bizarre things in Far Cry 5 was when I was playing it, I swear I ran into more female NPC enemies than I did male. That was weird and jarring. Like, the idea that roughly half, if not more than half, of the enemies you fight in a game are female, like, that was really weird. On top of that, the enemies were fucking bullet sponges. So you're fighting these women who can, like, take 20 fucking 30 caliber machine gun shots to the chest. Like, that was just so much about that game was just fucking weird and stupid. And Far Cry 6 was unplayable. I played that for like maybe an hour at most, and it was just pure trash. Like, they just stopped caring entirely. So, only Far Cry 3 and 4 were really any good. 2 was interesting, but not, like, Far Cry 3 and 4 kind of perfected the formula. But 5 and 6, not worth playing at all. Just boring, stupid, lame, especially 6. 6 was just awful. Completely and utterly unplayable. Thanks for the donation, though, Fars. So, total cholesterol 166. Should probably be, like, below 150 or 140. His LDL 96. It is a little high considering his body fat percentage and how much cardio he does, and his diet usually is pretty good. I'm assuming if he were to completely cut out meat from his diet, his LDL would probably go below 70. Probably. Because I know he does eat red meat occasionally. He does eat meat every day, so like chicken or fish. And he's at 96 right now? So his daily cholesterol intake is probably somewhere between 300 to 400 milligrams, if not a little higher. Because like he does eat eggs, he does eat some red meat, he does eat like leaner cuts of meat primarily, like chicken and fish, but it's the leaner cuts of meat that actually have more cholesterol. So I would expect if he were to completely eliminate cholesterol and get rid of some of the saturated fat from his diet from, some of the red meat he eats, he would probably have a roughly 14 point reduction in his LDL score at least, and that would put him at 81 if we just did that back of the hand calculation. But yeah, just eliminating cholesterol from his diet alone would probably give him roughly a 15-point reduction to his LDL score. Not to mention, like, if he just cut out red meat, he'd probably get an even lower, he'd reduce it even lower. And isocaloric replacement. So if he were to switch his chicken with like tofu, for instance, or his whey protein with soy or pea protein, he'd be getting a little bit more fiber, and that would also lower his cholesterol score. So I think if he went on a completely plant-based diet, he could probably get his LDL below 70. He's almost right at the cutoff point where LDL is considered high, which isn't great. An LDL score of 96 isn't great. It is a bit elevated. Ideally, you want it below 70. So, to Greg's credit, though, he does have one of the better diets in the fitness industry. He does eat a lot of high-fiber plant foods, like beans, lentils, lots of green vegetables, but if he were to just completely cut out meat, he'd be much better off. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam.
Is your love for Jasmine stronger than your love for animals? Hypothetically, what would you do if one day she stopped being vegan? PLS, don't give a cop-out answer.
I'd break up. If she stopped being vegan, I would either tell her to get the fuck out of this apartment, and if not, I would just rent out another apartment, move, and not pay the rent here, and then she'd be out on the street homeless. So, yeah. We'd be broken up. I don't give a fuck. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
I'm not saying you should train to failure. Honestly, if you look at my recommendations over the last 30 years compared to what most of these twits are saying, I recommend failure way less frequently than they do. But because I actually said, this is what failure looks like, it was like, oh, well, I was a failure guy. Are you people all illiterate? I said repeatedly, I'm not saying you need to train to failure. I'm saying you need to know where it is. And this is what it looks like. Again, I can say that a million times. It doesn't matter if people are going to hear me. Because they'll be like, oh, take the fourth set of every exercise to failure. Okay, I don't even recommend that on a regular basis. Then I see these powerlifting programs I love, and they're like, you do your work in the deadlift, and then you finish with an AMRAP and as many reps as possible. Number one, AMRAP deadlifts, show me. Or squats, show me, because I know what that looks like, and it's not as many reps as possible. It's as many reps as you're willing to do. Right? I squatted to complete failure. That means getting pinned at the bottom and having to dump the ball. They're recommending that every workout, and somehow that's okay, but 3x10 to failure is bad. And again, I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm asking questions that none of them. So yeah, they seem to have forgotten. Frequency, intensity, volume. What about type of exercise? All these studies use squat and bench press. You can tell me barbell curls cause excessive neuromuscular fatigue? Why are we still using back squats when these people aren't trained well enough for it to matter? Right? Don't use whatever. That's a whole separate thing. So this gets into like the fitness industry seems to just ignore these basic principles of, like I said, high frequency, intensity. It's like fine. If you want to do a lot of volume for whatever reason, you like being in the gym, you have no life, let her stay 2 or 3 reps from failure. I wouldn't disagree with that. If you want to train to failure, you're going to have to cut your volume. I mean, number one, you can't do it. Anyone who tells me, oh, I do 20 sets to failure. No, you don't. I could put anybody on the floor in 2 sets if they went to true failure. I've done it before. And I'm sure you have too, and you know what that means.
Breaking squats.
Similarly, if someone comes to me and says, I don't have a lot of time. I got to be in and out of the gym.
You know, I kind of would disagree with Lyle a little bit here. There are people with extremely high pain tolerances that are relatively physically fit individuals who can train every single set to failure, and I've done that. When I was in like my teens, I was training every single set to failure because I thought that's just what, like, one, I thought that's what you had to do. 2, I also have a remarkably high pain tolerance. Like, I had a circumcision done as an adult, and they only used local anesthesia, and the local anesthesia didn't work. They literally started cutting my foreskin off, and I had absolutely no working anesthesia. And I was able to just clench my teeth and, like, just get through it. So I was training every single set to failure. It was remarkably exhausting, and for a long time, too, I had issues with progression, and I'd get sick really frequently. So there are some people who can do it, but it's pretty rare.
Here is my fantasy: I shit in a bowl, and then I skin your brown Negro cock like I'm scalping an Indian. I then use the cock skin casing as a bag for my shit log, like a shit-stuffed cock's sausage. I serve it up microwaved with a cum smoothie. Perfection.
That is pretty hot. Thanks for the donation, microwave cock tamale.
Gym in 30 minutes. I've only got time to do 2 sets of each exercise. I'm going to tell them, well, you better train to all out. Volume, intensity has to vary. How frequently are you training? You're training once a week? Who gives a damn if it's 48 hours of exercise? Why does this matter? You're training twice a week. That's still 96 hours between workouts. Why does this matter? Yeah, I'm not saying I'm just saying I ask these questions and suddenly there's no answers they're either ignoring it or they're too stupid to see the contradiction. I don't know the answer. So you get into all of that. You get into you got to add stuff every week. Like, are you sure your degrees didn't come out of a chocolate, like a box of cereal? Like, I find it, but you've also got to give me one moment.
Go ahead, Lon. I see that he's got several copies of the women's book.
Yeah, somehow I ended up with a bunch. I ordered a box.
What a good book, by the way. Congratulations.
And it was something. It nearly broke me, but my once every 10.
Circumcised, only $2. Man, imagine if the anesthesia fails on a baby and they keep cutting because babies cry anyway. They don't use any anesthesia with babies. When they circumcise children, they use absolutely no anesthesia whatsoever, including local anesthesia. They literally just take a knife and cut away the foreskin, and they scream like fucking crazy. When I was getting my vasectomy, one of the nurses at that clinic, I ended up having a conversation with them. And we ended up talking about circumcision, and she said she used to work in a doctor's office where they performed circumcisions on babies, and she said the way those children screamed was like nothing she's ever seen before. Like when babies cry, like if they bump their head or something, like, yeah, you can tell they're in pain, but she said that was like the most ghoulish, haunting fucking crying she's ever heard in her life. And after that experience, she's totally against circumcising children. She actually thinks, she told me, she thinks one of the reasons why she thinks a lot of like men and like younger men end up having like weird behavioral issues and like start fights and stuff like that is because they might actually be repressing some sort of like weird trauma from the circumcision. Like she thinks it might actually be so traumatic that they might not be able to consciously remember the experience, but there's like some reptilian part of the brain where that like memory is held that like fucks you up later. But yeah, it's horrific. Circumcisions should not be done unless medically necessary. It's fucking insane. Like you're literally giving children, babies, one of the most horrific forms of torture imaginable. And I can tell you from somebody who's broken multiple bones, I have torn muscles completely off the bone. I tore my adductor longus completely off the bone. I've gotten tendon strains from bench pressing, not full avulsions, but pretty bad tendon strains. I've had like really bad crashes on my bicycle. I've dislocated like my wrist, my elbow before. I've broken the scaphoid bone in my hand. I've broken my collarbone twice. So I've had some pretty bad injuries. Nothing comes... Oh yeah, and the E. coli infection in my knee. That was fucking horrendous. But nothing comes anywhere fucking close to getting circumcised. Nothing comes anywhere fucking close. Everything is like... It's like a little paper cut in comparison. And by the way, chances are circumcising an infant is more painful than circumcising an adult because I think the layer of skin, it has like, it's like more attached to your penis compared to an adult. So it's probably even more painful for an infant to get circumcised than an adult. And again, it's done with absolutely no anesthesia. So I don't know how we live in a society where we're perfectly comfortable with torturing and mutilating babies with absolutely no anesthesia and for no valid medical reason. It's fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Circumcised.
Worth read off stream. Musk and other AI tech brothers follow weird Scientology-like philosophy derived from a lot of Russian cosmicism, according to insiders, from year ago.
Okay, weird. Alright, I'll read that later. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2, but cut dick is hotter, though. Yeah, I don't think it's worth mutilating and torturing children for that. Maybe they can make that decision for themselves when they're an adult. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
As a person who broke my knee thanks to the insane overworking at my school in New York, I totally understand goddamn the New York testing system.
I don't know what you're talking about, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
10-year, heavily researched book, always nearly breaks news. Keto in 1998, protein in 2008, women's in 2018. I mean, like,
Ralph Wiggum donated $2. Why is the NATO Secretary General sucking Trump off with lies? He's congratulating Trump and saying that Trump brought NATO together and got countries over 2% GDP defense. That's bullshit. Biden did that by bringing allies closer and getting Finland and Sweden. Every single NATO country that is bordering Russia has over 4% of their GDP going to defense. The countries that are under 4% GDP, they're nowhere near Russia. So like Canada, for instance, I think our GDP on defense is like around it's somewhere between 2 and 3%. UK, I think it dipped down below 2%. And after this whole Russia invasion thing, that actually made them increase their defense spending. I don't know if Biden really did anything to convince them to increase their defense spending. And Trump is against NATO. Like, it's just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ralph Wiggum.
What do you think of the Borderlands series? How would you rank each game? What do you want to see from the Hitman series, and do you like the Mafia games?
Borderlands is one of the shittiest, most boringest, stupidest games ever to have existed. The first game was not worth shit. The second game was slightly better, but again, it wasn't worth shit. I don't know who had the bright idea of having an RPG that heavily relies on progression for damage and use that kind of like basic model for the game as a shooter. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why does your own personal progression in the game affect the damage your bullets do? Like, that is just so fucking annoying to me. That your gun, like, it's a fucking gun, and you shoot somebody in the head, and they need like 10 magazines to be killed because, oh, you're only level 8 and they're level 15. I hate that. Those games are so fucking stupid. It's also extremely hard to progress in those games. Like, they're very grindy. The boss fights are fucking annoying and stupid. I just can't stand any of those games. They aren't worth shit and they're fucking stupid. What do I want to see from the Hitman series? I mean, I think they're getting a little too obsessed with making the maps bigger. I'm fine with the map size they have now. In fact, I think some of the maps they have might be a little too large. I would just rather them focus more on just adding like options and details and smarter enemy AI and just keeping the maps the same size they are or even shrinking them down. But the gameplay model they have for them is great as is. I think if they just advance some of the technology, like with enemy AI, and just create some more like interesting scenarios, like that's all I really want to see. And the Mafia games aren't very good. They were never good. They're kind of a little too simple and boring. I think especially the second game. Way too slow, really slow, boring ass pacing. They need to focus on just shooting mechanics and have you do just more fun, like, gangster shit. I don't really care about driving from one end of the map, following traffic laws, stopping at red lights, picking up cigarettes, and then driving to the other end of the map, and then selling the cigarettes, and like cutscene, and then, oh, eventually you can shoot people, and then it only lasts for 5 minutes, and then you do it all over again. It should be a little bit more like Grand Theft Auto, where you're doing some crazy shit with big, massive shootouts, police chases, stuff like that. They're just too boring. The third game did have a lot more action to it, but again, the gameplay was just a little too simplistic and repetitive. But if they could just make it a little bit more like Grand Theft Auto, it doesn't have to be like a true open world game, but just make the missions exciting. Thanks for the donation though, Farce. Aaron P. donated $2. Google circumstraint and go on images. It's how they tie down the babies so they don't fight back. I'm not going to do that, but thanks for the donation, Aaron. Aaron donated that twice for some reason. But thanks again, Aaron. I appreciate it.
Pick one. You can perform telekinesis for as long as you're able to continuously piss yourself, or you can teleport, but every time you do, you shit your pants. Which power do you choose?
I would rather have the ability to teleport, but I have to shit my pants. Yeah, like, I don't know if I could have the kind of relaxation required and have to piss where I could really use those powers usefully. So, shitting my pants every time I teleport, like, I could just teleport into a bathroom and then, or just carry changes of clothes with me. That'd be way more useful. Thanks for the donation though, Tyler.
I guess 2028's got to be volume 2 if I can ever face it down. So getting back
Godspeed.
to what's that?
Godspeed.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's partially written. While I was working on that, like, I had all this training stuff that was going to actually in a way be more involved, and I'm like, if I wait to finish this, A, it's never going to get done, and B, it's going to be 600 pages long. So I kind of strip that out, and I'm like, this is going to be nutrition and fat loss, is arguably more relevant, and then I'll do training, exercise stuff in a separate book. So what I've seen in the fitness industry, and this is admittedly, it's a generalized problem in sort of the overall, in a lot of fields, is that you have to generate regular content. So on the one hand, right, so just as a brief history, back in the day, we had bodybuilding magazines. Once a month, all the new secrets would come out, and everybody would change their workout. Dr. Ken Leisner called it muscle media syndrome. Then the internet started, and when websites kind of came about in, the mid to late 90s, it was, you had stuff like T Nation, which was TC Maloma, who had been Bill Phillips' right-hand man, and they would run like 3 articles a week.
Yeah, I've tried some of the President's Choice mock meats and stuff. Some of them are good. They had sausage rolls that were actually pretty decent. They also had mock chicken breasts that were pretty decent too. What do you think about giving baby girls ear piercings? That's just fucking stupid.
But then what they saw is that every time they put up content, they would get more visitors, and they would sell more supplements. So it was 5 days a week, 7 days a week, twice a day. Like now, you probably go over, there's probably 7 articles per day, all of which contradict one another. One of my favorite, if they don't contradict each other on that day, they'll be contradicted by the next day. One of my favorite stories when T Nation first came out, they were initially a print magazine, and they actually bundled their first issue with one of the softer core adult magazines in America.
Wow.
So I got to actually buy it for the articles. Like I did actually get to do that the one time. So this is within a single issue of the magazine. You had one article by TC Maloma saying you needed to eat 6 times a day because sumo wrestlers ate once a day and they were obese. And you had another article written by Ori Hoffmeckler saying that eating 6 times a day made you fat and you should do 1 meal a day of the warrior diet. Same issue. 2 articles saying diametrically the opposite thing. How can anyone? So that was that. Okay, so then we had T Nation and multiple articles per day, and then we got into social media, Instagram. If you go look at most of the supposed evidence-based fitness people, like you got to kind of wonder, like, when are they doing their jobs? Because they're posting to Instagram 4, 5, 6 times a day. And then now with TikTok and all the other stuff and YouTube, every week, every hour, every minute, every second, you can go find something that you should never do, always do. This is wrecking your games. You must do this. You must do that, and it's awful. Especially because in an era where you have to generate damn near daily content to get that sweet YouTube ad revenue. There's just not that much to talk about, right? Like, make no mistake, when I did my website, there's like 400 articles on my website, but that was generated over a 20-year span. And part of
GTA Online had me back for a minute cause you could troll people with drones and remote-guided missiles from the submarines, and I would legit just make all the annoying children and loud retards on the mic rage quit the lobby.
Yeah, that does sound like fun. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Richard is gay, he loves my hard pee-pee in his bum. Once I feel the right musculature of his anal muscles around my cock, I eject my man juice into his canal. Then I poop myself from pure enjoyment. Watch.
Get back and use that as webcam if you want.
That is not very smart. Yeah, why wouldn't he just go on the highway and just accelerate like crazy when he's going on the on-ramp? It's fucking stupid. Yeah, he's a dumbass. Thanks for the donation. Richard loves cum in his bum.
Part of the reason I would update it is I got nothing else to say. Genuinely, like there's nothing. So what you see happening is a lot of it is fad jumping. Like, all right, what's the new study? We all have to.
Elias donated $2. Am I the only one that thinks that humans should have stayed in the tropics? I don't know why the fuck people created societies in some of the most extreme fucking conditions and stayed there. Why does anybody live around the North Pole? It's just fucking retarded. If there's any evidence that there may be IQ differences between races, it's the fact that there are people who live in the fucking North Pole. What are they doing there? It's cold all year round. You freeze your ass off. There's no good food. They get constipated all the time because either they don't eat enough fiber or they literally can't go outside to take a shit because it's negative 100 degrees and they'd instantly frostbite their balls if they pull their pants down. Like, it's fucking stupid. So, yeah.
This is awesome.
Thanks for the donation, though, Elias. Oh, wait. Why the fuck would you move to places where you don't have fresh fruit, sun all the time, and have to wear clothes? We are designed to live in the tropics. I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's bizarre. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
Meet the MX200, a state-of-the-art 3D printer, revolutionizing plant-based food production. Precision, scale. Our feeding system ensures a steady, even flow to tray. 200 brings plant-based products to life, unparalleled. Once printing is complete, simply remove the tray. Creation. The MX200 cleaning with a few. A powerful tool that brings efficiency, precision, and innovation. From concept to creation, the MX200 brings your plant-based vision to life with every layer.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I don't know if you could use that, like, non-commercially. I'm not sure if, like, if I won the lottery. It's 80 million, the next draw, by the way. I got tickets. I don't know if I could, like, get one of those and just make steaks or something at home. I don't know if that machine has, like, way too much maintenance and shit involved with it, but it's pretty cool. Thanks for the donation, ABC. Pickle donated $2. Dude, the vegan community has gotten so toxic lately. In the vegan restaurant yesterday, I was talking to these trans vegans, and they were cool until I mentioned your content. They said that you're toxic and steer people away from veganism, SMH haters. Yeah, right. Ugh. Like, are they pro-Palestine or something? Because it's kind of weird that trans vegans would have a fucking problem with me. How many fucking live streams and videos have I made defending, like, trans people? Like, shitting on Jordan Peterson and Trump and all these conservative pundits? Really weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Pickle. Abel, donate $2. Do you like Dungeons and Dragons? No. What are your opinions about it? I don't give two fucking shits about it, because I don't play it, I don't play any of the card or board games, and I don't care. Thanks for the donation, though, Abel.
Jump on. And I mean, you've been in this long enough, but I saw every 2 or 3 years in bodybuilding, and you see it in cycling and endurance sports that I was involved in, the trends change. And usually it's like, well, what is the best guy doing? That's the right way to train. You see a lot of that. Endurance training doesn't lend itself to quite as much silliness. Like on a bike, you have to do the miles, right? Like there's only so much, you can't go from doing 40 sets a week to Mike Menser heavy duty on endurance sports. It's like, it doesn't promote itself as much to the silliness. Also, it's a performance sport. Bodybuilding is not. And that is a whole different kettle of fish. So, it goes from high volumes, and then people get burned out, and then intensity comes back in. And I guess right now we're seeing kind of a shift in Mensiri and HIT. Heavy duties coming back into play. And everybody will switch their workouts and start making gains, and then they'll get bored with that, and then volume will come back in. And, so we go back even in the most recent 5 years, right? So for however many years, it's like, moderate volumes, 10 to 20 sets. We have the Wormbum meta-analysis, which is what I based. It's funny, I based some of my earlier stuff on it. And as much as people like to crap on it, we always kind of keep coming back to it. Like if you really look at those volumes, look at those numbers, and look at where the data, like it all kind of always comes back to that. And but then Brad's volume study came, and all of a sudden high volumes were in. Never mind the criticisms. Never mind that he punked out and ignored everybody, his little crew, because they're all part of this little circle, and realized this is not new. The 2000s is a totally different circle jerk. Alan Cosgrove, Jimmy Moore, Jimmy somebody else, and they would just pimp each other's stuff. And then there was mean old Mr. Lyle going, actually, here's what the science says. And they would go, you suck, you're stupid, F you. And they would make their money, and I would just be like, I'm just going to keep saying. And then a few years later, everybody realized during the 2000s, that's when interval training really became popular. First, it was interval training is superior to steady state cardio. Debatable, but whatever. Make no mistake, I'd written about the Tremblay interval study in my keto book 10 years before that, but neither here nor there. Then it became steady state cardio makes you fat. I kid you not. It went from being as effective to less effective to actually detrimental. I'm like, so what you're telling me is that 40 years of competition bodybuilders, both natural and supplemented, getting into shape with low intensity cardio. Now you're telling people because they have something to sell, which is turbulence training. So then everybody started doing intervals 6 days a week, and I said, this is dumb. Most elite athletes don't do it more than twice a week, and you're not better. And they weren't dieting, and everyone said, you're stupid, and and everybody got burned out, and everybody got overtrained, and a few years later, it was like, here's why walking is underrated. It's like, it just kills me. And then we just go right back through again. And I'm like, I'm just sticking with my story until I see some really conclusive data. It's going to change my opinion on something. I'm not going, but it becomes fad jumping. So first it was the volume thing. And what's funny about that, right? So Brad's paper came out and I read it and went, he and I discussed this because he misrepresented a piece of data in that. This isn't the first time I've seen him do it. He will, because he knows people won't check. He knows people won't actually go pull the reference and see if what he said it said is what it actually said. But I will, and I do. And he absolutely misrepresented that data on top of the statistical shenanigans they played, on top of all that other stuff. But rather than address my valid criticisms, they all just block me and punk out of my group, like the gurus that they are. But the thing was, if you actually go look after that, none of them believed it. Not a single one of them. They all said so. Lyle sucks, and Eric Helms wrote his little puff piece for Mass where he was like, "Well, I do research and I think this is good science." I'm like, that's an appeal to authority. That's not, dude. That's a logical fallacy of the worst kind. And he was like, "Well, I think Brad's study is valid, but the research still says 10 to 20 sets." Well, it can't be both, right? But he's got to hew to the master. They don't get to criticize Brad because they get kicked out of the inner circle. Me, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about being in the inner circle. I never have been, and I certainly won't sell them. But none of them ever believed it. They were all recommending the same volumes. Hilariously, even Brad didn't believe it. Have you read Max Muscle 2.0?
Yes, I have.
Right.
I've read it, and I've seen the workout plan within it.
Well, the workouts are terrible. They are written as if what they look like to me is that a brand new. It reminds me of what I was doing when I was 25, when I was straight out of my bachelor's degree. I didn't have a lot of experience, and I read Tudor Bombas' periodization book. They're the kind of workouts that someone brand spanking new out of school would write before they got some experience. Nobody in bodybuilding trains 3 weeks on with one easy week. Nobody. Half those workouts can't even be done. They are written purely, the strength cycle workouts are hilarious. You jump into heavy deadlifts without even a break-in period. And you straight into metabolite workouts that don't do anything. You're supposedly doing 3x20 at 1 to 2 reps reserve on 60 seconds. Like,
that's how I tore a hamstring.
Right, exactly. but you read, like, you go through the volumes, because I did. I took a bunch of notes. Somebody got it to me just to make me angry, because that's why people buy me these things. Because I don't buy them anymore. I can't. My blood pressure's too high as it is. And you go through it and you're like, all right, the average.
What do you think of RFK? He's a delusional, ideological fucktard who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's gonna destroy the American healthcare system. Absolute unhinged fucking lunatic, dude.
That count 9 per week per muscle per body part, and 6 on the deload. My lowest volume intermediate workout is 14 to 16 sets a week, and always have been in that range. There was one block in the hypertrophy block. It's 14 sets per week, which is reasonable. And then there's a 2-week overreaching period of 22 sets. Where's 45, Brad? 45 is not anywhere in that book, because even he didn't believe it. And I did a video last year, one of my 2 videos last year, and I went back because suddenly Mike Isreatel, Mr. High Volume, Mr. Maximum Recoverable Volume, if you've ever seen the early NRV charts, they're hysterical. 36 sets a week for traps, just junk like that. And suddenly he was like, are you doing too many sets? Yes, Mike had told them to. None of them, and they all slowly walked it back over the last 4 or 5 years, right back to the same 10, 20 sets, which is what I was saying all along. And then high frequency, and they all jumped on that, right? Briefly, Eric Helms and Jeff Nippert and a bunch of them jumped on the high frequency bodybuilding. Never mind that it was not supported by an iota of the research. But research only matters when it supports something, when they're selling something, right? It somehow ceases to matter when they've got a fad to jump on. And then that died off. And then now we're right back to super high volumes because of that stupid 52 set paper that even D'Souza, he did a video on his Instagram talking about how badly the industry misinterpreted it. Even he thinks
he was one of the authors of the paper, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. And even he's the one that said, look, we were looking at this, but because again, when people jumped on that one little edgelord memes, none of them, it was going to have been read the paper. If they had, they made sure not to get into the nuances of like what the researchers actually said in the discussion regarding the results. And on top of ignoring the fact that, all right, it was quads only. How are you going to do this full body? How are you going to work to 50 sets a week for the 8 or 9 major muscle groups? You're going to do 400 sets a week? Like, this is never, they have to generate content. And they have to, so every new paper, they have to jump on. This is the new big thing. And then they suddenly misrepresent it because they know nobody will go check the reference and actually read it.
What's the bet that if you could create an identical plant-based food product for whatever meat with the exact same look, taste and nutrient profile to the point where if blindfolded it's indistinguishable, people will still eat corpses?
Well, I mean, we're pretty much already at that point, and people still eat meat. So, yeah. People are just jackasses, so. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC. Appreciate it.
I mean, I will. But they've all blocked me, because the easiest way to be right is for nobody to ever see criticism. And that kind of leads back to your question. All the volume recommendations, all these things that are more fad-driven than anything else. The big problem, and make no mistake, I believe in science. I believe in research. But exercise science is a difficult field to do good research. My first mentor, my primary mentor, was a materials engineer. Fitness for him was a hobby. He studied rocks. I kid you not. He studied rocks. He actually was in Perth for quite many years. And then I met him when he was in Oregon. And he probably did more to help me with critical thinking, because he was a PhD engineer. And he would just tear holes in any idea I had. He made me really think. Duchenne was a different sort of influence on me in terms of my approach to things. And he said flat out, he goes, exercise science is a joke. And more I'm starting to think he was right. Because look, with rocks, what's the variability on a rock? 0.5% in either direction, right? One rock is like of a certain type is kind of like another rock. When you're looking at humans, you've got, even assuming you could control this stuff well, and you can't. You can never control nutrition. You can do your best to balance it out. You can do your best with this stuff. You can oversee the workouts, which if I don't start seeing some videos of this stuff, I believe them less and less and less. Whenever I see this stuff, this workout can't be done by 99% of people, and the exceptions don't matter. Like, even when I said that, I'm like, I want to see the videos of these. And someone asked Brad why you didn't video it, and just more and more excuses. Well, we have to hire somebody, then we have to hire somebody to review it. No, you don't. Just put it on your damn Instagram with the other trite nonsense. This should be trivial. Every phone has a camera. Stop making excuses, because I want to see what actually was done. Because I don't believe it. I don't believe these workouts are being done the way they're described. But we have the problem of, even if you could control all that, there is a tenfold variation between any two individuals in their biological response. And we're seeing that in some of the hyper-responder research. That, and they're doing studies now that are like, rather than comparing, say, me and you, we're going to have us do one workout with one arm and the other workout with the other arm. We're now our own control, or one leg, which is to avoid that. And they're finding that hyper-responders grow better than non-responders no matter what they do. Like, the difference in any one given individual from one workout to the next is like 5-fold difference. But they may still grow 40-fold better than a non-responder, right? So when you're comparing 3 groups of people, speculatively, if a bunch of hyper-responders get into one particular group, it will make it look like that group is superior, not because of anything to do with anything other than, and when you start to look at the individual, the raw data for the results, the spread is huge. Like, you look at Brad's study, he's like, all right, well, here was the lowest volume group, and it was like this many grew and this many shrank, and here was the medium volume group, and it's a little bit clustered more towards better gains, and here was the highest. And you look and you're like, many times you see, like, there's this one guy, this freak show responder who gained 10 times more than everyone else, and that pulls the average up. Well, do averages matter, or do the individual responses matter? Unfortunately, we are not at the point where we know who is a hyper responder and who isn't beforehand. But regardless of that, even ignoring that, all of these studies are 8 to 12 weeks in duration. I think the Ennis paper, the more recent one, was longer than that, because they built up over whatever time period from 22 sets to 52. I think it was longer. But it raises that issue. And again, I know this is what you touched on in the video you did, the Mike's thing.
Gum, what are you doing? Yeah, come here, Gum. Oh, that's a good Gum. Oh my goodness. Look at his big kitty tail. Look at this. Oh my god, you are so pretty. You are such a handsome boy. Well, thank you for that N. Appreciate the donation, dude. Those were a lot of N's. Look at this kitty. Look how handsome. This is my Gum Gum. This is my Gum Gum. You know I love you, Gum Gum. You're a sweet, fuzzy little boy. Oh, he's the nicest kitty. Look at him. You are so big and fuzzy. You're my big fuzzy boy. This is my big fuzzy boy. Yeah. You're so nice and big and fuzzy. I love you. Oh, look at him. I love you. I love Gum Gum so much. It's a good little baby. Yeah. You're a good baby. You're a good baby, Gum Gum. I love you, sweetie. Such a good boy. Such a good boy.
Is the issue of training longevity. Because, okay, fine. Let's say that over 12 weeks, these super high volumes are superior. Now let's ignore the fact that they literally never are. When you actually look honestly at the statistics, it's always the moderate groups that do better. I mean, frequently there's no difference in volumes, but when there are differences, it is always the moderate volume that does best, right? Brad and Krieger and them could play statistical word games until cows come home about how their worthless BF10 values meant something, but they didn't. They didn't, according to every Bayesian statistic reference you can find, including the one that Krieger referenced in the paper itself. The p-values didn't support the higher volumes. All failed. Bayesian statistics were 0 on upper body and meaningless on lower body. And yet, higher volumes are better. Okay, but that's not what, if any other paper that they didn't like had those statistics, they would have said the opposite. It's a lovely game, right? The statistics apply regardless of whose name is on the paper. But if Brad's name is on the paper, the whole crew will defend it. Regardless, the whole problem being that, okay, great. Let's say it did. Let's say working up to 52 sets for a muscle group did give you better growth. Well, again, that was quads only. Show me how you're going to do this for the whole body. 450 sets like this? Sure.
Yeah.
Show me.
Yeah. I mean, Lyle, even the 10 to 20 set per week recommendation, if I do that for my whole body, it just buries me.
Right. And there you get into the whole issue of, overlap and doing lower volumes for small.
Okay, volume is highly individual. And one of the big factors with how much volume you can handle is obviously going to be genetics. There's just inter-individual genetic differences. But also lifestyle factors play a huge fucking role. Doing 10 to 20 sets per muscle group for me really isn't that difficult. But I have a much different lifestyle than most people. Like, I don't have to leave the house. I can train any time of day I want. I can set my own work schedule, and my work isn't particularly stressful either. So yeah, comparing me, and I do think I have really good genetics for like lifting and bodybuilding. I mean, just look at me. I'm a genetic specimen. Like I've also benched 410 pounds. Very few people could ever do that over the course of their entire lifetime naturally. And on top of that, like I do have a relatively low stress sort of lifestyle where I don't need to leave the house and I don't even need to work every day if I really didn't want to. I could take every other day off and still make, more than enough money to get by. So yeah, like somebody like me, if I really wanted to do 20 sets per muscle group per week, it's really not that hard just because like I have all the time in the world to do it. And I also just have the genetics to handle that sort of workload. Your average person, however, probably can't really do that.
Smaller muscle groups and specialization cycles.
I have to do specialization basically.
Right. And this is another thing that this is, I've been saying for years. Nobody agrees with me yet. Well, you probably will. The major figures, And it'll be another few years, and they'll all realize that I'm right, and then take credit for it, because that is the history of my career. Because there is this idea that as you get more advanced, you need more volume. And in actuality, the exact opposite is true.
Yeah, prima facie, it seems like prep.
Less volume. Well, where that came from was back.
I would say generally for most people, volumes don't change at all. And yeah, if anything, they'd probably get lower.
In the 70s with the Russians. As their athletes got more advanced, they did more and more and more and more training. However, they were full-time athletes. It broke most of them. And as they got more advanced, they did more and more and more and more drugs. That's where this whole thing comes from. But if you look at most, well, not endurance sports, again, whole different physiological thing. But if you look at like sprinting, you look at, I guarantee you Ray Williams is the first man to raw squat 1,000 pounds. He squats once a week. He is not doing large volumes because you can't. What is he going to do? Even at 75%, that's 750 pounds. You really tell me he's going to do high frequency powerlifting? No, that's for weak people. Flat out. I'm not saying, it just is. Once you get stronger and faster and the training is a greater absolute load, you have to do less because their recovery is limited. And because there's still people out there going, oh yeah, you can bring up everything as an advanced bodybuilder. No, you can't. You can't put enough volume and intensity into everything at once to begin with because the workouts are unsurvivable.
My delt keeps clipping when I do lateral raises. I've switched the position and form a bunch to see if that helps. Any tips? Is it normal? It's fairly common for people to have clicking in their delt when they're doing lateral raises. I would say there's probably two main reasons why a lot of people experience that. One, they're doing lateral raises too high. So generally speaking, once you go to parallel or above parallel, especially above parallel, you're very, very, very high likelihood that you're going to experiencing painful clicking in your delt. And there's zero benefit to going above parallel if you're doing lateral raises. There isn't even really much of a benefit to going to parallel for lateral raises. So if you experience clicking right when you go to about parallel, just go to below parallel. Just stop right before the point where you're going to experience clicking. Most of the hypertrophic benefit when you're doing lateral raises is going to be when between where your arms are right at your side, so let's say 0 degrees, and up to about 45, 60 degrees, right in that range. If you go any higher, like up to parallel, you're not really getting much, if any, more benefit to it. Also, a lot of people have very weak external rotation. So if you have weak external rotation, you should do some external rotation exercises. And for a lot of people, that also gets rid of the clicking if you just strengthen your external rotation. Aside from that, you might also just want to consider doing different variations. I'm more prone to getting clicking in my shoulders if I do standing laterals, but if I do lateral, like incline lateral raises where I lie down on a bench that's at a slight incline, I don't have any issues with clicking. So you might just want to try doing different variations if none of that helps with the clicking.
And even if you could, you can't recover from it. Period.
We got to be careful, Lyle, not to run into the issue of people listening to this and interpreting us as having just agreed with Mike's blanket recommendation that we should train.
Bend over donate $2. Who would you say deserves the prestigious award of Anti-Semite of the Year? I would say Hassan. Yeah, I would say Hassan Piker. Yeah, definitely Hassan. Runner-up, I think I would probably go with Dan Bilzerian, then third, probably Bassam Youssef or Candace Owens. Jackson Hinkle is also a dipshit. I'd probably put him like third, fourth. But yeah. Oh yeah, Greta Thunberg would be up there too. She'd probably be fourth, fifth, something like that. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
And more than the pros.
Well, they are training a lot, right? Because they just keep escalating their drugs. They're not the ones who are they aren't decreasing volumes as they get to higher levels. They do typically increase because they're increasing their doses. But for naturals, it doesn't work.
Good. Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. No, and I'd also mention that most people that think they're advanced aren't. So y'all, again, I've been on the internet too long, and every advanced trainee with hyper intense training with perfect form I've ever seen, not ever, generally 99 times out of 100, they show me the video and go, yeah, no, you're not. So yeah, the problem then comes in, like, all right, let's say these super high volumes work for 12 weeks. What about the other 40? What about the long-term career? Because yeah, you can get away with absolutely crazy stuff for short periods of time. I've done it. I once did for 6 weeks when I was switching to ice speed skating from inline. I had the most ridiculous 6 weeks of training I've ever done in my life because I knew it was 6 weeks only. I had exactly that. I gave myself exactly that amount of time, gave myself a few days off in the middle of it, because you can get away with absurd stuff for short periods of time. Problem is nobody stops at short periods of time, and they always get broken. One of my favorite stories will probably come up again when we talk to Simi, Matt Gary, who's apparently the coach of the U.S.
Thanks for the gifted membership, Diagorus. Appreciate that.
Powerlifting team, which is a thing.
You reviewed his book recently, as I understand.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah. And I wasn't aware that the USA had a powerlifting team until I heard of him. I mean, I guess that's in IKEA. And he's told a story on his podcast. He says, yeah, a lifter called me and go, Coach, can you put 50 kilos on my total in 8 weeks? And they'll go, well, I mean, probably, but you're just as likely to either get hurt or so burnt out that you quit the sport. And that kind of made a really good point, right? Like you can push the limits for short periods of time to try to eke out that extra percent. And that may be beneficial at the highest levels, the old Soviet double shock microcycles, and they would, these deliberate overreaching cycles and things of that nature. But they were done very carefully under a coach's watchful eye to make sure that as soon as the first sign of problems, but people don't do that because self-coached people are very bad at that. I'm not
totally.
I'm not saying wasn't bad at it. It was only later in my athletic career, like I said, when I did this 6 weeks of insanity, I flat out said 6 weeks tops and I'm done because I'd learned enough times the hard way. So yeah, you can go all out for 12 weeks and maybe you'll get a few percent extra out of it. Maybe that's assuming you don't get hurt, assuming you don't get burnt out.
Yeah.
But then what happens next? When you are now so exhausted that you now take the next month off pissing about, like most people piss about. It's like, so what's better in the longer term? Is it better to try to push at the extremes and eke out that extra couple percent over a short period of time, or just get a nice continuous rate of progress over time, right? Again, I know I keep saying we'll talk about this next week with Cindy, but that's how I approach for powerlifting, right? A lot of lifters will go to me. They'll be like, they'll compete once or twice a year and go like, all right, I gotta.
There is one important thing to note here. He's talking about a lot of professional athletes, becoming broken and having to drop out of the sport because their training volumes and intensities are so high. Like the Bulgarian weightlifting team was famous for this. They had a lot of athletes that wouldn't be able to handle the training, would get severely injured, and then they'd have to drop out. And then there was only like a few people left who ended up getting the gold medals. It is entirely possible that those sorts of training volumes and intensities are necessary to end up competing against the very, very, very best and, getting a gold medal and like beating everybody. It's just that very, very few people can actually handle those training volumes and avoid injury. If we were to prescribe more sensible volumes for some of these athletes, like volumes and training intensities, where they wouldn't have those like massive risks of injuries and burnout, they may have a longer career, but they may not actually place. Like they might not get a gold or silver or bronze, and they'd just be lower level pro athletes. So although those super high training intensities and volumes might be very dangerous and give you high risk of injury and burnout, they may still be actually necessary to eke out that 1 or 2% that gives you the advantage over other competitors.
Try to put a 20 kilo PR, and they'll go for it and they'll wreck themselves in training, and it won't happen on the platform. My goal with her every 13 weeks, 2.5 kilos per lift.
Yep.
That was it. Because across 4 competitions a year, that's the same 10 kilos. And I know I can get that out of her without having to destroy her with volume and intensity. The same thing with bodybuilding. There's also the issue, I'll send you the link to it. So a paper came out a couple weeks ago that I talked about, and it's kind of analyzing the dose response thing, like Buckner, and kind of brought up some issues about how the growth in Brad's papers are double what literally any other
Sam Buckner
generated. Yeah. In history ever. And probably due to cell swelling, which is something I and many others have been bringing up for years. The assumption that, swelling's gone at 48 hours. Yeah, maybe after 3 sets. You can't say, again, I do wonder, because, you guys like, I have a PhD and you don't even do science. And I'm like, and yet you can't seem to understand this basic, you cannot assume that the swelling from 3 sets will decrease, whether the swelling from 15 sets or 26 sets will decrease in the same amount of time as from 3 sets, because they all cite the same damn paper by a Japanese researcher who looked at 9 sets of bench press a week. And the swelling from the final 3-set workout was gone at 48 to 72 hours. You cannot assume that the same occurs for massively higher volumes. Now, I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, because people mishear me too, and saying we don't know. And a good scientist would know that we need to do the fundamental work to know whether or not this is actually the case, regardless of that. I guess Buckner, he did a roundtable with some people about this volume issue, and I'll send it to you at the time because it was really interesting. And he does kind of mention Brad in a couple different contexts, but I guess one of the examples he used was people don't realize what the magnitude of growth in these studies actually is. They hear, oh, this is double or statistically significant, but it's stuff like maybe, half a centimeter, maybe a little bit more. And it's like, look, you're looking at like 2 fingernails width difference in growth over 12 weeks. Like, it's microscopic levels of growth. Even if you look at like the rates of protein synthesis and how it gets turned on by training and nutrition, it's so small, it's so depressingly small. We're talking about milligrams, right? All these different things you can do. We're talking about such microscopic amounts of growth. So it's like, yeah, you're going to do double the volume with double the time commitment with double the exhaustion level to get an extra fingernail's worth of growth over 12 weeks.
That's what we're talking about.
It's stupid. The return on investment is absolutely absurd. And because I guess the example he used, he said like, look, here's a stack of bologna lunch meat.
Yeah.
And he was like, look, and I'd have to go find it. I didn't sit through the whole thing, so I'm very low tolerance for those things. I watch video game and movie critique.
Yeah, a bit of Carl Jobs. Yeah.
Love Carl.
Yeah, he's great.
Those guys are absolutely psychotic. They make me look normal and healthy by comparison. If that's impulsive, those guys are nuts. I love it. The speedrunning community, because I'm a video gamer. I've been a gamer since my whole life. That's my obsession.
Fucking based. Lyle's a gamer.
Nuts. Also, I like watching the Billy Mitchell.
I feel personally insulted by that as a member of the speedrunning community.
Guys are nuts. 20 years later, they're still looking for exploits for freaking Mario World 64.
Yeah.
They just found the no carpet clip. This freaking psycho frame perfect jumps and movements and joystick entries. And I'm like, I have no twitch reflexes left at this point in my life. I love video games. I played Batman Arkham Knight 4 dozen times, and I'll get all Riddler things every single time.
Hell yeah.
And the level of crazy that the speedrunning community should, like, y'all could be curing cancer. Nope. We gotta figure out how to take 30 seconds off 128 star Mario World 64. It's just, y'all are still grinding GoldenEye, for God's sake. It blows my mind. In a good way. Like, I applied myself to this nonsense, and the speedrunning
I kind of like Lyle. I wish he'd go vegan.
community applies itself. What's your game?
Team Fortress 2. In particular, rocket jumping.
Right. I'm aware of it. I'm terrible at FPSs, and I don't play multiplayer. But yeah, I play Zuba. I play a little dumb battle royale game against, with animals in it, because that's all I can handle at age 53. But yeah, so anyway, but I guess so one of his examples is he's like, look, the difference in muscle size between me and I think some pros is like less than this stack of bologna. It's the difference is like, yes, it's bigger because we're looking at, they're measuring thickness, but that's showing up as a volumetric diameter, right? So it's scaling a little bit weird. And he goes, taking it at face value, the results in Brad's studies are double that difference in an 8-week span. And it just doesn't, to use some Australian.
Yeah, nah.
I know a little bit. And it's like, there's just absolutely not, especially when it's double what every other. But we're talking these kind of microscopic differences. And over 12 weeks, yeah, great. But what about the rest of your career?
Yeah.
You are better off getting, let's pretend you're improving 1% a week, whatever the habit people. I mean, it doesn't ever work out that way, but like you're better off making long-term continuous progress over time, not getting burnt, actually having a life outside the gym. I'm not saying, I don't want people to mishear me again, that I'm saying like, do the minimum effective volume, although I'd probably be closer to that end than anything else. But I'm of the belief, and it's like working at optimal volumes over longer periods of time will give you better results than probably either extreme in the aggregate. Now, again, this goes back to where we started. Who am I talking to? Am I talking to a competitive bodybuilder, physique athlete who wants to compete? Right. I'll be looking to find the sweet spot of investment to returns, right? Depending on where they are in their career. I consult with a guy from the UK, physique athlete. He's near the top of his limits. He wants to and he trains all out, very Dorian style. Actually, gone to Dorian, he knows Dorian has done seminars at his gym. He uses very low volumes. He's one of those guys that just goes all out. Either he doesn't know how to do reps reserve, that's what he likes, whatever, very low volumes. And I'm like, all right, specialization cycles. And we have to set it up very carefully for him because he's the kind of guy that will just break himself. And he's learned, he goes all out 3 or 4 weeks, takes an easy week, he cuts his volume in half. Been doing that for years. Mostly machines, better for bodybuilding anyway. After the Big Five, it's another video I'm going to do here. We need to do it for years. After the Big Five for most people for hypertrophy. And he's like, yeah, who are we talking to? I've got the general person who's like, look, I got 3 days a week, right? The average person, the biggest roadblock they will list.
Ian McCarthy is a bit of an idiot. I think Lyle's a lot smarter than Ian McCarthy. Ian McCarthy became completely and utterly brain broken. That guy just was so fucked. Like, he's homeless. addicted to drugs, begging people for fucking money, blaming his mom for all of his fucking problems. It's so weird how at his age, he hasn't figured out how to just get his fucking life together. Like, I don't know what type of therapy that guy needs. Religion of pizza, donate $2, peep these, lol. Let me see.
He heals every type of illness and infirmity.
That was never in the Bible, right? Did Jesus turn a black man white?
Jesus is compassionate.
Who the fuck made this cartoon? He turned a black guy with missing teeth white and also helped him regrow his teeth. What the fuck? Russian authorities arrest cult leader who claims to be a reincarnation of Jesus. I mean, you can never know for sure, right? He was running an illegal religious organization.
По версии следствия, в целях извлечения дохода от религиозной деятельности
So they had a problem with him creating his own religious institution and making money from it. So only a certain type of church in Russia is able to make money off that scam.
они привлекали денежные средства граждан. Также соучастники долгое время применяли к ним психологическое насилие, в результате которого некоторым последователям религиозной организации причинен тяжкий вред здоровью.
You know, I got into the wrong business. I should have just claimed I was Jesus and had people just giving me money. This random guy asked if I was Muslim. I said yes, and he asked if I can say something to the camera.
What's up, man? Where you from?
From Pakistan.
From Pakistan?
Yeah.
My man's from Pakistan. What, you
My name is Muhammad Fuad Azim, a prophet, and Allah, God.
Who's a prophet?
Me.
You're not a prophet?
Yeah.
Muhammad is a prophet, not you.
I'm Muhammad Fuad Azim, a prophet.
Yeah, no,
prophet.
The name Muhammad is a prophet. Muhammad is a prophet. You're not a prophet.
I never met that one. I've heard about it.
I know.
Heard about Muhammad. You know, I'm Muhammad Fuad Azim, prophet, Muhammad Fuad Azim, and Allah, God. That's me. You know?
Hold up. So you said
Allah told me no cameras and no police. These things aren't good.
So you said you're Allah?
Yeah. Allah's name is Isaac. Allah cut Allah's head off. Isaac cut Isaac's head off.
This guy is an anti-Semitic piece of shit, and he's not even really Muslim. He was like dating a trans girl, drinking alcohol and shit.
Astaghfirullah, bro. Don't say that.
Suwu killers, you know we get it cracking.
Don't act dog. Don't act dog. No. Come over here, bro.
Why is he even trying to talk to this person? He's clearly like fucking schizophrenic.
Don't act like a thug and disrespect. Huh? It's not disrespectful. Really disrespectful. What the heck?
That dude's an idiot. Jesus. Skateboarding is so fucking hard, man. That's impressive. That's pretty good. Thanks for... Oh, wait. Dude, the third video had me laughing for hours. Well, it wasn't that funny. That guy's just a fucking dumbass. I don't know why he's trying to talk to a fucking schizophrenic, crazy person. Thanks for the donation, though, Religion of Pizza. Elias Tillers, read this and tell me your opinion. I was a little worried that was porn. Life is a river. A river has its flow or flows of currents. When we find ourselves in that river, we can swim, hold on to a branch, or let go and flow with the current. Many of us spend our life trying to swim against the current without even realizing it. Even though forcing and striving might get the job done, it overextends unnecessary energy, which can strain us. Our mind believes that it can and should control our environment, but in reality, we have very, very little control within and outside of ourselves. I think you have absolute control within yourself if you at least believe so. A lot of people don't have any control over themselves and their emotions because they don't understand they have it, and then they just let their emotions and shit take control of them. But yeah, externally, we have very, very little control. Be like water instead. Water may be soft, but it overcomes hardness, which can be seen through the erosion of the rock. Water has no purpose, no goal, no specific desire, yet it nourishes everything possible. Kind of agree with that to some extent. I mean, if you take this to extremes, oh, well, what am I going to do? Like, Hitler, everybody likes Hitler, and he's, you know, he's the supreme leader. I'm just going to follow whatever he says, like, you know. Do whatever you want. Nothing matters. You don't have to be like water. You can be whatever the fuck you want to be. So, just do what you will would be my advice. Stoicism has a similar teaching to this, where it's very important to recognize what you do have control over and recognize what you don't have control over. And that allows you to make sensible, rational decisions. So I think Stoicism has a much better message in that sense, where with Taoism, if this is accurate to beliefs in Taoism, we have very little control within and outside of ourselves. Like, I would totally disagree with that. We have pretty much ultimate control within ourselves, which is what Stoicism teaches. But yeah, I agree with some of this. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
Or exercise is time. Right? Now, Mike and the rest would go, well, my information is targeted at wannabe bodybuilders. Yeah, but you'll never really say that. Right? I would be fine with it if you would ever qualify it in those terms, but you don't.
No, and Mike didn't in his Train More Than the Pros video. He didn't clarify his audience.
No, and that's my buddy, my friend on Facebook, I've been chat. I said, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, look, Mike's audience could be vast. He does. He's got a big following, for right or for wrong. I mean, so he can mislead that many more people, that much more efficiently. And who is he talking to? 22-year-old wannabe bodybuilder, an athlete, someone who's got a family and kids and just wants to train, a 50-year-old something. This is all part of the conversation. So again, when I do consults, yeah, my physique guy, he wants to compete. That was a different conversation. But if I've got someone who's like, I got 3 days a week, I need to be time efficient because I have a wife. My wife will leave me, or my husband will, whatever it is. Or someone who's older and doesn't have the recovery. I'd be more inclined with them to give them lower, maybe not the optimal results per unit time. They're looking at training for a lifetime, right? How many people, well, too many, did that, tried to push the limits constantly. And they are, when they were younger or whatever, and they're usually walking injuries now. All the early West Side guys who maxed 52 weeks a year are all walking train rides. Ronnie, who did the same thing, lifted enormous poundages without any sort of time off. He has paid the price. Now, I guess he says he thinks it was worth it in the hindsight, but I think that's justification. Then you got Dorian, who trained lower volumes, took recovery weeks often enough, trained mostly on machines. He's in the 60s. He's had a couple minor injuries because that happens at that level. The big picture stuff, he showed much greater longevity, and that's a big part of it. Like, I get it. When you're in your 20s, you're dumb. I was dumb in my 20s. You're 25. You're close. You're almost got a brain. Like, until that, like, and even so, I'm 53. I've still got my dumb moments. There's still part of me. I go into the gym. I live to just stay in one piece now. I competed for 30 years. I'm done with that. Is there still that part of my brain that goes, just have 5 more pounds?
Yes.
Of course. There will always be part of that. Always. Part of being a guy. It's part of just being, of training hard. But I know what lies down that road. Stuff hurts. I get it, like that plays a role. I mean, I knew when I was younger, I'm like, yep, I'll have arthritis when I get older. And I figured they'd have a cure by now, but I'm like, yeah, I'm going to beat myself up and I'll pay that price. But I only had one major injury in my entire career. I mean, Sumi, she trained for 8 years at the highest level. She never had more than minor injuries because I trained her better than I ever trained myself because I took the long game, in terms of how I trained her, the types of weight increases we used when I thought she was ready. It was all very gradual. On top of she had, 20 years of previous background. But again, so like, yeah, we get into this. It's like, look, if you're trying to maximize your genetic potential, and I think that was a good point, another good point you made in your own video.
Yeah, I play Shenmue, but I play Shenmue knowing it's bad and kind of appreciating it for like the weird, retarded game it is. But with other games, like if I don't know, what's that piece of shit, Wukong? It's just bad. Like there's nothing to enjoy about it. It's just shit. Like Shenmue's terrible, but it's like good bad. Wukong just like sucks. Turtles donated $2. When I hear flow on water, this is what comes to mind. Vegeta was badass. My favorite Vegeta moment was when he first went Super Saiyan, and he explained how he went Super Saiyan. What I loved about Vegeta was he literally just willed himself to become Super Saiyan. Like, Goku kind of became Super Saiyan just because he was under very adverse circumstances and, like, it just happened. Like, Vegeta just wanted it bad enough, and he got it. That's what I love about Vegeta. Also, I think I found the anime version of you.
With my job, I do many things I do not enjoy.
What are you doing? Are you stinking crazy? Who's gonna make you king and cry me more jewels after Helen rips you apart? I didn't mean for you to go in there for real.
Then you shouldn't have asked. 30% of my strength? Yes, that should be more than enough for her.
What?
Has changed the size of my muscles. Hey, don't blame me. Blame the science that created you. A human had made me.
Yes, that's definitely the anime version of me. Thanks for the donation, Turtles.
My motivation was very different than Kakarot's. My motivation was to be the best, to be the greatest Saiyan alive as I always had been, until Kakarot came into the picture that the Prince of all Saiyans could not. The intensity of my training was maddening. At 450 times normal gravity, a basic training game became a desperate struggle for survival. Then the meteors started coming down, but I was determined to survive and to protect my ship from destruction. It was my only way out, my only way off that nightmarish heap of rubble. I thought I had everything under control, but then the mother of all meteors seemed to appear out of nowhere to claim my ship and my life. Play to blow up that rock. But after training at 450 times normal gravity for so long, it took everything I had and more. Kakarot. Then something just snapped. Something inside of me. No, no more! That's it! I don't care! I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about being better than Kakarot. I didn't care about being a Super Saiyan. I didn't care if I lived. I didn't care about anything. And then it happened.
That's got to be the most badass Vegeta moment.
You're looking at, depending on how you want to look at it, 3 to 5 years of productive training. I usually throw out 4 on average, where, and again, I think you brought up a good point. Can you say that someone after 4 years, like let's say they trained perfectly from day 1 to the end of year 4?
Yes.
Right? They come to me, I'm going to train every day in the gym. Can I say that they've hit their absolute upper limit and they'll never gain anything else? Of course not. However, it's an asymptote.
Yeah.
Something that, a concept that there is an upper genetic limit that everyone knows. It will vary by person, tends to vary, people, the whole fat-free mass index, which is a whole nother, kettle of fish. That again, is it an absolute limit? No. And yet most of the people that used to argue with me about it, who were top-level bodybuilders, they never got past it. Which seems a difficult argument to make to me, right? If you're going to be like, you can get past, okay, then why haven't you? Well, yeah, it's not a maximum upper limit that no one will ever cross. However, in 99% of cases, it might as well be. Most people won't even get to 25 unless they started at 23, right? And yes, I realize limitations of the Pope study, all that other stuff. It was like, well, here's a big football player, but they said they weren't taking steroids. Oh, I believe you. Football, there is no steroid use. I believe that a bunch of college, we know the drug use. But regardless of that, you're looking at the upper limits of these high-level athletes, and you diet them back down and take all of the fat, the water, the glycogen, the connective tissue, the lean body mass that's not muscle.
Best Vegeta moment was when he was Majin and he still sacrifices himself for the greater good. Well, I don't even, the cooler part in that arc was when he was being controlled by, did he call himself Bobbity? Or whatever? The little alien creature? When he had the mind control, and he had the Majin thing on his forehead, and he was being told to, do things, and he was like, no, I need to fight Kakarot. He couldn't even be mind controlled perfectly because he was just, so fucking thick-headed and, set in his ways and shit and so determined. Vegeta's the coolest character in DBZ, for sure. I thought, there was a lot of problems with the Dragon Ball storyline. I think one of the biggest problems is Piccolo, Tien, all those guys. They were left in the dust by Goku and Vegeta. I thought they should have been able to scale their power similarly. It made practically every other character irrelevant. But I thought Vegeta really should have been neck and neck with Goku. They kind of changed it a little bit where they are closer at some points, but I thought it would have made a lot more sense for Goku and Vegeta to kind of be neck and neck, where Goku would get a little bit ahead and then Vegeta would get a little bit ahead. But they made Goku have main character syndrome, where he was always the best no matter what.
And yet, few of them get past it. So is it an upper limit? No. Might as well be for most people? Yeah. It's probably better to look at it in terms of how much actual muscle someone has gained. I think that's a better way of looking. Because if you're a big kid, right? If your FFMI when you're 16 is 24, yeah, you're probably going to get above that. But, what's relevant is how much total muscle can you gain above normal? Because we know that there's a limit. I did a video on that, I think, last week or the week before. Someone asked me a really good question. Why does muscle stop growing? Right? Why is there a limit? And the answer is, I don't know, and nobody else does either, but here's some speculation on it. Some things, but we know there is a limit. We know you will not grow perpetually. You will not get stronger perpetually. Right? Ed Cohn, who deadlifted 900 at the end of his career, he deadlifted 405 his first day. So did Benny Magnuson, or Benny Benedict.
Yeah.
405 his first day. So he did 1,000 10 years later. Still only a doubling in the picture of things. You start strong, you'll end up strong. The guy lifting 135 to start is not going to get 1,000 ever without every drug known to God and man, and probably not even that. Certainly not as natural. You see this rapid asymptote. So at the 4-year mark, or 3 to 5, whatever it happens to be, I can say with some degree of certainty that you are going to be putting in exponentially more effort for infinitesimally less results. Right? You hear about these top naturals who, I love it when they jumped on the high frequency thing. They're like, workouts.
Thanks for the gifted membership, Diagris.
really working well for me. I'm like, dude, you haven't gained a pound in 5 years. It's not working. You're not gaining anything.
Yeah.
Right now, as you get to that at a certain age, you're fighting off the ravages of age-related atrophy. You're not. It's not that you're not growing. You're just trying to not shrink because you're old. And I'm like, you guys haven't, and they'll be at the highest level. They get it. They'll be like, I scraped for a year to come in 2 pounds heavier on stage. Which, fine, if you're an elite athlete and this is your hobby and your life and how you make a living, and that plastic trophy in a sport nobody cares about is truly important to you, by all means, right? Many people would look at Sumi's her progress towards the end of her career and go, was it worth it? Well, yeah, to her at that point. And once she got to it, it's time to stop, because you're not only not getting better, you're going to start getting worse. And who wants to do that? So for the average person, stop focusing on, wow, I can get these really fingernail thickness increases in muscle size by doing 2.5 times as much volume rather than getting 3/4 of that, but being able to repeat that cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle without getting hurt, without getting burned out, because that's always what happens. Because I can guarantee anybody listening to this, and then we can move on to the diet thing.
Sure.
Any gains you make in 12 weeks from just pushing yourself to the limits, right? Absolutely pushing to the let's find.
No, haven't uploaded a video about my shroom trip yet. I am going to make a video about it soon, though.
Of a couple, just before I get into that. Louis Simmons, West Side, I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Supposedly, here's how they did it. They brought in new lifters. They would put them on their drug protocol, and they would just keep ramping their volume until they got sick. And then they would cut it by 10%, and that's what they did all the time. They would find the volume that would break them, and then they would cut it back by 10%, and that's what they did. There's an old, the comic strip Calvin and Hobbes?
Yeah.
Okay. One of my favorite Calvin and Hobbes cartoons. And they're driving up towards a bridge, and there's a weight limit sign. And Calvin asks the dad, how do they know what the weight limit on a bridge is? The father says, well, they keep driving heavier and heavier trucks over it until it collapses. And then they rebuild it. And then the mother says, look, if you don't know the answer, don't say anything. But to me, that's how these maximum volume approaches are looking at it. Just keep doing more and more and more until you get hurt. And then you know that was too much. Well, I find that problematic. What I was going to say is that any tiny incremental gains you make by doubling or tripling your volume over that short period of time will be more than offset by the zero gains you make.
Would you ever play Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero on stream? Also, do you have any plans of playing Doom, The Dark Ages on stream when it comes out? Personally, I'm really excited for some of the games that are set to come out 2025.
Well, I'm definitely going to play Doom. Without a doubt. I am going to get Sparking Zero eventually. I want to beat Sekiro first before I start playing any other games. But yeah, for sure, guaranteed, I'm going to play Doom, and we're going to get Sparking Zero eventually. Probably once I'm done Sekiro, I'll get Sparking Zero. Doom The Dark Ages looks so fucking badass, dude. The Doom guy is like the most fucking badass character of all time. Fucking love the music in Doom too. Dude, the mech is gonna be so fucking awesome. They were actually planning on having a mech battle in Doom Eternal, but they kind of ran out of time. But now they're finally having the fucking mech battle. Dude, that game is going to be so sick. I also love how they designed his like armor now more like Conan with like cape and everything. They're really leaning hard into the Conan Barbarian thing. Tickleho donates $2. Gotta love these moments too. Vegeta is straight alpha. Lol.
Nice brain of yours! Boo have a great idea. You said that already. Just cough it up so we can get on with the serious stuff.
You might not like it, but this is what peak physical performance looks like.
Now you know, Doc! Now no more kids say word to seal Boo back up and ball! Now bye-bye, Bobbity!
Yeah.
Hello? Huh? Servant woman, bring me a drying cloth at once. Woman, can you hear me?
I hear you, but my name is Bulma, and I am not your servant, so say please.
Forget about the stupid drying cloth then.
Suit yourself. Drip dry, you jerk.
What in the... Is this some kind of joke?
Is what a joke?
These garments that you left... Are they for a man or a woman? They're pink!
Come on, it's the style here.
Man, a variety of flower?
Vegeta and Bulma's relationship is
Are the shoes
funny.
and gloves made out of the same material?
Shut up.
Feels pretty elastic to me.
Thanks for the donation, Tickleho. Donala Terraris, $20 thoughts. Let me see.
Post-election, I've seen lots of joke maps like this that take right and left-leaning states and provinces and swap them between the US and Canada. But what if we actually did this? This is controversial, but to me, something like this would make the most sense without creating too much fragmentation. In a lot of ways, these central provinces in Canada have a lot more in common with states like Montana and Texas than they do with Ontario, while the coastal regions are more economically and politically aligned. And these new countries would have a shockingly similar population and GDP figure. The blue country would have an economy based more around technology, finance, and healthcare, while the red country would be an energy, food, and manufacturing powerhouse. Post-election...
Kind of. He's got a little bit right. There's still huge cultural differences between Canada and the US. Like, Canadians are way more friendly, no matter where you go. They just are. I was at the grocery store. My motorcycle got a flat tire, and the guy asked me, "Oh, did you get a flat tire?" He was offering to drive to his home and drive back to give me a tire patch kit. And I told him, like, no, I'm right at Canadian Tire. I can just, get, tire plugs. And he was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, good luck. But, like, that's Canadians. Like, they're just random people who will offer to help you and go out of their way. Like, I've also left my wallet with $60 in it on the train one time. No one stole the money out of my wallet. They just gave it to the fucking police. Didn't take the money out of it, and then I got a phone call from the police saying, oh, we have your wallet, come pick it up. I also left my really good sunglasses. They're Oakleys. I had my Oakley sunglasses sitting on my motorcycle because I forgot to pick them up. They were there for over an hour, and nobody took them. Like, so there's still some pretty big cultural differences between the US and Canada. I think you might find some, like, what do you call it? like if you go to the Midwest and Canada, you're probably going to find some more people who are pro-gun, like think you should be able to at least conceal carry. They might also be more culturally like conservative, where they think like, you know, religion should be in school. But yeah, Canadians are just kind of friendlier, less combative, stuff like that. Bend over to Nutellers, so Family Guy was onto something after all, lol.
Great. Not even halfway through Canada and we're stuck. Oh, hey there. You having some car troubles, eh?
Yeah, we're trying to get to the North Pole. I don't suppose you're from AAA, are you?
Who?
AAA, you know? AAA.
Oh, AA, eh? Hey, I just came from AA.
No, not AA, AAA.
Yeah, that's what I said. AA, eh?
Oh, so you are with AAA?
Oh, no, that's AAA. I just came from AA, eh?
Huh?
Stewie, I think he's just a drunk.
Well, drunk or not, can you help us?
I can if you want to join AA, eh?
No, I'm already a member of AAA. I need help with the car.
Oh, I see. Yeah, looks like you got some water leakage. You might need a hose, eh?
Jose, Roberto, whatever. If you've got some Latinos up here that can fix cars, that'd be great.
No, I mean, it looks like you need a part, eh?
Well, yeah, when it's fixed, we can celebrate, but let's deal with first things first.
Well, I can probably take you to a gas station, eh? You have cash, eh?
I don't know. My name carries a little weight, but I don't see how that matters here.
Look, we don't have enough cash to fix the car, and we're kind of on our way to the North Pole. Oh, a car won't take you there anyway. But if you like, you can take my snowmobile. Really? You just give it to us? Oh, sure. That's what Canadian hospitality is all about. If you like, you can have all my money and my leg.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of. Like, there is a level of truth to that. Canadians are willing to go out of their way to help you like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Because you don't train for the next month because you're injured. Because in my experience, and this is anecdotal, people tend to not make great progress when they're injured and cannot train compared to when they are able to train. I know that's a contentious statement, but being hurt tends to hinder your results. And I can't cite any peer-reviewed evidence on that. But in my experience, being hurt tends to harm your gains far more than doubling your training volume, which is what gets you hurt, tends to improve.
Amen.
People that have done high volume and high frequency, and 8 weeks later, they all have tendonitis. And the next 6 months of their training is terrible.
Nah, haven't watched Dragon Ball Daima.
Well, the gains you made in 8 weeks aren't worth what you lost. And in the long term, it just works better. It just does.
Yeah. Good on you. Thank you, Lyle. One thing I wanted to touch on was this question of the natty limit, or effectively what is a limit? Because although it may not be a true limit as such, it's still an asymptote, and there comes this point where your gains are just infinitesimally small. Why do you think it is that people don't talk about the natty limit more in the fitness industry? Is it that maybe it's because it would put them out of a job?
I mean, that's
we can only speculate.
Yeah, and I think you're probably right. Like telling people, look, no advice I can give you from here on out will make you bigger doesn't tend to, promote returns. I think there's just also to sell new stuff. Pardon me, promising results that aren't ever going to come is not a good business practice. I mean, I can speak, at least in America, in the US, we have this idea that you can achieve anything if you work hard enough. It's a whole Puritan work ethic thing.
Yeah.
US lifters don't believe in limits because we've been told if you work hard enough, you can accomplish anything, which is the biggest load of bollocks ever. It's not true. People work their brains out constantly and accomplish absolutely nothing. You got to be lucky mainly. Hard work. So I think there's that, but I think you're absolutely right. I think it's like, look, if you were to tell people, hey, you've been training for so long, you've gained X amount of muscle and you're never going to gain anything else, well, they're going to stop watching your channel and you don't get that sweet YouTube ad.
Yep.
I mean, that is that. I mean, don't get me wrong. People are going to hear this and go, well, you do this to make money. Yes, we all work to make money. Nobody is an altruist unless they're born rich. I'm not saying, it's really easy to be altruistic and choosy when you're born with money. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is it's a matter of, are you making that money ethically, or are you just pandering into people's lies and false desires, because that's what it is. In bodybuilding especially, you have the drug issue, which is something that for decades nobody talked about, right? Joe Weider, I mean, it goes back even further than that, would hold up his steroid-fueled athletes without acknowledging the drugs. And he said, well, they got big using the supplement. And what you'd always see is some guy's been big for 10 years, and suddenly the new magic product, oh yeah, this is how I got my gains. But they knew people would believe it. And you have when people who are provably on drugs, who have forgotten what it even means to train or diet without them, who have no idea, you forget how to train, especially in bodybuilding with the drug. And again, I did a video about that where I talked about what I've seen is typically natural powerlifters often grow better than natural bodybuilders because powerlifters have it built into their brain to add weight over time.
I totally agree with you.
Bodybuilders don't. Frequently, depends. There are many do, depending on, you can always tell. Some bodybuilding system is like, oh, the weight on the bar doesn't matter. Just focus on the squeeze and the pump and the concentration and the feel. That's a drug-fueled system, period. Yeah. And I'm not saying that feeling the muscle and mind muscle and all that stuff, I'm not saying that doesn't matter. I'm saying that you cannot do that in lieu of adding weight over time. All big natural bodybuilders are strong, or more to the point, they've gotten stronger over their career. It's not the absolute strength. People always mishear, well, then why aren't the biggest guys the strongest? Well, they actually usually are, but neither here nor there.
Oh, the strawmans of this argument of yours, I think it's robust, but they are just
it's phenomenal.
special.
It really is. The ones I've seen, people are like, well, then, they focus on low rep strength. Like Dante Trudell summed it up the best. He goes, muscle growth is stimulated by growing stronger at a moderate repetition range. Boom, that sums it up, right? We're not talking about maximum singles. We're not talking about people with amazing biomechanics. We're not comparing two people. We're not comparing exercise.
RFK, donate $2. This is what they are promoting now. React to this. Make America healthy again.
Smoking is cool and it's on the rise again, so if it bothers you, it's you that has the problem. These things come and go in cycles. Smoking has always been fucking cool, but then everyone was doing it, and it kinda seemed like vaping might be the new cool thing. But that was just a fad, and like anything that's truly cool at a basic level, the real deal always makes a comeback. Across Europe, America, and to be honest, just everywhere, as fuck. Always has been and always will be. Because they want to. Because it looks cool and feels so Don't make a decision without at least trying it, though. Doesn't that feel fucking...
I don't know what you want me to say about that. Thanks for the donation, though, RFK.
Sizes. I'm saying that if someone is squatting 135 by 8 now, and 3 years later they're squatting 315 by 8, in the same technique, in the same depth, their legs or something on them will be big, right?
Yes.
Whatever, period. It is within one individual, overtime, moderate repetition range, all that stuff. It's absurd. The arguments against this are absolutely ridiculous.
But your muscles don't care about PRs, bro.
But they do.
Right? Anyway, it's yeah.
And that's the other thing.
Like metaphorically, not literally, but metaphorically.
No, what they care about is muscle sense, tension, and metabolic work.
Yeah.
Right. I've written about this. We know that there are mechanosensors. They didn't know when I was in college. They didn't know how does a mechanical stimulus get translated into a biochemical stimulus? And it took a bunch of cellular engineers to come in and go, well, if there were a connection between the fibers and the cell wall, and they went and looked and go, you guys are right. And they found titin and the integrins and all the costs. And they found muscle fibers are physically connected to a biochemical apparatus, and high tension contractions cause this that activates all these downstream pathways. And that kicked off. We know but we knew that in the 70s when Goldsmith did his seminal papers that showing that tension is what turns on muscle growth. There are other factors. Make no mistake. You can't just do one maximum single rep. There is a work component. There is a volume component. But once a given level of mechanical tension is too low, it no longer stimulates growth because you have to add weight to the bar, period. So it's a matter of getting stronger over time in a moderate repetition range. But drugs make that no longer relevant, which is why a lot of drug fuel, they have forgotten how to train because the end point is just getting bigger. And they don't care how it happens. Basin studies showed unequivocally. Steroids make you big without training. Well, end of discussion.
Yep.
They won't make you hit a maximum single in the squat because you still got to do the work because it's a performance sport. It won't make you sprint faster without doing the work and attempting to sprint faster. It won't make you big without getting any stronger. And I would argue that for drug-using bodybuilders, it's probably better not to add weight too quickly because you get too strong for your muscles. That doesn't happen with naturals.
No.
It doesn't, right? I think, did you mention that Stuart McRoberts' numbers in your video?
Stuart McRoberts was the author of...
Hardgainer.
Yeah. No, I didn't mention his numbers.
Okay,
he wrote Beyond Brawn, right?
He wrote Beyond Brawn. He published a Hardgainer magazine that I wrote for a bunch of years, and then Hardgainer went off the rails.
Yeah.
But his whole thing was that, so he threw out some early numbers that you could get basically as big as you were going to get. And again, the specifics aren't that relevant. It's more the concept of if a 180-pound male, and that's 85 kilos, somewhere in that range, 85 kilos.
I'm pretty good with the metric imperial conversions.
Yeah, I'm American. I'm okay at it. So if they were benching, by the end of their career, if they were bench pressing 300 pounds for reps, that's about 140 kilos, squatting 405 below parallel for reps, and that's about 180 kilos, and deadlifting 500 pounds, which is about
232.5 kilos, I think.
Oh, yeah. Not. Can you be a little more exact?
Can look it up.
By 2.214, so I'm kidding. But, so if you did that, right now, a lot of people just crapped on those numbers. Well, why set a limit? Okay, again, go back and read what he said. He didn't say that that's all you could do. He didn't say that's going to be your upper limit. Or well, I know a natural raw power lifter who does double. Well, he was very specific, the way I am, and people, of course, misheard it completely. He was talking about for a 180-pound lifter, 85 kilos. That for reps, not max singles. That's a skill thing. You can do all kinds of goofy stuff with technique and get those numbers up without it having anything to do with muscle size. 4 reps. And people were like, that's not really that good. To which I ask, okay, I've been in gym for 30 solid years.
Yeah, how often do you see it?
Professionally. How often do you legitimately see a bench, squat, or deadlift in a person of that size? I'll see some big dude who weighs 145 kilos throwing that around on the bench. But at that body weight, how many legitimate below parallel squats for reps have any of y'all seen if you weren't in elite powerlifting the gym? And the answer is damn near 0. I mean, I can count the number I've seen probably on less than one hand. Legitimate lifts that that means not bouncing the bar on your chest, not doing some goofy, hitch, heave, deadlift, squatting below parallel. Legitimately, and the answer is not many. And when you do see those in provably natural individuals, they're always big. There's a reason that a lot of natural bodybuilders cross-compete in powerlifting in the off-season. That's very telling because the same they don't do powerlifting training constantly. They build the muscle mass, they're getting stronger, and then they do the low rep work for practice. So you've got to do the practice. So yeah, so you have, this is a long way to get.
Smoking is cool and sexy and will cure your depression. And it isn't bad. They say it causes cardiovascular disease, but we know only high LDL and statin deficiency are to blame.
No, smoking does cause cardiovascular disease. But, yeah, Vince Gooderham said I should start smoking cigars. I don't think I'm going to do that. Thanks for the donation, though. Smoking is cool.
Getting around the fact that this is an industry where you have people that are using special sports supplements as a certain individual.
He revealed his stack on a podcast. It was...
Oh, it's absurd.
You see, he didn't say the doses, but he did say the compounds. And
I know people who are much more tied in to the that aspect of it. I am not. It interests me, and I'm aware of it. But the numbers, right? Because so the famous Basin study, it's 600 milligrams of testosterone a week.
Yeah.
And compared to other levels,
you grow in a dose response manner.
Yeah, from like 125 to 600 a week.
Yeah.
And the highest level, they gained 10 kilos of mostly muscle in 20 weeks.
Yeah.
That is what a natural doing everything right with good genetics might do in their first year of training. Might. Yeah. Intermediate wouldn't even get that.
Yeah.
So 600 milligrams with the most basic stupid training you've ever seen. Now, I wrote a piece years ago talking about that and going, yeah, look. And again, it was funny. Somebody came in my Facebook group and was like, well, it won't make you a bodybuilder. I didn't say it would. And he couldn't understand that. What I said was, it will make you grow without training. He said, but it won't give you symmetry. It won't give you this. I go, have you been dropped? Like I said repeatedly, I go, I'm not saying it will. I am saying you will grow without training. Nothing more, nothing less. My words are my dog couldn't get it. Because people who use drugs frequently get offended when you suggest that it's the drug. No, it's my work ethic. All right, cool. Go off the drugs and show me how much you can maintain without them. If you're just training hard, why are you using them in the first place? And then if you're Paul Carter, you just attack the person and block them. Because he made that very argument. Naturals are only smaller than the pros because they don't train hard enough and they do if it fits your macros. Kid you not, he said that. All right, Paul, then why do you take drugs? Why don't you just train harder and eat clean? F you, Lyle Block. They get offended by it, suggesting that it's the drugs doing the heavy lifting, so to speak, that it's not the training. It's not. Anyway, so I wrote that. And one individual, I'll be polite and not name, and said, well, you won't grow forever. It's interesting. I didn't say you would. The strawman people pull up against me are just hilarious.
How would you curate a vegan diet for someone who is physically unable to keep food down for longer than a few minutes due to chronic damage to the stomach lining? Quickest and easiest solution preferred. Yahya Sinwar rest in piss. Isreatel chai.
Well, what would be the unique issue on the vegan diet versus any other diet? So if you have damage to your stomach lining, you're going to have problems keeping any food down. So I don't know what the general recommendation for people with that issue is, but I'd imagine mostly eating liquid foods. I don't know, staying away from spicy foods or anything that particularly aggravates the stomach lining, and maybe having smaller, more frequent meals throughout the day. Might be ideal rather than having very large, big meals. That would be my assumption. You might want to talk to like a doctor or gastroenterologist or a dietitian for any more specific help, but for a problem like that, I would imagine you'd need medication. But yes, rest in piss, Yahya Sinwar. Thanks for the donation, though. Pasco.
I think I know whom you're talking about, but I'm not going to say either.
He writes 30,000 word articles.
Yeah, you don't have to say anymore.
And I go, well, I didn't say you would, so I don't really see what an argument. But what I said, the thing is, that's a baby dose at the pro level. I said, maybe a gram a day. And people thought I was kidding. And about a year later, Dallas Carter passed away. And he was using 12 to 13 grams of anabolics a week.
Yes.
Dude, Gum is so huge. Oh my god, you're such a big cat. Hey, Gummy. Oh my goodness. He is so fucking gigantic. Hey, Gum, you're such a big kitty. Oh my god, he's so big. Hey, Gum Gum. I love Gum Gum.
Fielding his autopsy, as I recall.
So normal testosterone is between 300 and 900 nanograms per deciliter. Maybe a little higher depending on your ask. His levels are supposedly 25,000.
Yeah. Yeah, staggering.
Holy fuck.
Right, 600 milligrams in the basement study will take you to like 2,000.
Yeah.
He was 12 and a half times that. At the pro level, the doses are staggering. It is grams of anabolics, various anabolics, plus they do include orals. Then you have all the ancillaries: insulin, growth hormone, IGF-1, all the untested peptides. Then you add in the fat loss drugs, Clint, T3, more GH.
Semaglutide.
Semaglutide is the new one, which is an amazing drug. It's going to put me out of a damn job, and this can lead us into the aggressive dieting thing. People have no idea. And I guarantee you that we've seen it. When these people go off, if they don't know how to train. I would, if I had the money, if I just like won the lottery tomorrow, I would tell Mike, I will pay you any amount for you to go off drugs for 2 years. Let's see just how much you know about training. Because I guarantee you, he'd lose 70 pounds a month. He'd be 195 in a heartbeat. Because the drugs cover up for shitty training. I mean, make no mistake. I know some good coaches, Dante, Boris Fagerly, Brian Haycock, who worked with drug-using bodybuilders. And the reality is that drugs beat crappy training. Well, drugs beat good training.
Yeah.
Well, flat out. Like, you can do the most optimal, perfect training in the world. The guy using drugs will grow better than you by and large, generally speaking. But drugs plus intelligent training work better than drugs plus crappy training. And again, I know these coaches that have taken guys that were using massive doses to make up for just bad training, put them on more effective training programs, and they grew better usually with less.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. Just stop growing, take more drugs. It's that's put in a new drug, put in a new compound, and that works. But these are the people that are they're big and lean, ergo they must know what they're talking about, and they talk very authoritatively and without nuance, and that's what convinces people. And they don't ever talk honestly enough about the drugs as they should, because I guarantee you know full well their advice. And even back in the day, how did when the bodybuilders were in the contest prep, they would do more volume, because at least the story is that's when they would bring the drugs in. I've heard very different stories about what really happened, but they would use higher volumes and lower intensities because they had drugs to protect their muscle mass loss. And when naturals do that, they shrink. But not to mention, you'd have these pros that would do like 12-week diet cycles because they could throw drugs at the issue. And naturals would try it and never get close to being in natural bodybuilding now. 6-month prep is normal, frequently longer, because you can only do 12 weeks. If A, you stay pretty lean year round, and you can only do that if you're on drugs to normalize your hormones, and B, you've got an endless array of drugs to throw at the problem. Then you can almost get to stage in 12 weeks. But when naturals are given that advice and given it without having the context of, yes, this training and dieting works when you're on 2 grams of gear a week, it's desperately misled. So it's very frustrating. But it's always been like that, and it's never going to change.
Yeah. Thank you, Lyle. It's pretty grim out there. That I feel that this is this is mere speculation, but you hear Reuters emphasizing the importance of eating big and nutrition, and I feel that these are considerations that don't matter nearly as much for naturals compared to, because the ceiling for growth is so much higher when you're enhanced. Well, what's interesting is I think there's a couple things. Is one, yes, there's just the realistic rate of muscle growth in naturals is so depressingly slow. And when you actually map it out, like the amount of potential muscle growth in a month for, even a beginner, let's say a beginner's getting a kilo a month, which is doing really well. Women do about half that, by the way. And okay, it takes about a 7,000 calorie surplus in theory. The math never works out that easily. That's a whole separate thing. I've been looking for over a decade to find out what the actual calorie requirement to gain a pound of muscle is or have kilo muscle is, and I've yet to find it. I've looked for years. Nobody seems to know, but let's say it's about 3,500 calories per 0.454 kilos. All right, that's 125 calories a day over maintenance. I mean, yes, the body will adapt. Like, you will realistically need more than that, but it's like, all right, it's a piece of fruit, it's an extra protein drink, and that's at the beginner. The intermediate level, you are down to that 0.45. Now you're down to a pound a month, 0.45 kilos a month. Well, okay, so beginner, you're getting a kilo a month, 7,000 calories, it's about 250 calories extra a day. Year 2, about half that, 125 calories a day. Year 3, half that again, 60 calories a day, maybe 100 if you're lucky. And at the advanced level, good God, you can eat it. You can basically just eat it maintenance and be done with it. But then at the pro level, right?
Stop whacking shit off my fucking desk. No, don't whack things. He's whacking stuff off my desk. Son of a bitch. Give me a second. Gum Gum. Get down. Get down. Get down. You are so silly. Gum Gum is a very troublesome kitty.
Drugs that are elevating the rate of muscle that you can gain. Not to mention that you can get real sloppy in the off season. That you've got enough drugs to get lean again. Right? There's a big debate this a few years ago, right? Because I think I was also the first one to write about like calorie partitioning and the P ratio and Gilbert Forbes' work and stuff like that. I mean, generally speaking, I probably wrote about it about 10 years before anyone else has talked. And I made an argument for like, from the standpoint of optimal gaining lean body mass, while staying at about a 12 to 15% body fat range for men and low 20s for women, and some stuff with insulin resistance and partitioning, and there was a big roundtable, and they kind of made an argument that that's probably not the case, and I don't think I would argue that steadfastly at this point in my career. And some of their arguments were like, oh, in American football players, it didn't seem to be a difference in body fat percentage and muscle gains, and I'm like, we know what American football players are using even at the college level, so but we don't have that data. What we do have data on is we know that big surpluses lead to more fat gain, right? Darth showed that, 500 calories a day over maintenance, you gain that much more muscle and that much more fat. Right?
I seem to recall that that's the recommended caloric surplus that Brad Schoenfeld gives in his Max Muscle Plan 2.0. 500 calories per day above maintenance.
For beginners, all you'll get is fat. You just can't make muscle that quickly. And they were arguing like, yeah, you could probably go up to 20% body fat as a natural and still probably your gains will be fine. And like I said, I don't know that I would necessarily argue against that in a physiological sense, because a lot of the calorie partitioning stuff, and this really should lead to some of the extreme dieting we'll talk about at all, comes from Gil Forbes' work and the impact of initial body fat percentage on body composition changes. But there were a lot of, it doesn't necessarily apply to a natural eating a lot of protein and lifting. So I wouldn't disagree with him on a physiological sense. But in a practical sense, most guys who aren't competing don't.
If you were to give a rough estimate on how much food you spend per week, what would it be? Trying to do a cost analysis of a vegan prep service to see if it's worth it. I usually go to the grocery store twice per week, and what I spend usually varies from between $30 up to $70. So I would say probably $100 per week on food, roughly speaking. Yeah, around there. Might be a bit more, might be a bit less, but usually I'd say $100 per week, roughly.
Want to get fat for part of the year, right? Let's face it, right or wrong, most people who do this do it to look better naked. Whether or not that matters is debatable and is irrelevant to this discussion. Even if you're a contest bodybuilder, at some point, you got to diet. And the higher your initial body fat percentage, the longer it's going to be, right? If it's going to take you 6 months from 12% to get to contest lean, from 20%, do you really want to diet for a year? But pros, the get big, the GFH guys, because that used to be the way to do it, the old bulking guys. You know who Anthony Tillo is?
No.
Anthony Tillo was a guy years ago. He was the master of bulk and power, and he would bulk up to 400 pounds in the off-season.
Whoa.
Jesus.
Then diet back down. And he also died very young of a massive heart attack, which is not any humongous surprise. Regardless, you cannot force feed muscle gain. It is really capped at a natural level. It's not even capped to a lesser degree, even. But with steroids, you are elevating muscle protein synthesis 24/7, 365. When you train a muscle group once a week as a natural, it's up for about 24 hours, and that's it. And you train the naturals or whatever. But in a sense, I agree with you. Like, hey, the GFH stuff is just terrible advice for naturals. All you get is fat, and you got to diet eventually. You just don't need a big surplus. But also, pros, the guys using drugs, they got all the nifty fat loss drugs to elevate fat loss coming back down. Right? There's a famous picture of Lee Priest before and after. And he would get chunky monkey in the off season, and then he would be ripped 12 weeks later. He'd be able to do it. Most, even with drugs, can't do that effectively. And like, you do have to diet down eventually. So I think there's a logic to staying leaner in the first place. One of the best things I've ever heard, this leads us directly into aggressive dieting, is, let me add before I get to that, I talked to somebody who knows a lot more about drugs than I do. And they actually agreed with me that for drug users, the nutritional component in terms of eating very frequently and keeping nutrients coming into the system might be more important than for naturals. And I don't disagree with that because the drugs are keeping everything elevated 24/7, 365. Insulin sensitivity is higher. You have to be able to eat enough calories. I think it's Adam Peeler, actually, a powerlifter I did a podcast with a while back. We talked about this. He goes, A, you got to eat 7,000 calories a day when you're that big and taking all the drugs. But B, you can't do that in 2 meals, right? You can't do that in intermittent fasting. You can't do that in 1 meal a day. He's like, I got to keep carbs coming in regularly on a regular basis because my insulin sensitivity is so high because my muscular metabolism is elevated all the time from anabolics. Naturals have gotten bigger, 4 to 6 meals a day. Martin Birkin's lean gains. Whatever. I did the video again on the protein thing that I only ever so smugly titled, "It's exhausting being right all the time." but I've been saying this for 20 years. I go, and it showed that if you just eat 100 grams of protein all at once, it just takes 12 hours to digest and it maintains protein synthesis for the entire time. So separate it, don't separate it, eat 180 grams first thing in the morning. You'll be anabolic for the next 24 hours. It just.
Yesterday, a lot of people claiming to be David's minions spammed my stream. I lack moderators. What do I do? Ban them You can also just whatchamacall. You can force people to subscribe to be able to comment, and you can set the time for whatever you want. It can be 1 minute, an hour, whatever you want. And you can also put the chat in slow mode, where you can only comment like every 10 seconds or every 30 seconds or every minute, you know, whatever you want. So that usually stops it.
It doesn't matter, or it doesn't matter as much as people want to make it out to be, but for drugs, it may actually matter more in a weird way. Or you can take the argument of known guys that took a lot of drugs and they just eat at McDonald's every day. It's got to get the calories in. The drugs will put it where it needs to be. But again, they can get away with stuff that naturals just can't.
Yeah. What I was sort of... Yeah, go on.
This is the transition, I promise.
Okay.
Mr. once said, there's no secret to contest dieting. Take as many drugs as you can afford and starve for as long as you can stand it. And that's it.
Wow. It's quite the protocol, Lyle.
I mean, but it works. That's just it. That's actually, you know, and they would have had an easier time now with semaglutide to keep their hunger from going off the map. You know, that's one of Duchenne's things. And when it comes to contest dieting, the final battle happens at the refrigerator. As you're starving, you know, the others, and they, you know, back in the day, bodybuilders would use cocaine and phentermine and fenfluramine, and now with semaglutide, I think that's gonna change the game for contest prep. Because the stuff's gonna put me out of a job. But I don't know if you have time, if you want to talk about aggressive dieting, or we can do another one because I talk too long. I've got time if you do, but I don't know if you want to talk for 3 hours.
I think it might be better if we wrap this up now.
Okay,
But just perhaps in closing, I could ask you about a potential response someone might give to your argument that it's difficult to see, or if not impossible, to see meaningful gains past the 3 to 5 year mark of proper training. Because invariably you'll have people respond by saying, well, I've kept on progressing past the 5 year mark, or here's some natural bodybuilder who has kept on progressing, albeit maybe at a slower rate, and therefore you're wrong, Lyle. I want to ask, what's your move here? Because I see 3 possible moves, and they're not all in contradiction.
Well, I think okay, let me, I don't want you to lead me with your 3 possibilities. Because I think what this is going to come down to is semantic hand-waving on my part. Now, everybody in the industry loves to talk. The thing is, I'm going to acknowledge up front that some of this is going to come down to semantics.
Okay.
And how we are defining certain things.
Good.
Right. So, is there an absolute limit where you will not grow at all, 0 at all? Yes, probably. There has to be, right? One of the dumbest arguments I ever got into with someone. I said, there are genetic limits. I said, I was using a 100-meter example, 100-meter sprint as an example. And they go, no, there's not. I go, by definition, no one can run 100 meters in 0 seconds. Ergo, somewhere between now and then, there must be a point under which no one can get past. And even if there's not, when you look at every sport in terms of world records, in terms of results, every single one of them shows that same asymptote. The marathon record is being improved. You know, we're talking about tenths of a percentage point under the most perfect, and most of that's equipment anyway. Right? Yeah. So is it an absolute limit? No one will ever use? Well, there has to be. In many sports, it's a physics thing, right? Another story I like to bring up, Sir Chris Hoy, probably the greatest track cyclist in the history of ever, went to a velodrome in Bolivia. It's a high altitude velodrome where some world records are second. The air is very thin. And he went to try to break the kilometer world record. It was held by this French guy. He missed the record by 0.005 seconds, 5,000ths of a second. This is now the difference at that level. These are the levels, and the only sports where showing improvement are equipment.
Yeah.
Usain Bolt ran a 9.59. That was 14 years ago. No one's come close in that time. Not only has track sprinting not improved, it's regressed. Nobody's even matched them. We're back to bodybuilding. Is there an absolute limit above which you can make no further? Well, there has to be. There's at some point the increase in protein synthesis and breakdown has to come in. It has to, and that's the video I did talking about some potential speculative reasons. So how do we explain? So it's a matter of we saying, is there an absolute limit or is there a realistic limit, right? Where simply the rate of return for your investment is so small that it might as well be irrelevant, right? We can look at this in terms of fat loss. When do you say you're losing no more fat? Is it when you're losing truly 0 per week? Or what if you're losing a tenth of a pound, 0.05 kilos a week? Well, you're losing, yeah, if you want to be pedantic about it, but you're losing quickly enough for it to make an iota of difference? No. So I think some of it is how you define absolute terms. There's also the issue of, and again, this is me being super, super hand-wavy. How are we defining proper training? And
good,
that's
good.
Right? Yes. I'm making a big hypothetical assumption that you have trained perfectly. Because when we're talking about that, we're not talking about training age. I had a guy I worked with years ago for strongman. I was in Salt Lake. He trained for 20 years, and his technique on everything was awful. He trained badly for 20 years. You can find people all the time who are like, yeah, I faffed about for 5 years. We all did. We all faffed about when we were younger. We know what we were doing. I'll talk to people and they'll apologize. Yeah, you know, I did all the dumb stuff in the bodybuilding magazines. But feel like, so did I. Like, don't, you know, we all do. What else? How can you know what you don't know?
Yeah.
You come into it, that's the first thing you see is bodybuilding.com or fitness. Like, of course, that's who we're all exposed to. We all did it. I just got older and experienced. Supposedly learned something. So we're assuming, so yeah, you got someone who.
Which one of your cats do you find difficult to groom, cut nails? None of them. No, they're all easy.
It's like, I trained for 5 years, and then they start growing again because they didn't grow for crap the first 5. So we are assuming the hypothetically platonic perfect training cycle.
Understood.
In real terms, will not happen under most circumstances. But presumably, the elite bodybuilder that they are invoking and saying, well, they've been training for 5 or 10 years, and they're still making gains. Well, then we would ask, okay, but what magnitude are we really talking about here? And under what context, right? Like, because we've got some measurement issues and some measurement errors. Like,
yes.
let's say you go, okay, I can say with perfect, like, yeah, you can maybe they're bringing up weak body parts if they trained badly, so they gain, there's another half a pound, right? The guy I'm working with in the UK who's doing the physique, we're bringing up some weak, but maybe that'll be the next couple pounds, and it'll take them a year. Are they still growing? Yes. Are they still growing meaningfully enough for it to matter to the average person who's never going to get beyond suck? I would say no. And is that something to hang your current training goals on? Well, this guy's still gaining 2 pounds a year after 10 years. Is that really? And again, eventually they're going to start shrinking too, because eventually age catches up with everyone. There's no getting around that. But then I would also argue, okay, under what conditions are we talking about? Because a lot of the times, I think where we've seen the biggest difference in natural bodybuilding in the modern era. Because the reality is, despite all this magic, the volume, the intensity, the biomechanical obsessive compulsiveness of doing the perfect lateral raise requiring a 79-degree joint angle. I know who I'm talking, won't mention him either.
I know whom you're talking about.
All this other gibberish.
Yeah.
Nobody is any bigger on average than they've ever been. Yeah. In powerlifting, average records are exactly the same as they are. Now, we see more freak show outliers. Ray Williams has squatted 1,000. He also weighs 400 pounds. Ed Cohn did that at 220. Right? So yeah, we are seeing more freak show outliers. We are seeing improvements in the divisions that have been proportionally smaller. Masters women especially, because they're new to the sport. They too will slow down. Go to any local natural bodybuilding show. Take a book. They're boring as hell. And the largest class will be the 75 kilo class. Who by all standards, when you see them in clothes, they don't even look big. When you see them on stage, they look amazing. How much do you weigh?
71 kilos at the moment.
That's to my point. I'm not saying that it's not meant to be critical of you, it's to make a point. The number of 100 kilo in shape natural bodybuilders that you will see are microscopic. On average, no one is any bigger than they were, despite all this magic. And Greg Nuckols did an article talking about analyzing powerlifting in the way that only he can. And he said, yeah, on average, the records in the raw natural divisions have not improved. On average, there are more outliers because there are more people entering the sport. I did an analysis. I'll be very careful with my language. The whole FFMI thing a bunch of years ago. I looked through one of the federations, all the natural bodybuilders that I feel are provably natural. Right? We can always that to me is a cop out. Oh well, he's the natty or not thing. I cannot be bothered. Right? Maybe not. Don't care. I'm going to take it at face value. I know some of these people that are going to be provably natural. There were 4 that came close. Okay, there were 2 that came close to the 25 FFMI. They didn't quite cross it. Now I realize dehydrated contest, that's a whole separate thing. There were 2 that exceeded it significantly. And this is where I'm going to be very, very, very careful in my language. But Australians don't give a damn, but Americans do. Both those athletes were black. One was Nasima Inyar. I'm sorry if I got his name wrong, and I forget who the other one was.
He's the co-host on Mark Bell's podcast.
Yeah. And the thing is, go look at pictures of Nassim as a 15-year-old. He's bigger than most guys trained in the gym right now. He started off.
These are the best of the best, and they're hardly pushing above 25.
Well, Nassim was like 31, but again, he was like at 25 when he started. So like I said, the better metric to look at than factory mass index would be how much muscle has someone gained over their career. Someone tells me, look, I gained, and even then, people are like, well, I know an underweight high school kid. I'm not talking about some underweight teenager, for God's sake, who ate fat by putting 20 kilos on them in a month, right? I'm not talking about that. If I take someone at 18, they're past puberty, I'm going to train them perfectly, the platonic perfect. If they tell me, all right, by the time they gain 20 kilos of provable muscle mass, I'm going to go, you might gain a little bit more. I can't say for 100%, 1,000% certainty that you're at your genetic limit, but you're not going to gain 10 kilos more. I can say with some degree of.
Ralph Wiggum donated $2. Is it true Destiny fucked Lauren Southern and or dated? Yeah, they did. And also had lunch with Nick Fuentes. It seems weird because Destiny really puts across how much he hates these people, so why is he fucking them and hanging as friends? I think he hung out with Nick Fuentes for purely cynical reasons. To try to get views and shit from his audience. I don't think there was any other reason for him to hang out with Nick Fuentes. As far as why he fucked Lauren Southern, it's probably because he just finds her attractive. His wife, Melania, is, an in-shape, fit, blonde girl. Lauren Southern, again, in-shape, fit, blonde girl. She might just be his kind of type. Thanks for the donation, though, Ralph. Casey Donny Tillers, 18 meals per week, strictly vegan. It's $197 per week, so it comes out to around $11 plus per meal, ultimately coming out to $788 per month, roughly. Think it's worth it? No. That sounds like a huge expense. You're spending almost $1,000 on food per month. Bit more expensive, but fresh vegan meals that require no prep, but heating up. I don't know how much disposable income you have. So if you make like, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000 a month, like, yeah, that's minuscule, amount to spend. If you're only making $3,000 or $4,000 per month, and then you're spending a third of your income practically on food, that's a huge expense for food. So I don't know, depends. I don't know what that kind of convenience for you is really worth, but it's up to you. I wouldn't bother spending that kind of money on a meal prep service, and I make pretty good money. Thanks for the donation, though, Casey.
Certainly that for damn sure.
Mm.
If someone says, look, I've been training pretty well and I've gained, 15 kilos of muscle, I go, yeah, you might gain a little bit more. But realistically, unless you've truly been training badly for the last 10 years, and some have, you're not going to double your muscle mass at this point in your life. You're just not. You may, and they'll go, but you don't know my work ethic. I know your genetics don't give the first damn about your work. So yes, we're making some assumptions about perfect training from day one, which no one ever does.
No.
So yeah, but what kind of magnitude? Anyway, I got way off topic. What I was going to say is the biggest difference we've seen in natural bodybuilders, none of them were any bigger than they were. They are more conditioned than they were.
Mm.
And what they usually report, when you hear those guys talk about their actual muscle size, what they are usually reporting is, I came into contest heavier than last year.
Yes.
Not by much. That's what they're usually reporting, and that can be caused by two things. One, having gained a little bit more muscle. However, what it usually is, better dieting.
Right. Yeah, you'd say that. Good.
That's what it is. They are learning how to diet without losing muscle mass on the way down. They are heavier on stage, but are they appreciably bigger in the off-season in terms of their skeletal muscle mass? No.
Good answer.
And most of what they've learned to do that's part of dieting better is what I wrote about in 2004 in flexible dieting, but nobody wants to talk about it. That is the big differences in natural contest dieting are starting much earlier, frequently so they can diet down more slowly, although as we'll talk about next time, it actually isn't necessary if you know what you're doing, and most of them don't. They found out how to avoid muscle loss on the way down. So yeah, they're heavier on stage because they're much leaner and they didn't lose the muscle that they were losing. Have they really gained that much muscle in the off season? Maybe a kilo, by scraping a year, maybe. And even then, is it glycogen? Is it water? Is it actual muscle mass? Most of it's within the error bar for even DEXA, even the most accurate measurements. It can't separate lean body mass from skeletal muscle in the first place.
Hilarious.
Tell me why it's important for you to own 3 guns.
It's a weird question. I don't own any guns right now personally. You may use guns for different things. So you might have one gun where you take to the range as a range toy, like a Desert Eagle, just have fun. You might have another gun for actual self-defense, like a Glock. And you might have that as your, like, carry pistol if you go outside. And then you might want another gun for more specific scenarios for, like, home defense. Like maybe a shotgun or an AR-15. Or you might have, like, again, a gun that's for, like, if society goes to shit and you need, like, a really good do-it-all rifle to defend yourself. Or you might do competition shooting and have, like, a, competition shooting gun that you, like, I don't know. Like, I don't even understand the question. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
It's when people crap on about their lean body mass figures as if it's indicative of their skeletal muscle mass.
Right. I mean, it's part, right. But again, that's another thing that seems to get left out of this discussion. Like, look, and that was, again, part of my argument about the whole protein and lean body. And, like, look, of your lean body mass, 45% of it, 40 to 45% on average is skeletal muscle. Elite athletes may approach 50, and that's about the limit. Women are a little bit lower with some of their lean body.
Do you know Sky has a no pets policy on his channel, meaning you can't talk about pets in his chats? Rumored that This is to protect that girl called Kathy who feeds her cat meat. That sounds pretty cucked.
Body mass is organ tissue. Men, a little bit higher. But yeah, look, there's a lot of ways to gain lean body mass.
Yeah.
A book, one of my hilarious bodybuilding books. I've got my hilarious bodybuilding shelf. I've got my textbooks, powerlifting. Here's the goofy bodybuilding stuff. And it said, oh, the quickest way, you want to gain 5 pounds of lean body mass? And just describe the carb load.
Yep.
Yeah, glycogen in water is lean body mass. It's not muscle. I had one of the early EAS, the Muscle Media 2000 guys, one of the creatine guys, because they would see like 3.5 kilos of lean body mass in a week. He tried to actually tell me that it was real muscle. And I'm just like, you're so full of it hurts. I'm like, no, it's not. You cannot gain that much muscle in a week. Even steroids won't do that. You know, the famous H&B study that what's his name was on, you know, where they gained supposedly more muscle. Jacob Wilson gained more muscle in 8 weeks than steroids, based on steroid study. No, I believe you. But he manipulated that with a carb load. Yeah, lean body. And same thing with the FFMI. They'll be like, here's some big, you know, Ray Williams has an FFMI about 25, right? Yes, Pope's work assumed a certain body fat percentage. And we know that as you gain a lot of body fat, you gain about 25% lean body mass. Like water, connective tissue. That's not what we're talking about. I mean, fine, you just want to be big and watery. It's good for strength. But if you're talking about actual skeletal muscle mass gains, that's the better metric. So yeah, they crap on all, you know, and confuse the two all the time. And many people do. You know, we're doing it with the semaglutide work. One of the studies showed 50% lean body mass loss via DEXA. And I've seen people go, see, it causes muscle loss. And you read the paper, and even the researchers go, DEXA can't distinguish lean body mass and skeletal muscle mass. Those are different things. Skeletal muscle mass is very hard to measure. So yeah, these guys may be bigger or have more lean body mass. They gain more muscle? Probably not. Well, I mean, not probably. Or any real muscle they did. Is it worth the year they spent striping for? I mean, that depends on the person. An elite bodybuilder or elite powerlifter putting in the grinding work to make a 2.5 kilo PR may be worth it.
Yeah.
The average person who's never going to step on stage, who's never going to even have the chance to be a competitor. God almighty, why bother? I mean, again, that's me as an older man looking back, but you know, but I competed in most of the things that I did, not bodybuilding, that's for damn sure. And I put in the work because it was important to me. As soon as I retired, done.
Yeah.
You know, rather not to mention finally, and I will let you go, is even with training volume per workout, we know even the most aggro volume people, like again, it's funny watching Krieger, you know, Brad's paper is right, but suddenly in his volume Bible, 6 to 10 sets is the maximum per workout. Well, shit, James, which is it? Is it 15 or is it 6 to 10? You can't have it both ways, but you do because you got to support, you know, the Omerta and, you know, the whatever. But there is, even within a given workout, there is a rapid diminishing return on investment. Right? 3 to 4 sets gets you the most of the growth that you're going to get out of that workout. Doing a few more sets gets you a little bit more. Doing a few more sets, and then there's got to be a cap. That's the other thing that needs to get addressed in the research. It has to be an upper limit per workout, and you can't just infer it from the studies which is being done. We need to find out how many high tension contractions is the maximum that stimulate, and then all these dumb debates go away. If they would just do the right stuff, like don't just throw 15 studies of some random exercises, some random rest interval at it. Measure muscle protein synthesis. 3 sets, 6, 9, 12, 15. Let's find out. Let's find out how many mechanosensors in the body, like in bone. There's a maximum number of loading cycles. And once you've done that, that's it. You cannot stimulate any more improvements in that session. There has to be one for muscle. Figure out where it is directly by measuring muscle protein synthesis directly. That way, if it's 80 reps, cool. You can do 8 sets of 10 or 10 sets of 8 or whatever, or we can talk about stimulating or effective reps or whatever it is. Doesn't matter what the model is. That's even if you don't look at it that way. You know, Krieger's initial meta-analysis was like, what was it? 3 sets gave you the most of the growth you were going to get. Like 6 sets doesn't even give you double the growth. It gives you 25% more. Maybe 8 sets gives you 12% more over that unit time. Okay, you're looking to maximize growth per unit training, do the 3 sets. If you want to try to get the most you can get over the medium term, maybe you go towards the higher volumes that, you know, like we talked about 8 hours ago. Making that long-term progress with reasonable volumes that allow you to...
I haven't played Stalker 2 yet.
I know. My final point.
Okay, Lyle.
I think it's the other problem people have with the idea that...
This video is extremely boring. Can we watch something else?
I don't find it boring, but we're either gonna watch some Ments next, or start playing games. Thanks for the donation, N.
That there's a natural limit, because looking.
Wait for the one about the pigs. Just want you to watch the one about the pigs.
71. In 1997, Bill Cosby's son Ennis was killed in a failed robbery attempt while he was changing a tire. Cosby was working toward his doctorate in special education and planned on building a school for children with disabilities. A group of firefighters from Wiltshire, England saved a group of piglets from a barn fire. 6 months later, the farmer sent them bacon and sausages made from the piglets as a thank you gift. Alfonso
There is no hope for humanity. People are pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Looking at the pros, looking at those guys, has skewed people's idea of what's big completely. And it was bad enough back in the day. I knew a guy was back on my forum years ago. And he was like 195, lean, perfect symmetry. I said, dude, you can win any show you entered in like a month. And he goes, oh, I feel small, because he was looking for 200, looking at like Dorian, he was 280 in shape.
Yeah.
Dorian is small by today's standards. Big Rainey and those guys are 150 kilos, 145 kilos contest shape. Arnold competed, depending on who you talk to, between 100 and 110 kilos. And he wasn't as conditioned as they are now. You get him leaned out and dried out, he would have been 95 kilos.
Yeah.
Maybe 100. He was lucky. But if you're...
And he was tall as well.
Yes, exactly. And Luke Ferrigno, who competed much heavier than he was, it was 2.5 meters tall. It was like 6'10", whatever that is. Well over 2 meters. And the guys now are, they're much heavier, but even shorter. And then you have like Franco Columbu. He only weighed 85 kilos, 185 pounds. Yeah, about 85 kilos, 84 and change. But he was short. He was like 5'4". He was like not even 2 meters tall. So, but yeah, so you've got guys now. So if you're 85 kilos and you look at Arnold, you go, oh, I'm small. You go, yeah, but compared to everyone else, you're big. Compared to the general public, you're big. But now compared to these guys that are starting, at 130 kilos in contest shape, you're going to go, I saw someone argue one time that Eric Helms must not be at his natural limit because he only competes at 85 kilos, which is just the dumbest. You can't even, I have no words to an argument that dumb. Since he's not 100 kilos, he must not be at his genetic limit. It's like, no, for his height, he's absolutely at his limit. He's been training for 10 years. But I think people don't want to believe it because they're like, well, God, even if you're 90 kilos, even if you're like big in shape, you're like, but I'm small next to those guys. Like, yeah, well, put in 12 grams of testosterone a week, and you too can be that big.
Come here, gum.
So anyway, I'm done. I promise.
Lyle, thank you. You're great. I may want to say a few words to you off camera. I will terminate the recording now. But thank you very much for listening. I hope you learned.
That's a good gum.
$1 from Big Richard.
I'll end up in the Everglades. You're not having trouble urinating, are you?
This is for all the gildings. I'm about to represent Iron Mag Labs, Hater Repsy Shoulders, and Gunting Goats.
Paul DeMayo and Tom Platz hacked into your account?
I don't know.
Jason, I hear they hacked into your Facebook last night. They said you need a liver transplant.
Yeah, they did.
I don't understand. Maybe it was the Chinese military that did it.
Yeah.
Is there something wrong with your liver from Jack getting steroids?
No, nothing's wrong with me. It's a rumor. It's a bunch of bullshit. A bunch of bullshit, man.
Let me tell you something. If Dr. Lecter finds out, he's going to come around and eat your liver. You know what Dr. Lecter is?
No.
He's that sick serial killer in the movie.
Fuck those people.
You didn't stick your lightsaber in any hookers.
It's a rumor. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a rumor. People like to talk shit.
You're right.
It's a lie. It's not true. It's not true.
Is there anything true about you? I heard you're getting married. You're marrying some woman bodybuilder who's all jacked up on testosterone.
That's a rumor.
Got a clit as long as a dick.
That's
Is that true?
That's a rumor.
That's a rumor?
Yeah. Everybody's spreading these rumors around.
Well, I'll tell you. You're a celebrity, that's why.
I thought he may have caught hepatitis C from one of these hoes he bangs.
You're a celebrity. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Be careful. I don't want to see you get AIDS or hepatitis C.
Yeah, that's true.
And try not to scratch your balls too much in public. People get the wrong idea. Yeah. They think you got the crab or something,
Yeah. Come on.
I can hear Richard laughing as I walk away.
All these haters, you know what time it is. It's a little Chris Jones time.
So, hold on. Come here. What the hell went... I woke up in the morning like I always do.
And I saw the profile.
And I had all these private messages on Facebook, everyone asking me...
There's nothing wrong with my liver. There's nothing wrong. Yeah. It's a rumor.
So when's the transplant?
There's no transplant. It's a rumor. Somebody set me up. Somebody freaking set me up. Made a lie. It's a fucking hoax. Set me up.
Well, let me ask you, do you have ST?
Richard, are you going to donate your liver to Jason?
No, I can't because I only have one. But do you have any sexually transmitted diseases?
No.
That's a lie too, huh? Well, you have the crabs.
Saul will give you his liver.
Saul's liver is pickled. Saul's been drinking all his life. His liver is totally pickled. His liver ain't worth shit. I wouldn't pay him a dime for that liver. Are you kidding me? What you could do is get somebody who was just killed in a car accident and take their liver.
You know what I like to do to those people who did that shit? I like to bash their head and put some common
sense. Invite them to the gym to work out, and we'll take care of them. Your liver, man. Fucking confide in us. Tell us the truth. You sure?
Sir.
You're not having trouble urinating, are you?
No. I'm perfectly healthy.
Are you still drinking that purple shit?
Yeah.
All right.
What about your kidneys? Are your kidneys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get so mad today.
It must be the Chinese military. Had anybody in the world to hack into his Facebook.
Just tell me you didn't give your password out again.
I did not give my password. Somebody hacked.
What his password was? His password was Jason Genova. That's really hard to crack. You know? That's hard to crack, man.
It's easy to crack.
All right, let's get back to the matter at hand. What are you training today?
Shoulders.
Shoulders. Lots of hater reps today?
Lots of hater reps are yelling. I'll take a fucking blowtorch and a bat. Hey, you mess with the wrong cat today. All these jealous motherfuckers skinnies on the internet talking shit can kiss my ass. You know what? Whoever hacked into my account is gonna get busted open.
You mean whoever you gave your password to?
I didn't give anybody to my password. Somebody made it easy and got in. But whoever did that is gonna get a bitch slap and I put some common sense there.
Can I ask you a serious?
I got a better idea.
What?
I think we ought to find out who did that, and we ought to cut their liver out.
Yeah. And donate it to the museum.
And you can wear it around your neck with the Iron Mag Labs shirt. Iron Mag Labs can change their logo to a liver instead of a guy. Can I ask you a serious question?
What?
Since you're an internet celebrity, do you get moved up to the top spot of the organ donor list?
No.
Do you get to jump to the top of the line for new liver since you're an
All
internet
right,
celebrity?
these hater reps, these shoulders for the. You know what time it is? It's some Chris Jones hater rep time.
Now he's gonna tune me out, Richard. Call these liver reps. Liver rep 1, liver rep 2.
Can you small gildings do this? My boy Jesse can, and my boy Jesse's got my back. He'll bash your throats over. Bro, you. One more. See you do that in 1. Ever seen me do 5? No. Now you give me a Myron.
If you needed a liver transplant, and the only person who was a match for you was Gideon, would you take Gideon's liver?
No.
You would not.
I would take.
You would rather die than take Gideon's liver.
Take Saul's liver.
You take Saul's liver over Gideon's?
Yeah.
I don't think you'd live very long, but Richard, they're playing your song. Girls just wanna have fun.
The other guy who made those videotapes, Girls Gone Wild, he filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah, I did see that actually.
Yeah, I wanted to do a video of Jason Gone Wild in the gym, you know, where he takes his clothes off and he dances around in the thong.
Yeah. That's a little black tiny whitey. You see my new Iron Mag Lab t-shirt? I changed them up today, made them look interesting.
Outstanding.
Outstanding for all these who hacked into my account and who said I had liver damage. I'd like to beat their ass. I like to take a fucking frying pan and put it in their fucking forehead. Shoulders and trapezius muscles. Here we go. Get a nice contraction in the muscle. All my fans and all my haters, the haters can kiss my ass, the fans can rave. All right, here we go. Hater reps, trolls.
Jason is borrowing $1 from Big Richard so he can buy a drink. Look at this. Do you really think he's gonna pay you back?
I will pay you back.
On video.
It's on video.
Yeah.
Jason, $5.
End up in the Everglades if you don't.
Well, he'll end up in the Everglades where I'm going to take his liver.
I'll give it back to you. I'm getting paid today anyway. I'll give it back to you.
All right. I believe you.
All right, come on. All right.
You know, you're never gonna
see me.
You're never gonna see that money
You
again.
don't see me. Give the $5 to Andrew. I'll see him. He's more
Yeah, I'll
reliable.
give it to him. Andrew.
Yeah, Bona Fortuna.
Oh, you heard about Gideon sending out the thing to you?
Gideon told me he put something in the mail for me to give to you.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it is, but I'll present it to you on camera.
All right.
A belated birthday present. It's a liver. He sent you a liver.
He sent me an organ damaged liver.
And are we shrugging now?
Yep. Then we're gonna go do over the head presses.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get freaky. Gonna build my body like Dorian Yates, LMAO, Tom Platz, all these haters. And Ronnie Coleman. This is just a warm-up, you idiots.
So Richard, I'm looking at Jason.
Yeah.
He looks a little yellow today. I think he might have jaundice.
He might have jaundice. If you got a problem with your liver, it'll make you a little yellow looking in your eyes, and your urine is going to be the color of Coca-Cola. So
Coca-Cola.
I think he looks like you got a little jaundice today, Jason.
No, I got a cold. I'm getting over it.
Your skin's yellow. That means you have a cold?
Yeah, they all can kiss my ass. This is for you, Skip LaCour, my biggest fan out there. And PJ and Aaron, if you're watching this, get ready for our video next week and get ready for the dieting for my show in Boca, the end of this year, October 20th. Yeah! Kiss my plantain ass.
if you donate your liver to somebody, maybe they'll get all jacked up and start working out.
If you needed a life-saving liver transplant, Richard, would you take Jason's liver?
Yeah, I probably would, if it's the same blood type. You know, as long
We'll
as
have
it
the
doesn't,
breakfast. Remember the breakfast, the breakfast club. We'll have a dinner club for two.
Supper club.
Supper club.
Everyone wants to see you work out, Richard. I think I have to film you do a set. Everyone's like, fuck Jason, we want to see a Richard work out. Jason's getting upset because I'm filming Richard do a set. Look at him. Like, you can hear Jason whining throughout the gym. Jason gets very agitated if I film anyone other than him.
Well, I'm the co-star attraction. I'm the lead star. The lead star. I see stars. Ding, 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 ding. Paul DeMeo, Tom Platt.
Paul DeMeo and Tom Platz hacked into your account?
I don't know, but
that's what you just made it sound like.
No, what am I gonna say? Dorian Yates and
Dorian Yates hacked into your account too?
Jay Cutler, Johnny Jackson, Dexter Jackson. I don't know.
I think Richard hacked into your account. I think Saul hacked into your account.
Saul?
Would you just like
tell that girl in Europe if you're like that there's nothing wrong with your liver?
No, there's nothing.
She won't come here and and go down on you if you think there's something wrong with your liver.
Yeah, she's not going to want to date someone who's terminally ill.
Terminally diseased ridden. Sardine candy ass. Sardine.
You making this guy clean up after you?
Jason just left all 3 plates.
Something matter with your liver?
On the side of the thing when he shrugged, and now this guy's.
I'm telling you, Jason.
Cleaning up the weights.
Really, you're supposed to know proper gym etiquette, you know?
Seriously, he just walks away and he's asking me if I'm ready to film him.
Boom. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Jason, I have a question for you.
Try to control the weight, man.
When you're on stage posing and flexing, will the judges hold it against you if you have a scar from a liver transplant?
I don't know.
While you scratch your head, you got scabies?
I'm on the goodies. Oh, the goodies. The goodies. The Skittles. The taste of rainbow.
Calves are looking huge.
Yeah, look at that.
The calves are looking huge, so he flexes his arms. Only Genova, man. You got a fan in the house?
Got a fan in the house right here.
What's the name of this video going to be this morning?
Jason Genova addresses haters and the liver failure issue, or something to that effect. Something with liver failure or liver transplant.
That's a rumor. That's what it's going to say, rumor.
Jason.
All right. Casey Willis donated $2. Sounds extreme, but do you think just eating lentil soup every day and supplementing with B12 would be enough to suffice all my nutritional needs without any short-term, long-term health implications? I just hate fucking cooking. Possibly. I don't know if you'd be able to actually get in enough calories. And again, depending on what's in the soup, you might have some odd deficiencies here and there. But it's possible. I wouldn't really recommend it. Thanks for the donation, though, Casey. Ah, crap. I forgot to load the trainer. There we go. Shenmue trainer. There ain't no way I'm getting through this game without a trainer. Wait. Do I have to talk to Shenhua? Why is it fucking late at night?
Hey, Shenhua.
What is it, Liao?
I'm heading to the Hermit's Nest tomorrow.
Okay.
It's probably best that you stay behind.
And why's that?
The thugs will be there. You'd be putting yourself
Do
in
you
real
know
danger
anything
if they
about
saw you.
US involvement in
So what?
Somalia?
Are you
The
saying
movie
it's
Black
too
Hawk
dangerous for
Down
me to
was
go?
based on it.
That's
Just
exactly what I'm
wondering if
saying.
you thought it was
I can't put you in
justified.
harm's.
They know where my father is. I'm going.
I know a little bit about it.
Shenhua, please.
And yeah, I think the US's involvement in most foreign conflicts, aside from Vietnam, has been morally justified. The only problem is how they went about doing it, especially when it comes to, you know, trying to create stability in the region after the actual conflict. But yeah, I know they wanted to like get rid of some like dictator there, and they're trying to stabilize the region. But yeah, like the idea of the US being the world's police and trying to get rid of these horrible dictators, I'm all in favor of it. It's just particularly Vietnam and Iraq, they really did just a shit job, especially Vietnam. Vietnam top to bottom made absolutely no sense. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer. Okay.
Good morning, Liao.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
All right, Hermit's Nest. It's by Panda Market.
Liao. Let's go.
Yeah. What's the Hermit's Nest like?
It's certainly the most remote settlement in the village. Do you know the way to get there?
Yeah. I went there once to look for Yanxing.
That's right.
I hope he's okay.
I hope so too. We should go as soon as possible.
Yeah, but we can't rush in unprepared either. One of the thugs really packs a punch.
Wait. You've seen them?
I had a run-in with them at Yanxing's house. I fought two of them off. but I took my eye off the third. They got the better of me in the end.
Well, even monkeys fall from trees.
I won't be caught off guard again.
Game came out only a few years ago. It uses Unreal Engine 4. Oh god. Can we... Yes, thank you.
Hey, about the Hermit's Nest?
Well, what about it?
The residents there all seem pretty old.
Yes, only elderly people live at the Hermit's Nest these days.
If thugs show up in a place like that,
Come on. We have to hurry.
I'm with you. It looks like Yansheng is not our only concern.
Right.
There's literally no goal in this game. It's just stupid. So, don't overthink it. Is that the panda market? I don't know if this is the panda market or if I went the wrong way.
We have to get to the Hermit's Nest.
Leo,
Yes, that's where we're going.
Shenhua?
you're amazing.
I am.
Thank you so much
For what?
for helping everyone in the village.
Ah. Those thugs have to be dealt with. What other choice do we have?
I guess so.
They are the link to our fathers. And the mirrors we'd been looking for all this time.
Yes.
I'm doing this for me as well.
Yeah, they're beating up old people. Oh, that's good. We're gonna get a quick time event.
You nosy hicks should have stayed inside.
What he
Hey, Gum
said.
Gum. Ah, damn it. Ah, give me a break. Is he taking a piss? What? What in the fuck, dude? I was so quick, too. I pressed the button! I knew it was coming! Okay, this game, it's literally broken. I know I didn't miss it. Oh my god. I pressed it! What does it want from me? Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we fucking go. You have to, like, press it multiple times or else it doesn't do the input.
That's...
Oh no, Yanqing.
Damn it.
I'll go knock on the door. Then while he's distracted...
Who's there? Did you really think that little trick would work on me?
You're gonna have to hit him harder. The combat in this game literally makes no fucking sense.
Too slow. Too slow.
Leo?
You're pretty dumb, kid. Did you really think you could beat me with kung fu like that? You give this chicken a good talking to, missy.
Leo,
How long was I?
you were out for 2 days.
Well, CTE,
Where did
I
they
guess.
go?
They've made the Hermit's Nest their base while they look for the mirror.
And Yanqing?
He's still holed up in the Hermit's Nest, but we've got to do something fast.
Yeah, he needs our...
Leo, don't.
We don't have time.
You have to rest. Let's think this through.
I suppose.
Find a martial arts expert. I know just where.
Good morning, Leo.
Good morning.
Are you feeling better?
Yeah, much.
Leo. See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
I don't know why he isn't trying to bang Shenhua. Probably just gay.
Chickens. Oh my god, chickens.
Some good chickens. What in the fuck? I can't, get that jackass? Oh my god, do I... Wonderful. The game's forcing you to talk to random people to waste your fucking time. That's basically all this is.
Excuse me, Grandmaster Feng.
Ah, Ryu.
I need a favor.
What kind of favor?
Yinxing needs our help.
Ah, yes, the boy in the hermit's nest.
And that means I need your help. Show me how to defeat those thugs.
I cannot.
Why not?
Anything you picked up now would only be half-baked.
But...
Do you hear me? A half-baked skill is a double-edged blade. These things cannot be learned overnight.
I don't care. You have to teach me.
Be gone.
Grandmaster.
I have nothing left to say to you.
Grandmaster. Damn. What do I do now?
Oh, now you have the idea.
There's
Well,
that
thank
move.
you. Now I can go to the place that I'm
I'll
supposed
ask
to go
Sun about it.
anyway. Oh my god, this guy's like a fucking 5-year-old.
Place the liquor and buns on the offertory box and hide. He's very wary.
Yes, we've already done this.
Pardon me, Mr. Sun.
What is it now?
I'd like you to teach me a technique.
Oh, yeah?
Specifically, the body check you showed me when we sparred the other day.
Body check is a signature move, one of the 8 big openings in Baji Tren. And I can't just teach it to you for nothing.
I'll do anything. Please.
Anything you say?
Yes.
So, you promise to follow my orders to a T with no back talk?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Then find me some aged Lao Jiu, a 7-liter jug.
Aged?
At least 50 years.
What does that have to do with...
Back talk already?
No, I just...
Now get going. Shoot!
Okay.
I want something with a 50-year age statement. Don't you forget.
I really like those chickens. Okay. Let's go to the panda market now.
Is this SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom?
Yes, that's what this is. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. We're playing SpongeBob SquarePants. Where's the stupid panda market? I think it's this one.
Let me guess. You're not here to buy anything, right?
Well, actually,
Oh, so you're really in the mood to shop?
yeah.
Well, all right then. What is it you're looking for?
Do you have any 50-year-old Lao Joe?
I have a few old bottles, but 50 years? I don't know about that.
I see.
I have quite the liquor collection, so why don't you take a look for yourself? The bottles and bins might look the same, but the years are different, so look carefully.
Okay, I'll take a look. Do you have a moment? Do you have any 50-year-old Lao Joe?
Why can't I skip this?
I see.
Oh my god. How am I supposed to look?
This isn't even alcohol.
Can't remember what the...
Is this liquor? Doesn't seem like Lao. This isn't it. This isn't it. What an interesting bottle. Wonder what's inside.
Why doesn't she just fucking tell me?
There's nothing 50 years old here. I better try another.
Oh, Jesus. This is gonna fucking take forever. I think there's that dumb bitch selling liquor here.
Excuse me.
Hiya.
Do you have any 50-year-old Lao Joe?
Well, I'm a woman of that vintage, but I'm afraid nothing in my stock is.
I see.
My customers only go for the cheap stuff. The general store over there might have more expensive liquor.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
We're already there. I don't know if talking to her again is gonna get her to...
Hey, I'm looking for a store that sells 50-year-old Lao Joe.
I have quite the liquor collection, so why don't you take a look for yourself? I have so many things that it's hard to keep track.
I see.
I don't know if I'm getting, like, fucked with here.
There are so many offerings.
What was this guy's fucking problem? Why did he have to make the game this fucking way? Like, he's actually a fucking dickhead. You have to be a dickhead to make this game. I have no fucking idea, dude.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Do you know where I can find a store that sells 50-year-old Lao Joe?
Maybe they'd sell it at a general store?
And where might that be?
Ever heard of Tauget? It's just before the Verdant Bridge.
Ah, okay.
They sell a lot of rare items. Maybe vintage wine is one of them.
I see.
No, wait. Is Verdant Bridge the other fucking place? I think, yeah, it is. Gum Gum, what are you doing? What are you up to, Gum Gum? Ah, shit. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna keep streaming. I don't think I'm gonna stream later, I'm just gonna keep streaming.
You looking for something?
Yeah, sort of. Do you have any 50-year-old Lao Joe?
I've got a wide liquor selection. Have a look-see.
I see. Thanks. I'll have a look.
Why don't they just fucking tell you? Oh my god. Like, everyone has to fuck with you for some reason?
This isn't it. Got it. 50-year-old Lao Joe. Why is it so expensive?
Trainers
you need?
for the win.
That item's not cheap. You sure that's what you want?
Thank fuck.
What will you do with such an expensive item? This isn't something for someone as young as you.
I know, but I absolutely need it.
Well, that's fine, I suppose.
Alright, thank fuck.
Mr. Sun.
There's Shenmue 3.
This better be the real deal. Guess I'll know after a swig. Now, next.
What? There's more?
Is there a problem? Because I can stop.
I'll do it.
Oh no.
Mr. Sun, please. Please teach me your technique.
Come back once you have defeated White Tiger of Marshall Hall. Then we can talk.
Marshall Hall? So, you're not going to teach me?
Are you already talking back to your venerable teacher? Hmm? If you do not wish to do it, then you needn't do anything. It matters not to me.
Hey, Gum.
That's not what I... right. So I just need to defeat White Tiger.
Precisely. Then return here.
Understood.
This shouldn't be too hard. Just tedious, because we have the trainers. Marshall Hall. That's past the bridge, right? Yeah.
Question mark, Sparkles? Sparkles?
Yeah, thanks for the donation, FEMA. These are some nice cows. Oh my goodness.
Looks like I can practice horse dance here. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Pardon me.
What do you need?
About today's match.
I have heard the news from Suin's brother.
His brother?
He is older and more powerful than I. In fact, I think of him as my own brother.
Is that so?
I am ready when you are. Say the word, and we shall begin.
Excuse me.
You said you wanted to have a match, did you not? Say the word, and we shall begin.
Okay. Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar, or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? A fight? Very well. At your level, Red Tiger should be a good match.
Is that all you're made of? Stop, that tickles!
That won't work. Yes, well done. That's enough to raise your rank.
Thank you.
Do not get complacent. You must aim ever higher.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? So you wish to fight? I believe Black Tiger will give you an appropriate challenge. You piece of... What's with this guy? Eat this! You're getting on my nerves. Gotcha. That was quite the match.
This fighting
Didn't
system
think you'd
is
defeat him.
incomprehensible,
Your
by
rank
the
has
way.
been raised. Keep up the good work.
This does not work like any fucking
Excuse me.
like fighting game or anything you've ever
Here
played.
to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? You're after a fight? I think you will find Blue Tiger a most formidable
Oh my god.
opponent.
How many times are we gonna have to fucking do this, dude? Okay, you have to see this. So watch. I'll press the button now. Then it comes out. So I press the button now. There's such a delay. So there. It takes like 5 seconds for the move to come out.
Stop that tickle!
You like can't do combos.
What was that? Got you! Well done. You defeated Blue Tiger. Your rank rises without objection.
Thank you.
But this is not the end. Far from it.
Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? You certainly like to fight. Then you shall face our best warrior. His name is White Tiger. Now then, to victory!
No brown lions in the White Tiger Kingdom.
I'm impressed. You're no simple opponent.
We're beating up an old man.
Ho-ho! You've bested White Tiger. It has been some time since I've had such a fine trainee. That means just one more opponent stands in your way.
Who? Excuse me.
Here to train? Have you come to spar or fight one of the monks? Which will it be? So, you've chosen to fight? Then I shall be your opponent. You'll need a new strategy this time. You'll get no mercy from me. Got that? Was that supposed to hurt?
Too bad.
Damn it! Try this! You're no simple opponent. What? Is that all you're made of? Was that supposed to hurt? Is that all you're made of? Don't disappoint me.
Oh my god, this is so awkward.
How did you manage to? I must commend you. You are now the top-ranked fighter.
No, I still have a ways to go.
That's right. Maintain that mindset. Do not give in to pride.
I won't.
Okay. Now we can go back and learn the move, and then fight the guy, and then win, and then go on to the next thing.
Mr. Sun, I have defeated White Tiger.
Have you now?
You made a promise. Teach me your technique.
Try catching 10 of those chickens.
Seriously?
If you don't want to.
Another time, perhaps.
What? Well, do what you want.
Oh my god.
You're here. Let's begin. Let's see how your skills hold up.
Why? How do I even catch them? Oh my god. Ah, damn it. Damn it, why the fuck? This game is insane! What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
You've still a ways to go, but it's clear you are your father's son.
You knew my father, didn't you?
Indeed.
This is a photo of him, and by
The guy who made this game is unhinged.
Is this Iwa with Zhao Sunming?
So you know about my father and Zhao Sunming?
Long ago, Feng and I trained together, helping each other to hone our skills. As a result of our training, Feng went on to gain great renown among our fellow martial artists. Many gifted students came to study under him, revering him as their master. Zhao and your father were among them. They got along famously. Under Feng's tutelage, they pushed each other to new limits. Then, several years later, Zhao Sunming died mysteriously. But what of Iwa? What became of your father?
He fought a man called Lan Di, and he...
Ah, I see. I had no idea.
Mr. Sun.
I'm done for the day. Go back and get some rest. Keep up with your training. You hear me?
Got it. Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Oh my god.
Good morning, Liao.
Good morning.
Did you get enough rest?
Yeah.
Leo.
Hmm?
See you later.
Yeah. See you soon.
Oh my god. Cat Donatillers, do you find it cringe when dog owners get jealous when their dog shows affection towards them? Yesterday I ran into this homeless dude with pit bull, and he said I can pet his dog, but when his dog started playing with me, he got angry and jealous. I think it's kinda retarded. I mean... They're a dog, so if you're nice to them, they're probably going to be nice to you. Thanks for the donation, though, Cat.
First up, get into a horse stance.
Okay.
These basic forms need to become second nature.
Okay then. Here goes nothing.
Let's see how your skills hold up. Yes, good. Bend those knees. Yes, there. That's it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Higher, you hear? Yes, that's the idea. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, that's the idea. Yes, good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, that's the idea.
Oh my god.
Bad. Not bad at all. Acceptable. Try catching 10 of those chickens.
Why? We already did that!
If you don't want to.
Oh my god, this is insane.
Hold on to your chickens. I'll do it.
Let's see how your skills hold up.
Damn it.
Acceptable.
Mr. Sun.
I'm done for the day. Go back and get some
Really?
rest. Keep up with your training. You hear me?
Got it. Maybe I should head back to Shenhua's house.
Oh my god. This is fucking insane. What the fuck, dude? I can't believe this. They're gonna make me catch chickens again, aren't they? Oh my god, why
Good morning,
every
Leon.
fucking morning?
Did you get a...
Yeah.
Leo,
Yeah.
Rooster steps today.
Sorry?
You don't know Rooster steps? Well then, today's a big day for you.
I guess so. Okay, let's give it a shot.
You're in for a rough day today. Yes, there. That's it. Are you deaf? I said that was too... Yes, there. That's it. Yes, good. Yes, there. That's it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, there. That's it. Yes, that's the idea. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, that's the idea. Yes, there. That's it. Acceptable. You know what I want, right?
10 chickens. Coming right up.
I knew it. Oh, man.
Here I go.
This
Let's
is
see how
nauseating.
your skills hold up.
Damn it. Fuck.
Ooh, you have some skill. It seems you've got the strength. Perhaps it's time to teach you the technique.
Please, I promise I'm ready.
All right, then. Quickly close the gap and strike. just like that. Care to try again?
Let's begin.
Okay. Quickly close the gap and strike.
Okay, then.
Yes, just like that. Care to try again?
Not now, thank you.
Very well. Don't go getting a big head just because you've done it a few times.
I won't. Did that wine have anything to do with my training?
You're young. You have to get crafty in order to buy it. You'll never be able to learn a signature move if you give up. And besides, I wanted some good wine.
Fine. About the chickens?
The body check requires you to swiftly close in on your opponent, and then use your body to knock them into the air. You're not quick enough, yet. But if you can catch these chickens, you might be able to pull it off.
That makes more sense.
But don't think pulling it off once or twice means that you've learned it.
Okay.
The days ahead will be full of long and arduous training.
Alright, can I fight the fucking gang members now?
How did it go?
Mr. Sun taught me the technique.
He did? That's great.
And I was right. Chicken catching was part of the training.
So, what kind of move is it?
It's called the body check.
Sounds powerful.
Yeah, it's a Baji Chun signature move.
Really? Great.
Now I can take on those thugs in the Hermit's Nest.
And we can save Yanxing.
Exactly.
And once we defeat the thugs, maybe they'll tell us about my father.
Right. They've been targeting stonemasons, so they must know something.
Yes.
Now, let's get a move on and save Yanxing.
Okay.
Wait, where the fuck is it supposed to be? Oh. Fuck me. Wait. Yeah, what? What? What the fuck is this shit? Isn't it supposed to be, like, right here? I have no idea. Oh, here we go.
Get out here.
Jeez, you two just never
Dodo donates
learn.
$2. What happened in Shenmue? I missed it. What happened so far?
Careful,
Did you go to
Shenhua.
Shenhua's house and then go to the village and then play tag with kids again? Elon Musk dumb. We were catching chickens, basically.
I'm gonna beat your friends to a
And I'll
bloody
take a look at
pulp
those
now.
links in a minute. Thanks for the
Hope
donation,
you
Dodo.
enjoy the front row seat.
Keep your distance, Shenhua.
Okay.
There. What's with this guy? Now I'm back.
You blockhead!
What's with this guy? You punk! Don't choke! I see right through you. What's wrong? I see right through
Who put you up to this?
I don't know anything.
Ah, damn it. Yeah.
Who put you up to this?
I don't know anything.
Take care of him.
Got it.
Okay. Let's take a look at these links Dodo gave me. Some idiots are still building manned fighter jets like the F-35. Oh my god, what an idiot. Elon Musk doesn't understand why F-35 exists, why they're needed, what they're used for. What a fucking dumbass. Elon Musk is stupid, dude.
happening now, and that's L.A., and that's New York, and that's a lot of places that got fucked up by incompetent people.
I don't know. I just feel safer knowing, like...
Pull this mic.
Yeah, I've already seen that clip. Joe Rogan's a fucking Russian cuck bitch, dude. Yeah. Russia murders innocent people, including children, bombs a children's hospital, massacres fucking people. Doesn't say anything about it. Oh, there could be a nuclear war. Fucking cuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey.
You little pipsqueak! Don't think for 1 second you're better than me just because you beat me. All you did was get lucky.
What did you say to me?
Well, looky here. On another date with your cute little girlfriend. Don't you two make a cute couple?
Leo, don't listen to him. He's just trying to goad you.
Yeah, I know. I have a question for you.
Huh? Why the hell should I answer a little punk like you?
Give it up. You have nowhere to run.
Now, answer me. What's your plan? What do you want? Why did you target this village?
Why? Oh, I dunno. What do you think?
I'm the one asking the questions. Now answer me, damn you!
Oh, look at you acting like you're all grown up. You're not even a man yet, boy.
What?
Leo, don't let him get to you.
I know, damn it.
It looks like your little girlfriend has more brains and wit than you. Guess we know who wears the pants, huh?
You piece of...
Leo.
What's your plan? What do you want? Why did you target this village?
Why?
Do they just repeat the same fucking dialogue tree?
Damn you!
Oh, look at you.
What?
Leo.
I know, damn it. You...
Leo.
Who sent you? Who's your boss?
Boss? No one's the boss of me.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
What? You think I'm just gonna cough it up? You're even dumber than you look, kid.
Enough. If you don't tell me, I'll beat it out of you. Is that what you want?
Are you threatening me? You don't have the stones, kid.
I swear, I'll do it.
Hey, Leo.
Shenhua.
No, Leo. Just don't.
Yeah, but...
We'd be no different.
You're right, Shenhua. So, what do we do then? Who are you?
Who, me? Can't you tell by looking?
What?
I'm just your friendly neighborhood thug. Yeah.
Stop kidding around. I'm asking where you came from. Who the hell are you?
You little brat! Who do you think you're talking to? Why don't you learn some manners first?
What?
If you want me to answer, say pretty please.
Why, you?
He's not going to answer us willingly.
Damn it. Hey, do you know Mr. Yun?
Yuan? Who the hell's that?
Mr. Yun, the stonemason.
That is my father.
Nope. Don't know, don't care.
You guys dropped it, didn't you?
He dropped it? That idiot.
Wait, what?
Oh, nothing.
Huh?
You people went after all the stonemasons on this list, didn't you?
Spit it out.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know nothing about no stonemasons, or that piece of paper.
Are you sure?
Look, I don't know what I don't know.
Could you all wait outside? You too, Leo.
Are you sure?
I'll just be a minute. Trust me.
Okay. He's all yours.
Hey. Huh? You think I'm afraid of a little girl like you? What?
She giving him a blowjob or something?
Huh? Shenhua? Shenhua, I'm coming in. Shenhua, what did you...
He says he'll tell us everything.
That's good. Well then, let's hear it. Talk. I said talk. Why did you come to Bailu?
You want to go for round 2?
No, ma'am.
Then talk.
At first, we were ordered to search for a mirror made out of some kind of special stone. I forgot what it was called. But we couldn't find the damn thing no matter where we looked.
Is that why you targeted the stonemasons?
I don't hear an answer. Ring the bell, yo.
Okay, I'll talk.
Go on.
When we reported back about the mirror, our next order was to kidnap its stonemason.
I knew it. So you took my father?
You kidnapped Mr. Yuan?
Yuan.
Did you ever fast when you had an
sounds
injury, or is that a
familiar.
bad idea?
He
No,
was the
I've never
only one that
fasted.
could carve that whatchamacallit rock.
Fasting doesn't do anything good for you. It's pointless.
Phantom Riverstone.
Where did you take my father? Where is he now?
We handed him off to the other guys.
Where did they take him?
I don't know. I swear. The thing is, our gang has several hideouts in a town along the Lijiang River, but I don't know where they all are.
Oh no. This can't be happening.
You better not have laid a finger on him.
No, he's fine, I swear. They said to hand him over in one piece. No injuries, no scratches.
Father.
Who are you?
My name's Yinlang. I'm just a common thug. Well, maybe not common, but you get my drift. I still can't believe I caved into this girl.
You were easy. I've had a harder time breaking chopsticks.
You win. Do what you want with me. Have at it.
You turned around quick.
What's up with this girl anyway? She's absolutely brutal.
Speaking of, what exactly did you do to this guy, Shenhua?
Oh, you want to know? I can give a demonstration.
No more! Please! Pretty please, even!
Shenhua. Who ordered you? Was it that creepy-looking guy with the hunchback?
No, not him. Our orders came from higher up.
So who are the higher-ups?
I don't know.
What? What do you mean you don't know?
No, really! I honestly don't know!
You think I'm going to fall for that?
Ding, ding. So you do want some more?
No! I'm telling you the truth! I swear on my life! When we talked to them, we weren't even allowed to see their faces!
What?
And if we didn't comply, they would have killed us on the spot! That skinhead guy's just a watchdog. He was there to keep an eye on us.
Is he Chi Yu-men?
Hard to say. It's not like we could just ask him. We just kept our mouths shut and followed orders. You know, search for the mirror and its stonemason.
What did you tell him?
Not much. I just gave him intel on the bridge.
Wait, the Verdant Bridge? Why would you...
What's so special about the Verdant Bridge? What do you know about it? Tell us!
Beats me! Never cared in the first place! In fact, why do I care now? There's no turning back for me anyway! Come to think of it, nothing matters anymore.
You piece of...
Take it easy. If you want to know that bad, go talk to the old hag.
Old hag?
You mean Elder Ye?
Sounds about right. If you care about her, then you better get going.
Huh?
What's that supposed to mean?
You know that Chai guy? He should be at that old lady's place right about now. If I were you, I'd leave now. I'm telling you, Chai is one sick puppy. He'll go to any lengths to get what he wants. Even to a sweet little old lady.
Damn it!
Leo, we have to go to Elder Ye's house right now. We got all we need to know. We have to hurry to Elder Ye's.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
Mr. Wong, Mr. Liu, we're done with him. You can let him go now.
What? You're not seriously thinking about letting him go, are you?
The longer he stays in the village, the more trouble he will cause. And there's no guarantee that his friends won't come for him.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Anyway, let's hurry.
Where the hell is Elder Ye? Elder Ye. Who the fuck was she? The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Excuse me.
Well, look who it is. Are you okay? Oh, I was so worried. I kept hearing about injuries and deaths.
Well...
Thank you for fighting for us, Liu. From the bottom of my heart. Oh, Shenhua's found a keeper in you.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Hey, mister! How about a yummy steamed bun? Bye, mister!
Where's the place we need to go to? Why can't... And we can't even talk to Shenhua, so where the fuck is it? Oh my god, dude.
Excuse me.
Oh, I see you still have some fight in you, young man.
What?
Ever since the thugs perched on the hermit's nest, you've been running around like a headless chicken. Ah, looks like the thugs finally flew the coop.
Actually, I
wonder what's going to show up next.
I need to get to Elder Ye's house.
She lives nearby, but we're both homebodies, so I haven't seen her in ages. I wonder if she's home right now.
Okay, I'll go and look.
Is it that dumb old lady over there?
Elder Ye.
If it isn't Shenhua. Oh, and the young man from Japan. Come to ask about the Verdant Bridge again?
We have.
And as I've told you, it's ancient history. It has nothing to do with you.
Or does it?
The Phoenix Mirror. How did you get this?
My father left it for me. It's what brought me to this village.
Tell us about the Verdant Bridge. Please.
Su and Sun both told us you would know more.
Ah, so you've spoken to them.
Yes.
It was over 70 years ago now. 1910, the second year of the Shren Tong Emperor, and I was but a girl. An imperial envoy was sent from the capital to the village. The whole village came together and built a new bridge so as to welcome him.
And that's the Verdant Bridge.
It was a hot summer afternoon. Su Swan and I were trying to get a glimpse of the envoy and his troop. We could hardly contain ourselves as we waited near the bridge. At last, they appeared. They were resplendent. I can still picture them clear as day. The envoy came to command the greatest stonemason to make a set of mirrors of phantom river stone.
And who was that?
Well, phantom river stone can only be found here in Bailu. And of the stonemasons here, the Yuren name became known to the capital. They were the family that was chosen to make the special mirrors for the Emperor. The envoy gave the design for the mirrors to Yuren's grandfather.
That must have been the mirror design we found at the house.
Which matches the pattern in the photo that we found at Manyuan Temple.
And the relief we found at the quarry.
This pattern is everywhere.
Listen carefully. Find the 6 tokens here, then climb the bell tower.
The bell tower?
There are 6 tokens that serve as keys. You have to find them all.
Oh my god.
Nothing out of the ordinary. There's nothing inside. This... Elder, yeah.
What is it?
A token. There's a picture of alcohol drawn on it.
That's what we need.
This game... I'm literally becoming
I wish
ill.
they'd tone down the action. This game is a little fast-paced for my liking.
Yeah, really. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
This is useless.
This game is literally making me nauseous. I feel ill having to deal with this. What the fuck?
It looks like a fist design. I found a token here.
What? What's the matter?
It's a token with a fist on it.
Looks like you found it.
It's a token with a dragon on it. There's a piece of paper with it. This might be a clue. Let's take them. It's a crane design. There's a token here.
What? What is it a picture of?
It's a crane design.
That's it. Good find.
This game's difficulty is in just playing it, like just tolerating it. Why couldn't she just put them all in one spot? Oh my god, let's try to look somewhere else, I guess.
A sketch. A token.
Did you find something?
A token with a moon design.
That's it.
Dreamzation, donate $2. Why are you playing this game if you hate it so much? I'm getting paid to play it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It's a sword design. Elder, yeah.
Something there?
A token with a sword design.
Yes, that's it.
That's all of it, right? That was 6.
We've got all 6 tokens. Elder, yeah. I found them all.
Oh, you did? You should take that up the bell tower.
This is so exhausting. Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Yeah, come here, Gum Gum.
Where does this key go?
Come here, Gum Gum.
Leo, take a look.
That's a good boy.
There's something on the pillar.
What the heck
come
is
here,
this?
Gum Gum. That's a good
Does this
boy.
image mean
Yes.
something?
Oh, what a nice kitty. What in the hell is this shit? Stop mlemming me. I don't want to be mlemmed.
Nothing happened.
I believe the token is probably in the wrong spot.
Okay, let me try this again. The images on the pillar and the token, could they be part of one drawing?
What the fuck? Okay. Shenmue 3 Bell Tower Puzzle. Fuck. No! Oh my god. Jesus. Oh, why is everything not fucking working? What is this fucking thing's problem? Wait, what?
Let's think about this a bit more.
I fucked up.
Now this is something else.
Look at Gummy posing for
Doesn't
the camera
look like anyone's
behind
been
you.
here for a while.
Oh yeah. He's on my workout bench. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Hexagonal prism?
This is a wheel repository.
What's it for?
You can find these in old temples. The monks keep sutras inside of them. Turning it once gets you through one sutra. But why is it here of all places?
Then, let's take a look. It won't budge.
What is this dumb shit?
This painting is of a crane and turtle. Liquor and steamed buns? This is... Shenhua, isn't this...
Just like the Sword of the Seven Stars.
Do you think? Nothing happens, even if I turn it. Am I missing something? Am I turning it wrong?
The paper.
The what?
The paper from Elder Yez's house.
This old thing? Nothing happens, even if I turn it. Am I missing something? Am I turning it wrong? Nothing happens, even if I turn it. Am I missing something? Am I turning it wrong?
Left, 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 right, 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 left, left. Lord Adam, Donatillers, this is a message to Meta. Stop harassing Lord Adam.
Hey, real talk, Thanksgiving, we beating ass, we hurting somebody. Nah. Hey, real talk, Thanksgiving, we beating ass, we hurting somebody. Nah. Internet gangsters. Somehow, out of 200 people, out of 40 million Canadians, 300 million Americans, USA citizens, there's someone in my neighborhood that I'm in chat with. I'm in chat with Random Gal, Vegan Games, Richard Burgess. There's only 200 at most. But yet Matas Govin, he or she lives in my neighborhood and gets mad that he or she can't control me. I don't even know what the fuck to believe, because it doesn't make sense. Look, vegan IB, VIB. Don't hate the player, hate the game, and I've got something to show you. You like that? Yeah, ain't shit about to happen.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Lord Adam.
What's this?
We should head to
Gum
Elder
Gum,
Yes'
no.
house.
Gum Gum,
Yeah.
no. No Gum Gum. No Gum Gum. No
Genova,
Gum Gum.
dear, what do you see on
Stop
this
whacking
scroll?
things, no.
Well, there's a dragon and
Oh
a
my
phoenix.
god.
I'm certain of it.
There's also some treasure.
No Gum Gum. Stop whacking
So,
things.
if the dragon is the emperor and the phoenix the empress, the treasure is the hidden treasure in their palace.
We saw all of these patterns in the quarry.
This pattern here is identical to the Phoenix mirror.
No, something made from fucking
Sure,
eggshells
your mom
isn't
is
vegan, you
desperate to find
fucktard.
this mirror. For together, the phoenix and dragon mirrors are the key to hidden treasure.
This is huge.
Get out of there. Ouch. Ouch.
Anything else?
The cormorant fisher and the hole in the rock.
Gummy.
Well now, let me think. The port town of Niaowu along the Lijiang River has a cave rock you can pass through.
Really?
Yes, it's quite large. As for the cormorant fishermen... Yes, that is a picture of Niaowu. I'm almost certain.
The last picture extends out into a mountain cliff.
A mountain cliff. It seems that the treasure at the heart of this calamity is hidden in those mountains.
This is a lot to take in.
What could these pictures possibly mean?
My dear, I believe you hold a map to the treasure.
Damn it.
I will take the treasure scroll.
You again. Give that back!
I will not, for you are weak, but I am strong.
The treasure stone is mine now!
What are you talking about? Why don't you come down here and fight me?
The weak won't fight.
I am strong!
Then fight, instead of fleeing like a coward.
Okay, I'll fight!
Are you with the Chiyo men?
I know nothing.
Say what?
Where have you taken the stonemasons?
They took them on a boat.
Yen too?
I don't know names. 2 stonemasons. Long-haired man and an old man.
Father, ensure.
Where?
Niao!
Niao? Get back here!
They're headed to Niao.
The same place on the scroll.
Oh, this is Shenmue 3.
From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him. The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready, he shall seek me out. And we shall brave together the rocky path. I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times. A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens. A phoenix shall descend from above. Its wings will create a purple wind. In the midst of the pitch-black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone.
Shenhua, dear, the time has come. Go with the one who holds the phoenix.
over there, that's the famous Bay. He can control any cormorant he puts his hands on. Your room number is 201.
What?
The hotel is on the harbor. There's a sign for Hotel Niaowu. You can't miss it. I'll have your bags sent up. In the meantime, why don't you check out the vendors in town?
That's very helpful.
Have a great trip.
We're done with that for now. Oh my god, that game is just fucking exhausting. I literally feel like I just like ran for fucking 10 miles straight.
Why did someone upload your livestream on their channel? I noticed cause my video I sent to you made the thumbnail.
I guess they felt like it. I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer. There's practically no difference playing hardcore and normal in this fucking game. So we can just play like a fucking hardcore match, I guess, but there's practically no difference. It's just bombs kill you faster, so people spam grenades and shit more in hardcore. It's really the only difference. God, this gun, like this game just doesn't fucking work.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Neutralize all threats. We've taken control.
Great. What a fucking asshole.
fucking bye-bye. Five EKIA. Child's play. Engage the tank.
Right. Right. Uh-huh. Sure. What a fucking prick. Yeah. Here we go. I'm sure.
Targeting.
I'm sure.
Marksman down. Mark's been deleted.
It's just stupid.
No more sniper. Move.
Coordinates marked. Check on. Get a UAV in the air. Never mind.
Fuck.
Trophy eliminated.
Turret is online.
Sniper's gone. Push up.
Dropping a spring line.
We have the edge, but don't get cocky. This shit ain't over.
Requesting recon above.
Enemy is down. All mission objectives set. Way to make me proud. That's the last of them. Good shit.
Hostile marksman, you're careless. Found you. It's a start.
One-shot kill pistols, but rifles need multiple hits to kill. Makes perfect sense.
Hardcore domination. Secure
Yeah.
the objective.
Domination, great.
Secure an alpha.
Yay! The worst map for domination, aside from Babylon.
They're taking C.
Here's the waypoint.
Losing B. Cover my ass while I work. Bravo is on. Losing Bravo.
What in the fuck? Wha- Yeah.
Losing B. Not this time, fuckface. Threat down. Eyes on. Warm-up set. Securing C. Center mass.
What in the fuck?
Bravo. Losing B. Archangel making noise. Losing Bravo.
Get shot in the back of the game. Great.
We're losing Alpha.
Oh my god. This is so annoying.
Marking location.
Take it C. Shoot him.
Wow, from that far away with a fucking submachine gun? Oh my god! I might as well just sit here. Like, what's the point? Just like 80 different spots that anybody can shoot you from, like no matter where you fucking go. The fuck is that?
So long, asshole. Hostile assault through. Shot was good. 5 EKIA. PID.
Wish I had more ammo. Yeah, great.
Losing A.
Shit.
Losing Bravo. Losing B. Concussion grenade out. Hostile long gun working. Marksman deleted. Securing Charlie. Enemy patrol. This feels right. You're dead.
Wait for that spot.
Got contact.
Damn it.
Locking down Charlie.
Didn't quite see him.
Securing Charlie. Take it C. All objectives locked down. Hold those SOBs back.
Yeah, everybody's just rage quitting. Yeah, there we go. Oh boy. Well, we win. Whatever. I'm playing on PC. I'm not a baby, so I don't play on stupid dumb baby consoles. Extraction is just absolute horseshit. Do I know any good vegan food festival? Like there's the Toronto Veg Fest in Vegandale.
Hardcore hardpoint. Capture the objective. Hardpoint is secure. We've taken the lead. Stay on task. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
We're winning. Keep it that way.
Confirming kill. Enemy kill.
Oh, what the fuck? How in the hell did I miss that one? Fuck. Fuck you. Eat shit.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint located.
Great, thank you.
Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have
See
the
you never,
hardpoint.
asshole.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Move up. Marksman is down.
Hardpoint locked down.
Shit. Ah, yay.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Animations in the game are just so fucked. Like, he shot me while he was fucking climbing.
Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint identified.
Hope you enjoyed it while it lasted.
Hardpoint is secure.
Ah, damn it.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Body dropped.
Eat this.
I hit the person! That's great, nice. Packet losses, what have you.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point located. Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard point.
Oh, I thought that was a fucking teammate on the ground. Shit.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostiles have claimed the lead.
Hostile assault pack destroyed.
Hardpoint is secure. Enemy UAV inbound. We've claimed the advantage, now hold it. Hardpoint identified.
Target appears hostile. Gotta start somewhere.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Really? Really? What the fuck?
They've taken the lead. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Oh, this game is gay. Oh my god, it's so gay. And a teammate kills me with a fucking grenade.
Sharpshooter threat removed.
Net call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound.
Oh, great.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint located.
Enemy watchdog.
So somebody on our team is feeding him.
Contact watchdog helo.
Hardpoint is active.
Yeah, somebody on our team is just feeding him. Great.
Enemy watchdog helo spotted.
Wow, our team really doesn't want to win. Like, they do not give two fucking shits. There's no way I'm gonna be able to really get there in time.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is secure. Enemy UAV inbound.
Sharpshooter threat removed.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
That's 5.
Fuck you.
Smoked them.
Wow, gay.
Hardpoint located. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint is active.
Archangel going hot.
Great, yeah.
Get this show on the road.
Of course.
Hardpoint locked down.
shit.
Hardpoint identified.
Fuck.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint
And a
secure.
teammate shoots me. Thank you.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Fucking gay. What the fuck is that shit?
Get a UAV on grid.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Oh my god.
You're falling behind, Crimson.
None of them care. It's right there. So nobody wants to fucking win.
Hardpoint located.
Sending Semtex.
Great, yeah. Mm-hmm. The game freezes all the fucking time.
Hardpoint is active.
Sharpshooter threat
Hostiles
removed.
have the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound.
Shit. Oh!
Move up.
Fuck you.
Target sighted. Threat clear.
Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint identified.
Hmm.
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Are you winning, son? Is this SpongeBob battle for Bikini Bottom?
Not quite winning yet.
You thought this was
Hostiles have
And
captured
yes,
the
this is
hardpoint.
SpongeBob. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO. Hardpoint is secure. Not much time left. Put this to bed. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Whatever.
Hope you enjoyed it while it lasted.
And a teammate kills me. Mhm.
Hardpoint located. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure. We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Hostile long gun neutralized. Hostile moving. Hostile dusted. Five of them.
Ah, shit. Whatever.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Hostile shooter.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Yay, we
Made it
win.
look easy, Crimson.
And the other team fucking rage quit again.
Mission success.
Kill streaks basically don't exist in this game because it's pretty much impossible to get a kill streak.
Job done.
flag. Which country is this?
That's the gay flag.
Ah, France. Oh, here's a pretty flag. Which country is this?
That's the gay flag.
Ah.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dad. Will you get some new cat or no? Well, we just got a new cat. His name's Gummy. Ugh. Subsonic, I guess? BMO's doing good. She's just being a sweet little kitty.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Weapons free, people. Lay some hate on 'em. Enemy sniper shooting.
Oh my god, that's so gay. Weird. Wait, what? Oh. Okay.
Hostile gone. Semtex armed.
That's funny, I got two of them. What? I swear I hit that guy.
Enemy drop.
Damn it. Fuck you. Ugh. This makes me feel gross.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Sniper's gone. Push up.
Ah, damn it.
Enemy UAV inbound.
What kind of gay shit is this? What the fuck?
Enemy UAV inbound. Requesting recon above. Single shooter.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Care package deployed. Enemy care package above. No more sniper. Boom. You're dead.
Okay, I think that guy with the fucked up lettering's hacking. I'm pretty sure that dude's hacking. That's weird. Like, he's shooting me without any line of sight. Fuck. Oh, that's so stupid. Fuck right off.
Got the sniper. Let's make moves.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
He's hacking. Yeah, he's hacking. I saw him literally shoot right through the thing. That dude's hacking. Wonderful. Ah, damn it. I think I didn't choose a hardcore match. What a bitch. Cookie cutter donators, then they want to cry about Palestine, but not about this. Pathetic fools.
For not doing anything wrong.
Well, yeah.
करके हम 200 रुपया लाया था फिर इधर से टैक्सी
Yeah, no.
उसको
Yeah. Well, they don't care about any of this. They just want to hate Jews. Thanks for the donation, Cookie Cutter. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck they made Black Ops 6 with such horrendous anti-cheat. It's fucking bizarre.
Mark's been deleted. Bad guy, nice. We're pulling ahead.
Poor shit.
Damn it, we've lost the lead.
Oh my god.
No more sniper. Move.
No, what the fuck? What is this fucking game doing? Oh my... What is... Wow. Holy shit, dude. That's so fucking annoying. Like, what an actual load of fucking bullshit. Like, fuck you.
Taking a shot. Mark's been deleted.
Got the sniper. Let's move.
How? How? This game is just so fucking dumb. Oh my god. This game is so dumb. Did I kill an enemy or teammate? I think I killed an enemy.
Sniper's gone. Push up.
Ah, shit. I don't know.
Destination marked. Never mind.
We got the lead. Now hold tagged and tagged.
Hostile shooter.
Great. Horse shit.
Threat down.
Yeah, cool story, dude.
God, that never gets old. Got a mover here. Or I'm upset.
It's so weird, like I can tell there's shots that just aren't fucking registering. There's no way I'm missing these people.
Wasted.
Establishing sentry turret. Enemy mine. Front.
Damn it! Oh, how the fuck? Damn shit!
Archangel going hot. Deploying RCXD.
West Point marking care package DZ. West Point marking vector for Mabra.
Later, shithead. Neutralized. Finish line's in sight. Don't let up.
Great. Damn it.
God
Yeah,
damn,
well,
I love
we
the
won.
chance of victory. Hotel Sierra. Don't give medals for that. I'll call the president myself.
Neutralized. Got their marksman. Let's push.
I kind of think the longer barrel actually increases weapon sway on the gun. I'm gonna take it off and see if it feels different. Even though it says it's not supposed to do that. It's weird. Derelict sucks. This is a really shit map. No, I've never taken collagen.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Remind those shitheads who they're dealing with.
This is old news, but did you side with Will Smith or Chris Rock? Do you think you would ever slap someone if they made fun of Jasmine?
Well, I sided with Chris Rock. Will Smith was being a bitch, and depends on what type and what level of disrespect. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
This shit ain't working. We lost the advantage. No more sniper. Move.
There's way too many fucking grenades in this game, dude. Ah, shit. Wait, what? Oh my god. The
Marksman deleted.
netcode in this game is so bad.
Target eliminated.
Ah, shit. Oh my god. Fuck you. Yeah, eat shit, dipshit.
Genius. In your fucking dream. Come on, you're losing this fight.
Yay.
Center mass.
Wait, what?
Throw gas threat down. So long, asshole.
Oh, shit.
Friendly down.
Setting rally point.
Teammate by accident. I hit him, and it just didn't register. What a load of... Yeah, just... What a load of monkey fuck, dude. I hit him so many fucking times. Bullshit.
RTXD detected.
Wow.
No more sniper. Move.
Shit.
Piss off.
This guy's just a fucking annoying
Hey,
asshole.
dumbass. Enemy UAV inbound. Private Semtex. Shot was good.
What is that? Well, that is so bizarre. I even saw blood coming out of the person, and I didn't get any hits. Oh my god, fuck you. Fuck this game.
Not this time, fuckface.
Great. Yeah, suck it, Grandma. Fuck! This map's stupid. Great. Whatever. Fucking cares.
You gonna let a bunch of company assholes beat you? Fight back, damn it! Hostile gone. Zero gas mine disrupted.
I don't even know how they shot me.
RTB, Black Ops. We need to have a fucking conversation. We'll make them pay for that. Enemy dropped. Throw gas threat down.
I built my own PC. Got an RTX 4090 and a Intel 13900K. Ugh.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Neutralize all threats.
There we go. This map sucks. Bullshit. Shot fucking both of them. Suck my dick. Damn it! Oh my god. How? How? They were literally standing there. Again, this game has the worst fucking netcode of any fucking Call of Duty ever. Like, holy shit.
Sharpshooter threat removed.
We claim the advantage, now hold it.
Requesting recon above.
Shooter in the open. Clean kill. Gotta start somewhere. Move up, marksman is down.
Damn it! Fuck you. Great. Yes, there we go again. Thank you. Yes, my bullets just don't work because, you know.
Hostile gone. Hostile long gun neutralized.
Yay. Yeah, there we go. Uh-huh, I'm sure. Fuck right off, dude.
Kill. Moving up.
Holy fuck, this game's just total joke.
Also shooter.
Enemy is down. Track.
Ah, shit.
Get a UAV on grid.
Enemy.
Shit.
Mover. EKIA.
Ah, damn it. I didn't see who was shooting from there. Fuck you.
We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools.
Taking a shot. Sharpshooter threat removed.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Damn it! Oh, what a dipshit.
Located Tango.
What the fuck happened there?
All threats neutralized.
I don't even know what happened there.
Find whatever they're hiding.
Eyes on enemy.
This was a pretty good streak.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
Best and worst COD you've ever played? Probably either MW2 or Black Ops 2 is the best. Worst would have to be one of the new shitty World War II games. They were god-awful. Maybe, Advanced Warfare might have been the worst.
Secure the objective. Securing Charlie.
We have to take this objective.
Control Zone C.
Damn it. Fucking bitch.
Using stun. Syntax out.
Taking
Great.
lead. Bravo zone secure. The lead is ours. Losing B. We lost B.
Great. Damn it.
We've given up the lead. Controlling Bravo.
I don't know how the fuck.
They're taking C. B locked down. We're winning. Keep it that way.
Oh man, the head glitching is just fucking crazy.
We're losing Charlie.
Okay.
Losing Bravo.
Son of a bitch. Oh my god, then I have to go all the way back.
Bravo locked.
Engaging movement. See you never,
Taking
asshole.
Bravo underway.
Semtex armed. Move up. Marksman is down.
Ah, damn it.
Give me eyes in the sky.
Enemy marksman eliminated.
Controlling Bravo. Bailey requesting care package deployment.
Yeah, I knew it.
Securing B.
Every time, right at the fucking back of the map.
Shot's good.
Setting waypoint.
Starting
Taking
capture.
Bravo underway. They've taken the lead.
Great.
Task LDBR against my target. Securing B.
Consequences.
Deploying SAM turret.
Taking Bravo underway. Bravo is on. Grenade going out.
You know, it's just not, it's not worth playing this. Scud sucks for domination, dude. Yeah, I know, they had red dot sight in Call of Duty Vanguard. They also had red dot sights in every World War II game. It was so stupid. Like, if you're gonna make a fucking game set in World War II, then have it be set in World War II.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Playtime's over. Let's see what you're made of.
Oh, good.
Damn it, we've lost the lead. Engage.
Well, this is going to be very slow and boring.
Sniper's gone. Push up.
Damn it! Oh god, that's annoying! Thanks, dipshit.
Hostile shooter. Target in the open. Fucking bye-bye. Eyes on.
Oh my god. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Wonderful. Mm-hmm. That's what I like to see.
Eyes on enemy. We've taken control.
What a load of horse shit. Like, that's just fucking cock and balls.
Hostile confirmed. Marksman deleted.
Damn it. Like, dude, it makes no fucking sense. You're chasing them from across the map. Oh, and a teammate kills me. Thank you, dipshit. Because you really need to shoot through my fucking head, right? When they're already dead anyway?
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Aguinaldo calling in UAV.
Scrambler offline. Swag.
Ah, crap.
Enemy recon sighted.
What an asshole. Ah, fuck. Fucking dickhead. I don't know how he survived that. Great.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Great. Oh man, the spawns are just fucking stupid.
No more sniper. Move.
Like, they're actually just fucking stupid.
Sniper's gone. Push up. Enemy UAV inbound.
I didn't even see where that guy got hit from.
Shooter in my sights.
Wow, gay.
Lead's ours. Scrambler's dark. This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage. Nice. We're pulling ahead.
Oh, shit. Fucking gay. Poor shit.
Eyes on enemy.
Right.
Never mind. Hostile UAV established overhead.
There we go. There we go. Thank you. Three shots to the head. Nothing even registers. This is just pointless. Like, you literally cannot play competitively. Like, the game just chooses when you fucking do well.
Spring line disrupted. Sending smoke grenade. Marksman deleted. Hostile assaulted through. You're planning on giving up. Do it now. If not, get to work.
Whatever.
I don't believe in bad luck. Just
Whatever.
bad. Shit to exfil. Those Crimson assholes really know how to fight. Setting rally point.
Why do I play on hardcore and not core? I don't know. Why do you play with your dick rather than your mom's ass? Do I donate $2? Can you go back to playing Shenmue? No, I've had my fill. Microsoft Flight Simulator VR. I was thinking of getting this for the helicopter simulator.
Sprawling and sophisticated Chinese hacking operation. Phone calls, reading text messages, and even listening to the Sean. What more?
Another Chinese cyber attack. You know, I wonder how often the US does cyber attacks against China, if it does it at all.
Another day in paradise.
Because, like, we'd never hear about anything like that in all likelihood, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Data.
Tagged and tagged. Hardpoint is secured. We got the lead. Now hold it.
Oh boy, do I hate this map. Great, okay. If I get killed with one more fucking noob tube, I'm quitting. Like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I ain't fucking dealing with this shit.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is secure. Hard point identified.
And that's that. I'm done. Not playing with these fucking losers. Yeah, I was thinking of getting Microsoft Flight Simulator. And then getting the Moza flight stick. I might do that. I'm not going to play Chivalry 2 because Chivalry 2 sucks dick. Chivalry is one of the most overrated piece of shit games ever fucking made. Is it putting me back in the same match I was in before? Why do I complain about noob tubes if it's in the game? Tell me, why do you complain about anything when it's in real life? Like, that's just the stupidest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard.
Taking the objective. Watch my sniper locked down. Target eliminated. No more sniper. Move. Come on, you're losing this fight. Threat down. Locking down Charlie. Securing C. We control Zone C.
I don't know what the fuck happened there. That was horseshit.
Enemy patrol. In your
Great.
We're losing Charlie.
Oh, it's domination.
Taking B. Hostile UAV established overhead.
Right where I left you.
Controlling Bravo. Watchdog helo incoming on your location. Enter back. Requesting recon above.
He got 2 headshots with 1 bullet from fucking bolt action. What are the fucking shots?
Losing B. Bravo locked. Hostile watchdog helo in my sight.
So nobody's gonna bother taking this thing out.
Pick out that watchdog helo. I'm on the OBJ. Got contact. No more.
Oh my god. Oh, and they've got a sentry turret.
So long, asshole. We're rolling on the objective. They're taking C.
There's gotta be somebody feeding them. There has to be somebody feeding them.
Frag throw. Securing B. We have to take this objective. Hostile UAV established overhead. B secured.
What is this dumbass doing? Oh my god.
Secure Charlie. Work. Losing Bravo.
Expect resistance. Attack dome.
Locking down Charlie. Losing B. Net call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound.
Yeah, somebody's feeding him. There's somebody on our team that just keeps dying over and over and over again, and
Losing Bravo.
probably that piece of shit on the fucking bottom.
Losing B.
Wow! No fucking way! There's just no fucking way!
We're losing Charlie.
This is such... Yeah, whatever. We lose anyway. Fucking pieces of shit. Thank you, skill-based matchmaking.
Hardcore domination. Capture the objective.
Shit! Friendly unit down.
What the hell were you?
Smoke. Assaulting through. Threat clear.
They're taking C. Taking B.
Objective.
Bringing in recon.
Oh, good.
Flashbang out.
What are they doing? It's an objective-based game mode, and look at this fucking asshole.
Confirming kill. Sharpshooter threat removed.
Yeah, we're all just gonna lose. Yeah, we're gonna lose again. Skill-based matchmaking. I'm done. What a genius idea. Let's make the game worse. I just don't get it. Why play domination if you're just going to camp? Like, play some other fucking game mode then. Play team deathmatch. Play free-for-all. Like, play something fucking else. Why are you playing domination when you're not gonna, like, play the fucking game? It's just absolutely retarded.
Bud is one of the good guys in the fitness industry. As a matter of fact, I really like him personally, and I think his net impact on the whole fitness / Before I go into the criticisms of Jeff's program, I'm going to give this disclaimer, and it's that the version of the program that I'll be reviewing is the one I got my hands on in 2019. Now, Jeff may or may not have updated this program since I got it. I don't know. But because I don't know, all I can say is that the criticisms I'm going to make apply only to the 2019 version of the program that I obtained. So if Jeff has updated the program to fix some of the issues I'm about to raise, then my criticisms may not apply, and good on him. So there's a passage on page 64 of Jeff's program. It reads the following. For the sake of this program, you want to use, instead of a true...
Peterson donated $2 timestamped.
The type of corruption that I really hope, Bob...
We've already reacted to some of this, and we've basically already seen, the stupid parts of this interview, so thanks for the donation though, Peterson.
1 rep max, a working max. That is, a weight you can definitely hit on any given day. This passage is so important, so crucial to the success of this program, that it shouldn't be buried away on page 64. No. This passage should be blown up in big text so that you can't possibly miss it, just like how every week of the program is introduced with its own page for whatever reason. An interesting stylistic choice. Further, the passage shouldn't be contradicted by the one that immediately follows, which suggests using an accurate estimate of your 1 rep max as your working max, and that's something I'll get into later. Let's talk about this passage. So, at best, you pay attention to and take very seriously this passage about using a working max, in which case Jeff's program is nothing worse than just run-of-the-mill bad. At worst, you miss this passage and follow the program in the way that, well, I think most reasonable trainees probably would, that is, using the exact sets, reps, percentages, and rest intervals that are given, and the program becomes completely impossible for its target demographic, barring genetic anomalies. So we've got a best case scenario, where the program's just bad, and we've got a worst case scenario, where the program is actually impossible. Let me start by outlining the worst case scenario, where Jeff's program is actually just straight up impossible for its target demographic, that is, intermediate to advanced trainees. Jeff's website's sales page advertises his program as appropriate for intermediate to advanced trainees. This detail is important to my criticism, because beginners can adapt so quickly to training that what Jeff calls for in his bench press specialization program might actually be doable. Of course, there would be other huge problems if this program were advertised to beginners, but because it's not advertised to beginners, I think going into that would be irrelevant. In contrast to beginners, though, intermediate and advanced trainees, which Jeff defines as those with several years of training experience who can't expect to progress in weight from workout to workout.
The first thing is still progressive overload. However, it won't be quite as simple as when you were a beginner. You'll quickly learn that after a year or two, maybe even sooner, you can't simply add weight to the bar or the machine each and every workout anymore without compromising technique. Now, you should still aim to add weight over time, it just won't be as linear or as frequent.
Well, they just don't have that luxury of very accelerated progress. So if you expect them to progress so astronomically in just 3 weeks' time that they'll be able to do a workout that's impossible by design at their current level of strength, then they'll inevitably fail. In Jeff's program, you have just 3 weeks to prepare for week 4, day 1 of the program, which from now on I'm going to call the impossible workout. The impossible workout calls for 4 sets of 6 reps at 85% of 1 rep max, with 3 to 5 minute rest intervals between sets on the bench press. Those of my viewers who are familiar with powerlifting programming will immediately raise
That's close to a 3 rep max for a lot of people.
their eyebrows at this. For those of you who aren't familiar with powerlifting programming, that's fine. I'll break down for you exactly why this workout is impossible. Let's examine why this is very likely impossible. So most online calculators suggest that the number of reps you can perform in an all-out set of any exercise done at 85% of 1 rep max is about 5 to 6. Hilariously, 2 of the 3 references in the calculator that Jeff Nippard provides in his book on pages 64 to 65 suggest that 5 reps is the absolute maximum number of reps you can perform at 85% of 1 rep max, with the 3rd reference on the table suggesting that you can perform 6 reps at 85% of 1 rep max. Even Dr. Pack...
Yeah, so you're supposed to do basically a 5 or 6 rep max 4 times in a row successfully. Can't.
Andrew Larkus Korakakis, whom Jeff has interviewed, has a chart that you can download from his website, which suggests that you can only do 5 to 6 reps at 85% of 1 rep max. Another online calculator, strengthlevel.net, suggests that the maximum number of reps you can do at 85% of 1 rep max is 6. In episode 224 of the Iron Culture podcast, Dr. Eric Helms suggests around the 46 minutes 30 seconds mark that 5 to 6 reps are the most you can perform at 85% of 1 rep max.
If you can 85% of 1 rep and you do 2 reps, you'll get a 4 RR in most cases. You can only do 5 or 6 reps, right? And it doesn't really matter.
I could go on, but I think I've made my point. And basically, about 5 to 6 reps are about the most you can do at 85% of your 1 rep max. It's not just calculators, by the way, that confirm this. It's also experience in the gym and the prescriptions of well...
Mangoose donated $2. I'm so depressed. Enjoy some vids, bro. Just a blind baby goat having dinner with her 2 friends. Aww. What a sweet little baby. Oh my goodness. Just munching. That's nice. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're friends. Oh, that sheep likes that dog. Oh, they're good friends. Look at that. Oh, such nice friends. What a nice sheep. That's good. Oh my God. Oh, that's a good sheep. Oh yeah, there she goes munching. That's nice. Oh my God, a wombat. So chunky. Oh my goodness. Wow. Ooh. Emu. Oh my God. Little baby emu. It's like a big chicken. Oh my God. They're big chickens.
It just makes sense. Nutella in slice form? Okay, I would buy this. Transparent toasters gives you a clear view of bread's crispiness. This is amazing. The no spill holder for coffee, absolute genius. This needs to be made into cereal. That is a fact. A bookmark that remembers the page as well as the line. Amazing. Sockets that already come with built-in extension cords. This needs to be a thing. This Lego waffle maker that lets you build your breakfast. Elite. A goggle umbrella. Okay, this is in the lead. A phone holder for when you're charging. Okay, I need this. Anti-theft lunch bags. Okay, this is genius. Drumstick spoons for cooking. These are amazing. Pizza scissors. Okay, I'd actually buy this. A foot-powered bike. Okay, this looks low-key fun. A duckbill muzzle for dogs.
Some of those are very dangerous. Thanks for the donation, though, Mangusis.
Well-crafted powerlifting programs. In most powerlifting programs, the very maximum number of reps you'll see prescribed at 85% of 1 rep max is 5, which leaves at most 1 rep in reserve. Maybe Jeff can do 6 reps with 85% of his 1 rep max with 3 weeks of preparation. I don't know if I could. But what I do know is that if about half the calculators you can find say that 5 reps is the absolute maximum that most people can do with 85% of their 1 rep maxes, then maybe you shouldn't prescribe sets of 6 with 85%, unless you've established through prior coaching that this is something your trainee.
Hello, Richard. I'd like to request an interview with you on my channel. I'm hoping we can have a productive conversation and put our differences behind us. What do you say?
Sure, only if you drink a gallon of bleach first. Thanks for the donation, Veganism Exposed.
Can actually do. How demoralizing if it turns out that you can't. But it doesn't stop there. See, Jeff doesn't want you to do just one top set of 6 at 85% of your 1 rep max, give yourself a pat on the back for a job well done, and then do some lighter back-off sets like a more sensible program might have you do. No, Jeff wants you to do 3 more sets the exact same way, with 3 to 5 minute rest intervals. So you're already exhausted. You've just done one all-out set that you might have failed or succeeded to get 6 reps on. Either way, it was probably an all-out grinder. Now, you're supposed to rest for 3 to 5 minutes and do it all over again. And again. And again. Jeff's program asks you to train to or even beyond failure with 0 performance loss across 4 sets. I really have no words for how incredibly poorly this workout is designed. I mean, it is quite literally impossible by design, whether Jeff intended it to be or not. Now some of you might be thinking, now hang on Solomon, I often train to failure for repeat sets with absolutely no performance loss on 3 to 5 minute rest intervals. To that I would say, I'd love to see those sets. I'll grant that there might be some genetic freaks who can go balls to the wall with 100% effort, rest just a few minutes, and then do it all over again multiple times with 0 performance loss, like Jeff's program asks you to do. But in general, if someone claims that they can train to failure for repeat sets with no performance loss, then you can be pretty sure that his or her idea of failure is a more serious lifter's idea of a warm-up. When you train to true failure, your reps tend to drop from set to set at the same weight. This is well documented. In fact, performance loss from training to failure is the very reason why Dr. Lane Norton recommends that you only train to failure on your very last set of an exercise. Lane Norton likes volume, so his rationale is that you can accrue more total volume with a given exercise while still getting the benefits of training to failure if you save failure training only for your very last set.
I would say, I still think if you're doing compound lifts, the vast majority, probably around RIR2, maybe 1. If you're going to go really close to failure or to failure on a compound lift, make it your last set of that exercise. The other sets you can go kind of close, but on the last set, go to absolute failure if you want, because then you're not creating a bunch of fatigue on the front end that's going to negatively impact subsequent sets.
This sentiment of limiting failure training to the last set or 2 of an exercise is echoed by Dr. Brad Schoenfeld, who argues that performance loss from earlier sets taken to failure might compromise performance on later sets.
We know it's going to failure, 3 meters, things get fried, right? And the number of reps they do subsequently drops enormously.
At the very least, if it's likely impossible for most people to do this workout, then it shouldn't be intended for most people. It should be intended for a select group of genetic phenoms, and not sold for mass consumption for intermediate and advanced trainees in the general population. And by the way, it's not as if week 4 day 1 is alone in its ridiculousness. Week 3 day 1 only gives you 2 weeks to prepare for it, and asks you to do 4 sets of 6 at 82.5% of 1 rep max, with 3 to 5 minute rest intervals, which I really can't be bothered running the numbers on, but it's also probably impossible, or at the very least just silly, and I think I've basically made my point. What's really weird is that the 4 sets of 6 protocol begins in week 1 day 1, and continues through till the impossible workout. Except you start at 72.5% of 1 rep max in week 1, which is reasonable for, I guess, an intro week, and then move to 75% in week 2, which is also reasonable, and then you take this astronomical jump up to 82.5% in week 3, which is kind of insane, not to mention week 4 day 1. Now let's talk about the more charitable interpretation of Jeff's program. Remember that passage on page 64 where Jeff writes, for the sake of this program, you want to use instead of a true 1 rep max, a working max, blah blah blah? Well, this sounds good. You might think this passage alone almost rescues the program. Well, it sounds good until you realize that Jeff gives readers a way to establish their working max that defies the very definition of a working max that he's just provided. He suggests using the EXRX 1 rep max calculator, and writes that readers should plug the result of a recent AMRAP test, where AMRAP means as many reps as possible, into this 1 rep max calculator to determine their new working 1 rep max. But this is far from a working max. This calculator on exrx.net attempts to give you your predicted true 1 rep max, plus or minus.
Richard's mom donated $2, dude. I weigh 155 pounds, 5'8", and I can only bench 165 for 5. Is it over for me, Richard? Feels bad. Well, if you don't train or do anything, then I guess so. But if you train, you'll get stronger. Thanks for the donation, Richard's mom.
A few kilos. As a matter of fact, the calculator spits out 1 rep max predictions that correspond closely to the predictions given by Beagle, sorry if I've butchered that name, about the number of reps I should be able to do at a given percentage of 1 rep max in an all-out set. So this Beagle fellow is one of the references in the table on the exrx.net site.
I'm feeling strange.
So if I plug 85 kilos for 6 reps into the calculator, which Jeff thinks I should be able to do, given a 1 rep max of 100 kilos for multiple sets, then it says that my 1 rep max is 99 kilos. If I plug 87 kilos in for 5 reps, then I'm given a 1 rep max of 98 kilos, ditto 90 kilos for 4 reps, also 98, and so on. So as you can see, and to reiterate, this isn't a working max calculator by any means. Sure, it may be a hair more conservative than other calculators online, but it is in effect trying to give you your true 1 rep max. So going by the calculator's predictions very likely won't prevent the week 4 day 1 workout from being impossible for Jeff's target demographic. That means even if you follow Jeff's exact advice very carefully, then you're still very likely doomed. But let's be even more charitable. In fact, let's erect a damn steel man of Jeff's program. Forget the passage about using the EXRX calculator. Instead, let's go by the definition of a daily maximum that Greg Knuckles and Omar Isuf give in their 2015 Bulgarian training manual. The two authors define a daily maximum as the most weight you can hit for a single repetition with an...
Dated a girl once that said mind control was always wrong no matter what. She went on to say that even if there was a mass shooter and the only way to stop them was with mind control, it'd still be wrong. Didn't make sense to me.
Well, that girl's a dumb bitch. So that's pretty stupid. Joy Lab VR. Yeah, that's porn. Hentai secrets. That's what it is. Alien rogue incursion.
Emergency lockdown.
Just what kind of experiments were they performing here?
What the hell is going on?
Evidence of sabotage. We've got company.
Emergency lock.
It's in your hands now.
This game looks pretty cool. Unless it turns out to be a piece of shit, I'm probably gonna get that one. Thanks for the donation though, Sack of Jiwaya.
No form breakdown or psychological arousal. On pages 31 through 32, they say it'll usually be a weight that represents somewhere around 90 to 95% of your true 1 rep max. This is a fairly large range since performance fluctuates from day to day, so for that reason, let's redefine Jeff Nippard's working max as 90% of your true 1-rep max, the same way that Jim Wendler has you use 90% of your true 1-rep max as a training max in his 531 programs. We can adjust the percentages in Jeff's program based on this redefined working max. For instance, let's look at the impossible workout. 4 sets of 6 at 85% of 1-rep max becomes 4 sets of 6 at 77% of 1-rep max, which is much more reasonable. 77% of 1-rep max is given as a 9-rep max by Beagle, or at worst, an 8-rep max, which is plenty doable for 4 sets of 6 with 3 to 5 minute rest intervals. But why didn't Jeff just skip the middleman and have you do 77% of 1-rep max from the get-go? Doing that would have avoided all issues. Unfortunately, though this redefinition of a working max as 90% of true 1-rep max fixes the impossible workout, it also causes a cascade of problems elsewhere in the program. For example, the 4 sets of 6 at 72.5% of 1-rep max that you're supposed to lift in week 1 becomes 4 sets of 6 at 65% of 1-rep max. The 4 sets of 6 at 75% of 1-rep max that you're supposed to lift in week 2 become 4 sets of 6 at 67.5% of 1-rep max. This will lead you to doing 2 weeks of completely unproductive training for anyone other than a beginner. Even Jeff himself says on page 63 of his program that pushing yourself reasonably close to failure becomes important as training advancement accrues. So 65 to 67.5% of 1-rep max represents something like a 12 to 15 rep max, which means you'll be leaving at least 6 reps in the tank on the bench press sets of week 1 and 2 of the revised version of Jeff's program. Which is to say that for 2 weeks you'll basically just be going through the motions and stimulating 0 adaptations in strength and muscle mass. So even with the most charitable interpretation possible, Jeff's program is still really bad, with 2 weeks of effectively wasted training in intermediate to advanced trainees, unless of course you really push yourself on the accessory exercises. Jeff's program is either too easy to be productive or too hard to be doable, with 0 room for anything good in between. As a closing thought for this section of my review, I want to address 2 possible counter-arguments. The first goes like this. You might consider on Jeff's website sales page for his program, he writes, Block 2 focuses on strength peaking, leading into a new 1-rep max test in week 8. Interesting. Well, let's examine the bench press workout in week 8. Huh, that's funny. I don't see a 1-rep max test. What I see is a single at RPE 9, which is to say, Jeff wants you to do a single rep with a weight that, by definition, you could hit for a double. To make use of Dr. Pac Andrew Larkis Korakakis' handy chart again, a single rep at RPE 9 is defined as a weight that you could do 2 reps with. Why does Jeff say that his program has you doing a 1-rep max test when there isn't a 1-rep max test in sight? I can only speculate. Maybe it's a safety concern. In fact, Jeff expresses concerns about 1-rep max testing on page 64 of his program, where he writes, testing 1-rep maxes can be unnecessarily risky. If Jeff deems 1-rep max tests to be too risky even to prescribe them in a program where it's advertised that you'll be testing them, then he has some explaining to do when it comes to the impossible workout. I think attempting to do 4 sets of 6 reps at 85% of 1-rep max with 3 to 5 minute rest intervals is probably riskier than testing a 1-rep max. Maybe Jeff assumes that bros will be bros. If you tell folks to do RPE 8, then they'll do 9. If you tell them to do 9, then they'll do 10. So, telling people to do a single at RPE 9 is tantamount to telling people to do a 1-rep max test, according to this hypothesis. But this hypothesis has issues. Not only would it contradict the notion that Jeff's week 4 day 1 workout is deliberately impossible as a prophylactic against people who sandbag, since which one is it? Do people train too hard or too easy? It's also very patronizing. It says, you don't have enough restraint to do a single at RPE 10, so I'm going to hold you back. It would seem that Jeff has very little faith in the people running his programs. I suppose before casting these doubts on Jeff's faith in his customers, I should remember Hanlon's razor. That is, never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. To be clear, this is a joke. I'm not saying Jeff's stupid, he's clearly not, but his programming decisions sure are bad. Anyway, here's the last criticism I'd like to voice, and it is a strong criticism, is that Jeff's bench press specialization routine is barely even a specialization routine. In a specialization routine, the rationale is this. There's only so much total work you can recover from.
This is based on a 1994. A couple of the stages have a powerful grenade that you can look out for the Xbox, Blues Brothers, and RoboCop 3.
I think it defaulted like halfway in
Sure.
between.
Your thing should be all the way over at dynamic.
Should it?
Yeah,
Okay.
because this mic is very, very hungry for power.
Joe Rogan has become one of the most influential podcasters. And as he's become so big and prevalent, especially now more in the political space, it's caused it to be more a part of the political discourse. Tuning into his podcast sometimes and hearing action, but of course had his eating all meat diet too often on his of old Joe Rogan. Click that subscribe button.
How are you, Joe?
Wonderful. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I like Tulsi and I like Bernie. That's it.
Oh, yeah?
Everybody else can eat shit.
Look at you, fucking progressive.
Yeah. I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. I think he's looking out for the interests of the working people. Having global warming, I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's. Donald Trump supporters are racist, but all racists are Donald Trump supporters.
He definitely awakened that side.
But the January 6th thing is important.
See, it is important, but is it the 6 months later? It should be the ruling number one conversation of journalists?
I think it's really important. And one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so fucking dangerous. Is because a guy can incite a bunch of morons to do something really fucking stupid. But as far as
what is, like, so bizarre how his opinions change so radically. I know Joe's very easily manipulated, and he's stupid.
Have you found out if Vince is actually your cousin? You should ask your parents about him. Aren't you curious?
No, I don't care. He says we're third cousins. I'll take his word for it. I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, though, Sack of Jawaya.
God, some of this stuff, you wonder who would ever need it in bulk. I mean, like watermelons. Touché, Costmart. Mmm, delicious. I will seriously consider purchasing this product. Oh, what have we here? May I partake? Mmm. Oh, sausage son. Plan to buy great amount for samurai buddies.
Sir, you don't have to keep moving to the back of the line. You can have as many as you want. They're free.
What are you talking about? Hey, can I have some more sausage? Yeah, me too.
President Donald J. Trump declares war on cartels. Oh, cool. Rumble videos and everything.
Fentanyl, heroin, meth, and other lethal drugs are pouring across our wide-open border, stealing hundreds of thousands of beautiful American lives, and it's happening like never before in our...
I guess, like, he just does so many things, like, never before, biggest you've ever seen, everything, like, it's just, he always, oh, God, he sounds like such a fucking retard.
It's the American way, bro. That's how the country was built.
Oh, this gaudy fucking tie and this stupid American pin, and oh, I hate this guy.
History. Children are being left without parents, families are being ripped apart, communities are being decimated, our neighbors and fellow citizens are having their entire worlds destroyed. Destroyed like nobody thought possible. Our country is being poisoned from within by the drugs and by all of the other crime that's taking place. The drug cartels are waging war in America, and it's now time for America to wage war on the cartels. In this war, Joe Biden decided against the United States and with the cartels. They are making more money than they've ever made before, times 10. There's never been anything like it. They're major companies. They're bigger than even some of our biggest companies. Biden's open border policy.
What is the net worth of, or the market capitalization of MS-13? Is it in the trillions? What do we? Is that? Okay.
It's like 90.
Even Joe Rogan can't stand Trump anymore.
Are you sure about that? Seems to like Trump these days. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I'm actually, you know what? I'm curious. Like, I have no idea. Would you even be able to look something like that up? Estimated revenue, MS-13. Is that even the big? That's just the one I hear talking about all the time. I don't even know how I would find this. I read stats at one point.
Springfield Dog 90 Tillers, is this transformation natural or enhanced? Why is this not safe for work? Oh. I see. Well, he just lost weight, so... Or gained weight? Did he gain weight? No, he gained weight. I would say natural. He just eats like shit. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Percentage of fentanyl that crosses border illegally. I read something that like the majority of the fentanyl that snuck in, like it snuck in through people crossing illegally. Oh, is this true? More than 90% of interdicted fentanyl is stopped at ports of entry, where cartels attempt to smuggle it primarily in vehicles driven by U.S. citizens. So all this talk of like building the wall and all this shit is all like it doesn't even.
Does that mean most of it's produced internally, or
no? It means that they try to smuggle it in using U.S. citizens, basically.
Right.
So having a strict border that catches illegal like doesn't do anything. It's retarded.
It's not like they're trying to tunnel it under the
exactly. Yeah, but that's what people think because you guys watch Fast and Furious 5 or whatever bullshit. They think that like illegals are digging. Yeah. CBP and HSI throughout the past 2 years have run operations, mobilized hundreds of personnel. Operation Plaza Spike, number 24, expanded 10,000 pounds of.
Oh shit. Fuck me. Mangusa Stony Tellers, they fix their beds, their people. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. He is a person. Oh my god, that squirrel is a person. Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. That's a good squirrel. Oh my god. Wow. It's a nice little raccoon. My goodness. It's a really nice raccoon. Fuck $22. Trump did more for black people than Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. I remember he said that. He's insane. Thanks for the donation, fuck. Oh, it's tape here. Oh my god. Wow. What a nice tape here. So adorable. Oh. Is that a beaver? Oh my god, it's a beaver.
Hard to videotape you when you're like, you don't have any sense of personal space.
Oh, the beaver wants a hug.
I love you.
Oh, that's a nice beaver. Oh my goodness. I love beavers. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis.
Fentanyl, goddamn.
I don't even know if that drug exists in the UK, or it's definitely not much of an issue if it is.
How much what?
How much of an issue? Like, I don't even know if it exists in the UK, or if it does, no one talks about it.
What, fentanyl?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
We used to have a big problem with legal highs. They would fuck people up pretty bad.
Doesn't that source just mean the fent that stopped is found with citizens? I wouldn't say prove the fent isn't stopped comes in illegal. Okay, what other stat do you want me to use? Why are these fucking retards saying shit like, that's just the ones that's being stopped and caught? How can you track what you don't know? The same fucking retards saying, how can you track what you don't know, are the ones that are saying 40,000 illegals came in with murder records. How do you know that? Shut the fuck up. I wish I could ban you. If I had an account, I was permanent. Every single person asking these retarded fucking questions. What do you mean? You go by what you can find. You go by what you can track. If you get another stat or another number that you can bring up, go for it. But the selective skepticism where any time, like if somebody gives a number where it's like every time you vote for Donald Trump, you get 4 million blowjobs from fucking supermodels. Oh yeah, I believe that. And then it's like yesterday at the border, 482 people were found with 72 pounds of blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't actually believe any of those numbers.
Raccoon $20. I want a pet raccoon, but they're illegal in my country, and I'm very sad about it. I can guarantee you with 100% certainty you would not want a pet raccoon, dude. They're wild animals. They are not calm and easy to train like domestic animals, like dogs. And they're also remarkably intelligent and can get into everything. And they will destroy everything they can get a hold of. So I can guarantee you, dude, you do not want a pet raccoon. It's a really bad idea. They're very difficult to keep, high-maintenance animals. Thanks for the donation, though, Raccoon.
Rope, please. My God.
Just denying the real feelings of real Americans?
Seriously.
The United States.
Oh, shit. God damn it. I'm getting a sinus infection.
Take down the cartels, just as we took down ISIS and the ISIS.
As a heroin addict in recovery, I hate when people try to talk about drugs, especially the opiate crisis. True! Listening to people that have never touched a drug in their entire fucking life talking about fucking anything having to do with drugs is one of the most irritating things in the world. Watching George Floyd screaming.
I might just watch this one last video and then just get some rest because I can feel myself getting sick. I think I've got a sinus infection coming.
I can't breathe. Like, oh, that guy's definitely ODing on downers right now. It was one of the most retarded series of conversations I've ever had in my entire fucking life. Oh my God.
When I'm president, it will be the policy of the United States to take down the cartels, just as we took down ISIS and the ISIS caliphate, and just as, unlike the situation we're in today, we had a very, very strong border, the strongest border, in fact, in the history of our country, and drugs were at a low of 45 years. There's been nothing like what we did just 2 years ago. We will show no mercy on the cartel.
Like, remember, everything was at an all-time low at the end of his presidency. Yes, it was COVID. Like, yes, people weren't immigrating illegally.
Hearing people wanting wild animals as pets reminds me of this law.
Squidward, look at my new pet.
That's no pet. That's a wild animal.
No, he isn't. Watch this. Fetch. How many fingers am I holding up? Play dead.
I wouldn't let that thing in my house even if it was potty trained. I didn't need to see that.
Well.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
People weren't immigrating, period, because people were getting sick, people weren't doing anything, and you had Title 42 to help you because of COVID. So he wants credit for things that he did under COVID when it helps, but then he wants to blame COVID when it didn't help. So
Cartels. Every day, drug traffickers are using the waters of our region to ship their lethal poisons to America, killing so many of our people and ruining families. In addition to restoring strong border security, I will deploy all necessary military assets, including the U.S. Navy, to impose the full naval embargo on the cartels. I did that before, and it worked. What we did was incredible. We will guarantee that the waters of the Western Hemisphere are not used to traffic illicit drugs to our country. Furthermore, I will order the Department of Defense to make appropriate use of special forces, cyber warfare, and other overt and covert actions to inflict maximum damage on cartel leadership, infrastructure, and...
Wait, what does that mean? Oh, he listened to my Medicare debate like 8 years ago.
Department of Defense to make appropriate use of special forces, cyber warfare, and other overt and covert actions to inflict maximum damage on cartel leadership, infrastructure, and operations. I will designate the major cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We will sever their access to global financial systems. I will also work to forge an unprecedented partnership with neighboring governments in our region, just like I did in Mexico. And remember, in Mexico alone, an estimated 100,000 civilians have been tragically murdered or gone missing at the hands of these cartels. The Mexican government, run by a very fine man, the president, is really working hard, but it's not working out. These cartels are vicious and they're violent, and they have Mexico for now stymied. But we have to help Mexico, and we have to stymie the cartels. Either we will get the full cooperation of other governments to stop this menace, or we will expose every bribe, every kickback, every payoff, and every bit of corruption that is allowing the cartels to preserve their brutal reign, and it is indeed brutal. Finally, as I've said before, I will ask Congress to pass legislation ensuring that drug smugglers and human traffickers receive the death penalty. The drug cartels and their allies in the Biden administration have the blood of countless millions on their hands. Millions and millions of families and people are being destroyed. When I'm back in the White House, the drug kingpins and vicious traffickers will never sleep soundly again. We did it.
Does this count as no new wars, or is that?
Well, it's also. I'm just trying to think of how many Joe Rogan fans who decided to vote for Trump are like one of their biggest issues in the last 20 years was war on drugs.
Yeah, true.
Both things
It was an actual war on drugs.
Than anybody else. There's never been a better border than we had just 2 years ago. It was strong, it was powerful, and it was respected all over the world. And now we're laughed at all over the world. And we're not going to let that happen much longer. We have to take over. We have to be tough. We have to be smart. We have to be fair. But if we don't do something immediately, our country is gone.
Gone.
Apparently that's an old video.
A lot of these are like from 2023 apparently,
yeah.
And they're all hosted on Rumble. Nice. Ending veteran homelessness. Oh boy.
Let's go.
Under crooked Joe Biden, the U.S. government has spent nearly $1 billion to house illegal aliens.
Hey, Dump, I said that shit about the Fent. If you think I'm a Trump will kill yourself, I know you're not a Trump will kill cappuccino. I was asking about that specific stat and if there's anything to give direct evidence of. No, you cannot find direct evidence of a specific claim about something that is illegal and smuggled. By definition, it's impossible. It's like saying, like, oh, why can't you give me the exact number of illegal immigrants in the United States? Like, by definition, you can't. Like, they're illegal. They're hard to track. Yeah, they're all done by estimates, yeah.
And foreign migrants in expensive luxury hotels, courtesy of you, the American taxpayer, and they want to spend billions and billions more. In many states, we're running out of hotel space because the rooms are all booked up with illegal aliens living in a very large way on the American taxpayer's dime. Meanwhile, we have 33,000 veterans in this country who are homeless and living very poorly, I might add, and it's a shame. They're living in filth and squalor on our streets. Nobody is doing a thing for them. We helped them a lot during my 4 years, and it's all been dropped. Everything we did for our veterans has been dropped.
Where he solved veteran homelessness during his administration, and now they're all homeless again.
It's a disgrace. Joe Biden puts illegal aliens before homeless veterans, and we cannot let this happen any longer. The American veteran is one of our greats. These are great, great people. We have to take care of. When I'm reelected, this national scandal will end. On day one, I will sign an executive order to cut off Joe Biden's massive spigot of funding for shelter and transport of illegal aliens and redirect a portion of those savings, a very large portion, I might add, to provide shelter and treatment for homeless American veterans. I will make it a personal mission to totally eradicate veterans.
We should bomb homeless veterans too, and then you'd have no more homeless veterans either. Imagine all the money you save.
Homelessness in America by the end.
We just bomb everything. Terrorists are the solution to every economic problem. Special forces and targeted strikes are the solution to every domestic problem. Bad schools with a low literacy rate. If you have 2 schools with 100% literacy and 2 schools with 50% literacy, bomb the 50% literacy schools. Boom! 100% literacy. There you go. Easy.
I can't believe it took me so long to realize this, that he just manages to please like every single pet peeve, even though it's like things that contradict each other. The fact that he's able to appeal to both really strict fucking fentanyl like border people, but also like war on drug stoners and the Joe Rogan. That's really.
It's because you have to remember what I said before: the emotive stuff, the proxy stuff. All of these, none of these beliefs are like strongly held principle beliefs. They're all just like proxies for some other feeling that you can get at in other ways, basically. Yeah.
End of next term. You'll see a big difference, just like you did at the VA, just like you did with frankly everything we touched. The border was the best border we've ever had. We were energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant. Our country was doing great. We had no inflation. We had the best economy in history. We're going to take care of our veterans. If you serve this nation in uniform, the Trump administration will never betray you as Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats have done. They have truly betrayed you. Anybody voting for a Democrat is very foolish. Very, very foolish.
Wait, you shouldn't have said. I thought the whole thing was like you shouldn't have called Trump supporters garbage or fucking fascists or whatever.
Oh, they always.
Meanwhile, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Well, no, they called
Marxist communists.
They called Obama communist for 8 years. Yeah, Republicans always do this. It's only the Democrats that have to help respond because they play by a different role. But this is the Fauci quote. I'm going to bring this up a million times.
They should have said that MAGA was poisoning the blood of the nation, shouldn't they? That'd have been fine.
It's this stupid quote. You're going to get sick of me doing this over and over again, guys, and I hope you are. This thing about they are amusing themselves versus their adversary who's obliged to use words responsibly since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. Just replace anti-Semites with Trumpers or fascists or whatever. But yeah, it's they have no obligation to be truthful about literally anything they ever say ever. Yeah.
But also, whenever anything, this disinformation comes from left-wingers or Democrats, I feel like they're all on it like a fucking harpoon. Like they just like when
because they know that we're obligated to try to be truthful.
When CNN got the Rogan thing wrong, and they just unite around it so hard.
And then the liberals play the game. They're like, oh shit, we did fuck up, right? Like even Piers and all these people. And look at what's happening right now in liberal media, right? Where all of us are like, well, what did we do wrong? What do we need to do differently? How many of those conversations did you see happening with the Trumples?
None. Yeah.
They ran the same candidate. They ran the exact same candidate. Who lost?
Yeah.
Against the same guy. With the exact same messaging and the exact same plan, right? Like, but then the liberals like, you guys need to go back and you need to self-reflect and figure out what you need to do. It's like, really? Yeah, it's unreal. That's why when what's the Piers asking? It's like, are you reflecting, self-reflecting? No, I'm not actually. No, I'm good.
Alien lawbreakers up in ultimate luxury while American veterans lay shivering on the sidewalks below. Unlike Biden, our loyalty will not be to illegal aliens who have violated our borders and come into our country illegally. They trampled our sovereignty. It will be to the brave men and women who enlisted their lives to defend our borders and to protect our sovereignty. Thank you very much. We're going to take care of our veterans.
I like veterans that can't afford their homes, okay? Not the ones that are getting captured in the streets. No welfare for illegal aliens.
Uh-oh.
Crooked Joe Biden is running a non-stop conveyor belt importing illegal aliens from all over the world.
Non-stop conveyor belt. Based.
Into our country, and the Biden Department of Homeland Security is abusing its so-called parole authority to give them more governmental benefits than many law-abiding citizens, including our vets. Our vets are being taken advantage of, our citizens are being taken advantage of. It's very unfair, and it's not going to stand. Under this horrendous abuse of power, millions of illegals will be eligible for billions and billions of dollars in welfare benefits, courtzy of you, the American taxpayer. So not only is Crooked Joe surrendering your borders and your sovereignty, he is stealing your hard-earned money to redistribute it to people who have no business being in our country. They should be in their country. This is not sustainable by anybody, certainly not sustainable by us. The United States is trillions of dollars in debt, yet the radical left Democrats are illegally dispensing public benefits to illegals while they try to massively raise your taxes. The radical left communists hate you, and they hate our middle class. Under Biden's scheme, the benefits that will go to illegal aliens include food stamps, free healthcare, welfare checks, and a host of other programs, the likes of which you would not even believe. In addition, Biden is also giving illegal aliens work permits to take jobs away from American citizens. And then if they have children, not only do the children get automatic citizenship, but they unlock a trove of additional government benefits flowing to illegal immigrant households. In the meantime, our vets suffer and our citizens suffer. On day one of my new administration, we will shut down this travesty and defend the wealth of...
Was that an implicit call to get rid of birthright citizenship? I'm not sure.
Wasn't that floated in the last Trump presidency?
I know the Nazis talk about it. I don't know if I've ever heard a mainstream Republican flirt with that idea much.
I will stop the outrageous abuse of parole authority. I will reinstate my action making illegals ineligible for public housing. We will terminate all work permits for illegal aliens and I will...
God, look at that thrissy.
Throat pussy. Never heard that word before.
Did you know it immediately? Exactly.
For the man that Congress sent me a bill blocking any future president from abusing his power to distribute welfare benefits in this manner. It's all being paid for by the American taxpayer. Like automatic citizenship for children of illegal aliens. Welfare is a gigantic magnet drawing people from all over the world. They want to come to the United States.
What is this delusional U.S. talking point? You're so jealous of our welfare. You know how many people immigrate to the U.S. because of how great our welfare is? Also, by the way, just a quick thing. Fuck you. The idea that the only reason somebody would try to legally get in this country is for our fucking welfare. There's a lot of amazing things about the United States of America. Our welfare is not one of them.
I feel like that's an argument that they just make for migrants like every country. To think that the amount of if you looked at the refugee crisis from Syria, the fact that there were points when crossing the Mediterranean was so dangerous that you had a 1 in 20 chance of dying. Yeah. And they're they're going there for what is it, 30 or 40 pounds a week you get from the UK government? Yeah, fuck off.
Off the sweat and savings of the American taxpayer. It's not fair. It's not just. We're not going to let it happen. I will end it all immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God. Is she crazy?
What the fuck is this?
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, too many thank yous. There must be 35.
Traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the...
He's got a Twitter. How do I get this? Who? Okay, my next personal citizenship, I need a tweeter to just sit next.
Times right before arriving here was that Western-style liberalism is obsolete. I know you probably haven't read. Well, again, he may feel that way. I mean, he sees what's going on, and I guess if you look at what's happening in Los Angeles, where it's sad to look, and what's happening in San Francisco and a couple of other cities, which are run by an extraordinary group of liberal people. I don't know what they're thinking, but he does see things that are happening in the United States that would probably preclude him from saying how wonderful it is at the same time.
Okay, but maybe he thinks California is the pinnacle of Western-style liberalism.
Every other leader of every country did for what we've done economically, because we probably have the strongest economy we've ever had, and that's a real positive. But I'm very embarrassed by what I see.
Where is my insightful?
I don't know. Fuck. I keep seeing Ethan saying things, and I'm like, is he watching like you or me? Because I feel like there are things in this video that I spoke about almost like word for word about like the Hezbollah part about a week ago. But then I'm like, it's also actually, I don't actually think he's watching me. I just think what I'm saying is pretty obvious that other people just don't look into. Yeah, a lot of the time. What the fuck is that?
I drew some dumb shit. What's this?
Okay, I'm gonna just go get some rest, chill, and try not to get sick. Because I'm getting the weird pressure in my head. My nose is kind of getting stuffed, so I'm gonna try to just go have a relax. But I should be streaming tomorrow, so I'll see you all then. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And should see you all tomorrow. So sweet dreams.